Just short. Don't think it carried to, certainly not to Middleton, and probably not to Bracey either. DeLange in the first over of the morning, finding the edge. But Miller getting away with it. Familiar yelp of implication that was very nearly a wicket from DeLange.
Perhaps worth recapping, Ian, as I gather there may have been some who may not have heard our delightful introductions, and I promise you they were delightful.
I have a brief recap at the end of the over, and Miller digs out the last ball, the first over of the day here at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire winning the toss, electing to chase. Gloucestershire's team unchanged from Sunday. Northamptonshire with Van der Merwe keeping wicket in place of Lewis McManus. And they've also selected young off-spinner Nirvan Ramesh, an 18-year-old, to give them two spinners, alongside Ramesh alongside Rob Keogh. Ed Seaborn alongside us as usual. We're going to have Charlie Harden's company as well. Charlie was with Ed for the women's match on Saturday, so hopefully we will bring the day's play to you without any further technical issues. Now, the sound may have been a problem just at the start, so apologies for that.
Yes, and no 3 wickets in 3 balls for Marshad DeLange, who was on a hat-trick last match, but didn't get a chance to complete it. Here's Daz Ahmed. And they'll go for a quick single here, and they'll have to be a quick one. Ahmed just, I suppose even if he had picked the ball up, would have been a quick turn and fire, and Proctor would have been home. So, in terms of the composition of Gloucestershire's attack, as last match, plenty of spin. Ollie Price was the first spinner to be used, and his partnership with the seam and the height of Aman Rao was key in the early part of that game. It's a good stop from Bracey. Not easy, as he's fielding on the edge of the College square there. Not actually on it, but in the little run-up to it, which will already have been ploughed a little bit by, even with this hard ground, will have been ploughed a little bit by bowlers running in on it.
And that's obviously the pitch is on the furthest distance from the pavilion, which means that the slope is more pronounced, such as it is more pronounced on this wicket than it is on any of the other 3.
Miller just batting outside his crease. Always beaten. Nice piece of bowling from Ahmed. You'd expect a little bit up front. And Ahmed, probably in terms of the seamers for Gloucestershire, we know probably about it, he wouldn't be the quickest of them, but in terms of any swing that's on offer, he might be the most likely in this Gloucestershire lineup to find it. Strong shot, leant back into it, pierced the gap in the covers, and that is a handsome way for Northamptonshire to score their first boundary.
Miller's got 100 already in this competition got 115 against Lancashire when Northants got 347. I mean, he's a bit thin on runs elsewhere, but shows if he gets in, push on.
Struck high up, going down the leg side as well, but Ahmed responds in kind.
What we saw on Sunday, you mentioned about De Lange, 4 overs at the start, and then find somewhere in the middle for him to come back.
And then maybe
Maybe
a little bit at the death, but
we'll see.
Question of exactly what he's going to be running up off, but then, as we've seen, he can still take wickets off 2 paces. Another one that catches Miller on the crease. That was his first professional 100, that one that you were mentioning. He's also a contender for the best name in cricket. I'd be thinking Gus Miller. What? His full name is Augustus Horatio Miller.
There aren't many Gusses, are there?
Not many Augustuses.
No.
So,
as opposed
Ahmed,
to Angus, which is what Fraser
indeed.
was.
Ahmed finishing off the over with 3 dots, so 10 runs on the board from the first 2. Northamptonshire looking to even their record in this competition at 4 wins and 4 defeats and give themselves a chance still of qualifying in what would be 3rd place. The best they can do is a visiting playoff/quarter-final game.
Which would be Thursday.
Not much of a turnaround, and I haven't exactly worked out where they might go. They might even have to go up to Scarborough. I think that's where Yorkshire would be playing their home playoff game if it came to that, or somewhere even further up potentially if Durham grab 2nd in the other group.
Here's the Langer from the Chapel End. And Proctor steps inside that. It goes down the leg side to brace it. He's been a durable cricketer, hasn't he, Luke Proctor, in his career?
Well, he also had probably one of the greatest in-game comebacks that, never mind T20 finals day, has seen, but possibly all of cricket.
Pleasantly up to mid-on where Ahmed is fielding.
And that semi-final against Somerset, his first over conceded 28, with Will Smead setting upon him, and then he had to come back and bowl the penultimate over of that match.
Steered deliberately down to Rao, and has he gone beyond it? He slid towards the ball and it's gone past him for 4. Almost as if he got it in the right position. Either it took a bobble, which is possible on that outfield, or he's literally slid too far and it's gone behind him. Either way, Proctor has a boundary and Rao has to forget about that error.
Yes, it was a crumpled heap he ended up in. I thought that he had everything under control, then all of a sudden the ball just slid by him.
There's no board there either. It's going to run into somebody's picnic basket. There is a rope there between, so you've got the boundary rope and then there's a rope between the advertising boards, just keeping people a good distance back from the rope. But so having got past him, it would have potentially knocked the tuna sandwiches out. Proctor skies it. Phillips can't get underneath it. That backward point. He was on the retreat. Element of risk. It was a thickish top edge. but with only 2 men out, Proctor kind of knew it was a risk and reward sort of shot, and all he's ended up with is a single. So Northants, having been put in, 15 for no wicket.
It was an eventful over, but not for the reasons that Gloucestershire would have hoped. And anyway, Proctor retaining the strike. And
there was an incident with not quite like that on Sunday, which the Notts management were absolutely furious about, where the ball went into the air, almost in the same position actually, and 2 fielders didn't appear to make the call as to whose catch it was. The ball dropped between them and then bounced over one of them for 4. So
rather unfortunate for Mr. Martindale, that one. Very hard bounce, and then he had it kick away from him and down the hill for 4.
Yeah, the Notts management were not impressed.
Ahmed round the wicket with 2 slips to Proctor. And fairly classic Luke Proctor, really. Lots of runs backward of square on the leg side. He has his method, and it's worked very successfully for him in his career. But to finish the recap on
that semi-final,
he came back in a position right under pressure. Somerset had a couple of batters who could easily have knocked off the equation as it was at that point. And Proctor bowled his penultimate over, or the penultimate over, for 2. One that has gone through quite nicely to James Bracey. Maybe a few early signs, we'll have to see, but possibly a few early signs that this pitch might be a little bit bouncier than the pitch the other day, which I think was still a pitch that had something in it for everybody. It was clear it wasn't...
550 runs would suggest that was the case.
Yeah, it wasn't the sort of pitch which was easy to start on. A little bit fuller, and that has just been flicked almost nonchalantly for 4. Out through mid-wicket. There's no fielder saving the single in that area because Gloucestershire have 2 slips. Doesn't usually take long for them to come out, but that's one of the gaps that's created. But Gloucestershire have passed the edge a couple of times, and they've taken the edge once. But there we go. It's just what happens, isn't it? You get 1 boundary, and that's usually enough to remove a slip in white ball cricket. Short mid-wicket instead of second slip. And that'll be 4 more. Fine leg up, and he picks the gap the other side of the leg side sweeper.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, that is 50 metres, that boundary, on the Sanford Road side of the ground. So the leg side to Miller, the right-hander, and it's 58 metres to us on the pavilion side or the Thilston Road side of the ground, if you know Cheltenham.
Be widened.
So when we come to the championship game, which is on the strip as you're looking to your left, so that's the strip in front of Miller on the offside for the match against Worcestershire, we should be just about slap bang in the middle.
Yeah, the first 2 days of the festival played on the 2 pitches closest to us in the pavilion. So this one seems miles away, even though it isn't. It's actually still just a relatively normal boundary. It's just deflected. Should be only a single, but Rao, well, I think especially after what happened the previous over down at deep third, I would say he maybe made a bit of a meal of that still, but at the same time, he was just absolutely determined that one wasn't going to get by him, and they very nearly decided to take 2 on it.
Yeah, Borman's come back onto the rope here now at deep square.
Career best for Aman Rao last match. And they're going up for this, and eventually the finger's been raised. And Proctor, I think, displeased without dissenting, but that took a long time for umpire Hollingshead to raise his finger. There was clearly a noise. I say there was clearly a noise. You'd imagine there was a noise given everybody went up in unison, but whether it was bat or not is not immediately obvious, but a wicket for Ahmed.
I think Proctor's in front. Proctor's shaking his head as he walks to the pavilion. He did linger a little. He did linger a little, which would infer that he is not happy underneath that grill with the decision. That brings Sam King out at number 3. So he was at Notts until the end of last season. Played a little bit in this format, but he was released then, and he's not had any chance to play in the Championship for Northants. But here, the second game he's played, having been in the side at Chesterfield last week.
Yes, and for Ahmed, who will be one of possibly the only Gloucestershire cricketers this season who have happier memories against Northamptonshire, as Ahmed had a pretty good performance in the Championship match at Northampton. But of course, Northamptonshire have already done the double over Gloucestershire in the Championship and in the T20 Blast. This is the only one that's left for Gloucestershire.
Dalanger. What is the 5th over of the morning? Gloucestershire winning the toss for the 8th game out of 8.
And of course the triple in the T20.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was 3. They were, well, needless to say, if they were to win promotion out of Division 2 in the Championship this season and win the T20, that would be a long. Even Andrew Rudd, our esteemed colleague from BBC Northampton, who's here today, would say that is far above par for what they would have expected in April.
Well, I mean, you think in April, the first match of the season, they were down to the last wicket against Lancashire and survived.
Dalanger, slightly short of stride before delivery there. We're saying because we're side on, we can. Good for stumpings, obviously, from our position.
Yes, so adjudged stumpings potentially, as in the last game. He was a little bit surprised, was Freddie McCann, when that finger went up. But no, you just think on such things, maybe sometimes seasons are built and turn. I'm not saying that Northamptonshire wouldn't still have had great success potentially if they hadn't battered out that game against Lancashire, but 1 wicket away, first game of the season. If you lose that, just never know.
Pleasantly again, good stop. Pleasantly driven by Miller. I don't think who that was. Was it Bartlett and Sanderson? And Andrew might correct me. Who batted out that hour?
Yeah, Bartlett ended up 95 not out from almost 200 deliveries.
Dalanger staying over the wicket with the 2 right-handers in. And the usual enthusiastic applause from the members stand below us, which I'm sure you will hear at various points in the day.
Encouragement for Shanky.
I don't think that's what he's known as in the dressing room.
I'm not sure. I think it's a Afrikaans diminutive of Shanna, you know,
yes.
Shanky.
I think that was the nickname that Jack Taylor used when he was with us on
it's
Sunday.
I'd say it's if you want to make anything endearing in Afrikaans, add ki on the end. So King to face his first delivery. Got rid of the left-hand, right-hand combination, Gloucestershire. Ahmed Well, I think it would be churlish to suggest he was looking for a second strangle down the leg side there. Don't think that's really something you can bowl for, although Gloucestershire did actually have at least a couple of them in the championship match at Northampton. I think Christian Clark got 2 on his own, if I remember rightly. There might even have been another one. But I don't think it's an angle of attack that's got a great amount of merit. Oh, that did, though, and very nearly what we saw happen to Joseph Eklund in the last match, where he almost had time to look round and see the ball trickle into his stumps. That was off the bowling of Ollie Stone.
To see Mark Thorburn up on the balcony, no doubt with either an iPad or some other device looking at what's going on out in the middle.
Oh, that's a big shout, which is given eventually. Again, a bit of a slow death, but it was quite full. And King departs second ball. And second legal ball faced, I should say. And 2 wickets for Ahmed.
The way he motioned with the bat as he walked off implied that moved off the pitch. Was it to do with the slope, I wonder, or not?
May have been. But I'd have thought that was a fairly straightforward, albeit he took his time again. And you just, we've not seen much of umpire Hollingshead. He might just be one of those umpires that really does take his time. But it didn't look as though it was a decision that, say, the man at the other end, Steve O'Shaughnessy, would have taken too long over. O'Shaughnessy, very much somebody who, if it's out, you know pretty much immediately.
Yeah. Well, the 2 umpires who I think just have played so much that they don't hang about with decisions are Steve O'Shaughnessy and Ian Blackwell. Those are the 2 for me.
Nigel Long, I would say, is another.
Really?
That I think if Nigel Long's going to give it out, that finger does go up very quickly.
So this is potentially the linchpin of the Northamptonshire innings. Here, Nathan McSweeney.
I love these conversations on speed of umpires' fingers going up. This is what the day at the festival should be about. These kinds of discussions. Right, McSweeney, key wicket in this Northamptonshire lineup. It's a good way for Ahmed to start him off.
So his year, he's got 406 runs in this competition. He's got 589 in the championship. And he got 311 in the T20.
Yeah, quite useful. Quite useful. And also you can just about see why. It probably was touch and go, but just about see why they gave him a contract for next year as well. Full, and Ahmed does, Ahmed did superbly, and then Eklund, I'm afraid, undid some of that work in the follow-through, allowing the ball to trickle underneath him at mid-off, take a single. So a couple of bits of untidy fielding, but at the same time, the scoreboard reads pleasantly in the early going from a Gloucestershire perspective. So I was going to read out Nathan McSweeney's scores in the competition. Miller now well out of his crease. In fact, he was beyond the area where he's into the danger area there, but he's allowed to do that because he stepped into it. He's not standing there facing in the danger area.
Well, I've got the 7 results in front of me, and he's the lowest score I've noted here is 49.
Oh, there's a naught.
Oh, there is a naught, is there?
Hang on a second. Patience. 88, 58, 64, naught, 78, 49, 69 not out. Driven and just underneath Ahmed, but short of him as well. And still one left because of the earlier wide. But I think I've heard enough of Darren Lehman so far, and heard some of his comments and the standards that he sets. Wouldn't surprise me if Lehman weren't of the opinion that McSweeney should have turned one of those into 100 at least, because that's how Lehman thinks, and it's what he expects of his players. So eventually, I think we have decided that was the end of the over after some discussion.
So I wonder whether there was the normal how many balls to go to conversation during that over, because often the umpires will just check with each other. Yeah, 2 to go. Yep. That didn't happen there. I'm not sure. So Delanger's going to have a fourth. Charlie will join us at the end of this over. Or will join you, doing like it. Wherever you may be watching from today. Delanger with the chapel buildings behind him. Yes, I think just to go back to that Delanger nickname conversation, it was Jack Taylor who said Shanna.
Yes,
on Sunday.
That does. I think that tends to be the most common one. Or the March into Menace.
Full once more.
Or the Machine from Sanin. Sanin up in Limpopo province, or sort of Kruger National Park way, but a little away from it, I think.
Nice shot from McSweeney. Clipped away. So a straightish one. Was a big chase for Joe Phillips. That's the longest boundary on the ground, but it'll beat him up in front of the hospitality marquees, which are filling up. Coffee's probably on the brew.
He's quite severe on anything at all, straight McSweeney. He can be very much an LBW candidate, but at the same time he'll back himself to score a lot of runs that way as well.
Shorter from Delanger. I don't think any of us really know how much work goes into recruiting a player. But whoever put the hours in to get McSweeney to Northampton...
I suspect it might have been quite a quick phone call with Darren Lehman.
You don't know this, do you? And
no. But at the same time, with some recruitments,
yes,
there's a lot of, I don't know, for example, Liam Scott maybe for Gloucestershire this year, or Duan Janssen. There might have needed to be quite a lot of calls and negotiations and that sort of thing. But I'd imagine maybe less so with McSweeney, given the fact that he's worked with Lehman for so long.
Nice shot, but a comfortable single again from position where he's batting very deep in his crease, McSweeney. But the end of Delanger's fourth over. If Sunday is to be any kind of a steer, that might be it for him for the moment. Both wickets there have come at the other end to Daz Ahmed. Ed will continue on the commentary, and Charlie Harden will join you for the first time.
Thank you very much, Ian. So Ahmed looking for further success. College lawn end. Just a couple of times he's strayed a little down that leg side. Gloucestershire looking to maintain what has been a 100% start to the 2026 Cheltenham Festival, with wins for both the women's and men's sides over the weekend. A tough task against an opponent that has had the wood over them this year. Nice shot. Sweeney just stands back and admires his work as he drives between cover and backward point. Picks off a boundary. Morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Ed. Not a bad start for Gloucestershire. A couple of early wickets. They definitely would want another before the close of the power play, but we've also seen a couple of those, haven't we, Ed? A couple of glorious shots. That one through the covers. A few nice whips off the ankles. Clearly a good balance of bat and ball out there at the moment.
Yeah, and I do think early stages, so this is just carrying better than it was on the pitch a couple of days ago. And in a way, there's only a certain amount that you can do in terms of pitch preparation at the moment. The conditions are so extreme that ground staff up and down the country, not just at first class level, but club level as well, the conditions that they're having to deal with. Very full. Good sliding stop mid-on by Alfie Johnson, the off-spinner, who is playing his second List A game today after making his debut and bowling 5 overs in the game against Nottinghamshire a couple of days ago. Always seems to be a debut at Cheltenham. And this year it's Alfie Johnson. Driven into the ground. Straight to Borman at extra cover, so Sweeney still on 10. And he's a man who, I think his method of batting obviously works anywhere because he's scored runs everywhere he's gone. But I think especially here, might quite enjoy this. DeLange tried for a leg side strangle, but nobody else did. That's something that we're going to hear an awful lot of, the exclamations of Marchant DeLange throughout this game. He doesn't seem to be quite as on one as he was against Notts, but vocal support and encouragement in the field often is the last one to say something in team huddles as well. Oh, he's hit the non-striker. Well, that came right out of the middle. And I suppose if that had rebounded, then it would still have counted as a catch. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen something like that, but went off Miller into ground. Sweeney won't thank him for that. Suspect that would have been straight enough to go for 4. That's just flick pad, but it may even go to the boundary. This DeLange won't get there. So 4 leg byes, 10 off the over. But again, just an illustration of the fact it only needs to take a tiny clip. I suppose the question was whether McSweeney played a shot at that, because he maybe just about did, but it's a very indeterminate shot, but it might just about be a shot. It must have been very close to being dead ball.
Yeah, a tentative shot played there, I'd call it. Ed from McSweeney. Of course, you mentioned a man who would suit any surface. Saw him get a magnificent 100.
Now, I think we're just checking that we've got the right ball at the right end here, I think, is what's gone on there. The ball was thrown back in from the boundary, and I think Steve O'Shaughnessy might have just picked that up, thinking that that was the ball to be used at this end. I don't know. Anyway, hopefully we've got it right.
Quick single taken into the leg side. A very awkward dive from McSweeney. Looks like he started diving, then tried not to dive, and then couldn't stop himself tumbling over.
He was a little bit blasé about that, I thought. In terms of actually, I think it wasn't until at the very end when he thought he might actually have to put in some sort of a slide or dive.
Glorious. Not the first time from McSweeney, driving firmly down the ground. And that is a quite exquisite shot that Martin de Lange couldn't get anywhere near.
Sort of gone right in the gap between the sponsors advertising board for the competition and the area next to that bar area. Fortunately didn't go all the way to the back towards the chapel.
It's a worrying sign. Nathan McSweeney driving firmly on the up.
Yeah, well, I was starting a point really about McSweeney in terms of the fact that he's somebody who just really does let the ball come to him, and that's what we were talking about a lot as far as batters who had real success, and you could have real success batting here in the last match. You know, he's a fantastic timer of the ball and just relies on that timing. And actually you will score quicker here doing that than you will in terms of trying to hit the cover off the ball.
Oh, he's gone for a drive outside off. De Lange knows how close he was to the outside edge of McSweeney. Plenty of gasps in the cordon. There's the danger. McSweeney's got a couple of nice drives away to the boundary. And there's a couple of slips left in just for that moment. Watchful to end the over. So 9 overs gone here at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival. And Northants Steelbacks now 48 for 2.
Well, there's no guarantee also, I suppose, in 50 over cricket in general. It felt for a while, maybe around early 2010s, that when the England ODI side took 3 early wickets, it was danger time because a big partnership would be around the corner. Broad and Anderson with the new ball had done a sterling job, and then it all just very often seemed to go a bit south. Sometimes you felt they were better off not taking those early wickets. But in this instance, 2 early ones great, but Gloucestershire will want to keep going for sure. Aman Rao is on to bowl from the opposite end to where he bowled the other day. It starts off with an offside wide, but a first 4 for Aman Rao. 4 for 44 in the last match, and was part of that extraordinary late collapse that Nottinghamshire suffered. They lost their last 6 wickets for 13 runs. Inside edge. De Lange's going to have to be careful that doesn't get by him at short fine, and he is. It's maybe one of the first signs of some of that lower bounce. Miller thinking he could play it off the back foot and then couldn't.
Yeah, definitely hitting the bat face very, very low and just taking a nick off the back pad as well. Quite lucky for that not to trickle on there. Miller, sorry.
Short straight mid on now. Which is not a position alien to maybe 4-day cricket, but you don't tend to see it very much in any white ball cricket. But no, also going back to early wickets. This fixture, the first time these two sides have met here since a fantastic game of 50 over cricket 3 years ago. No single there, Borman hunting from cover. A fantastic game where both sides suffered real collapses. Gloucestershire were 142 for 7 in the first innings of that game before Graham van Buren, who has history against Northamptonshire, produced his first List A 100 for Gloucestershire on that day. Be another wide. And Anwar Ali, who was on Gloucestershire debut, the man who walked out to the middle looking like a sort of security guard at a nightclub in terms of his build and the black kit with the name and number on his back, AK-48. Sweeney steers that one into the gully. Just be the single. Darrewell on as sub down there. He's not actually on replacing De Lange. I think he might be on for Ahmed, just briefly. But Anwar Ali made 61 on his Gloucestershire debut, and Gloucestershire went from 142 for 7 to 278. Bowled out just shy of their 50 overs. And then in reply, Northamptonshire were 54 for 6, chasing that 279 to win, including Prithvi Shaw, who got a short ball from Paul van Meeker and tried to reach it almost above his head, then lost his balance, toppled over backwards and was hit wicket in one of the most bizarre dismissals I've seen live for sure. Just be clipped for 1 with a sweeper out at deep square in the form of Joe Phillips. So a lengthy over, but 5 runs off it. End of the 10 over power play at 53 for 2. From that point though, from 54 for 6, McManus, who is not playing today, did play in Northamptonshire's last match, just being rested. We understand McManus made 54 and Tom Taylor, quite devastating, 112 off 88 balls. Jack White came in and made 29 from number 10. And Gloucestershire only won by 23 runs, which certainly felt an awful lot closer than that given the way that Tom Taylor was hitting them. Just a couple of moments at the death off Tom Price's bowling, including an extraordinary caught and bowled, which he took and then didn't celebrate at all. And everybody in front of me thought that it was a bump ball. And I was the only one shouting out across an almost silent ground, "He's caught and bowled, Gloucestershire have won." Oh, have they?
As De Lange continues from the chapel end. Back in 2023, that astonishing finish.
The other thing about that game was that Graham van Buren ran out Ollie Price, then pretty much ran out Jack Taylor.
Lovely punch off the back foot from Miller, who's looking in good form so far this morning. He moves to 24.
He's just allowed that one to come to him, hasn't he? Just lent on it down the hill, short boundary. Just don't need to hit it very hard. But yes, there was, I think with the Jack Taylor one, there was a certain amount of fault at both ends. Buren just sprinted back for a second run. He was sure that was there, but didn't see Taylor hadn't gone. And then eventually, Van Buren was run out by Anwar Ali to end that partnership. So it was almost like, right, see how you like it. No, it was a fantastic game. And if this is anything like as good as that, then we're in for another treat.
Big gap out of square leg. That's going to run away to that boundary. Just skipping along this parched outfield. I'm told that boundary he's just hit it to is 58 metres. So doing the eye math for the other side, I reckon we could be looking at maybe a 54 to the offside, but square leg's been put out. Tommy Borman is now out there. Second slip is in from the start of this over. And just from being here on Saturday for that women's game, it's very similar in terms of how all the players need to go and bat. As you mentioned, McSweeney could be very, very profitable out there today because of how he lets the ball come to him. And another sign of that last boundary from Gus Miller, just leaning on it. No need to hit it too hard out there today. As that brings another over to a close. 8 runs from it, a couple of boundaries, 61 for 2 after 11. And it does feel that the chances come, not only in those last 10 overs when batters start to really go at the ball, but also in the early overs. We saw a very close one just go past the outside edge of McSweeney, didn't we? Really going for a flowing drive outside off. So plenty of runs out there for the batters, but it's also going to be a bit of a test of patience. It's always tricky when the ball's coming quite so nicely onto the bat.
I think, as we've seen, you'll score at a runner ball just by actually almost not trying to. And then as much as the issue's coming when you try and launch at the end, it's also when new batters come out. Oh, it's a great hand from Ollie Price at backward point. Borman may just have had time to get there, but I'm certain that that saved at least one. Would have been 2. Not the hand that Ollie Price has had his injury on. He's also just going through some loosening exercises. Slightly delayed appeal from everybody there. It was that Rao and Price combination that really put the skids on things for Nottinghamshire in the last match. It may well be that is applied again. Ed Middleton with his leg breaks, Alfie Johnson also with his off spin could be an option. So Tommy Borman probably not likely to be pressed into service with his off spin. Oh, it's driven in the air, but there's nobody there in the gully. Thick edge brings a single. Just to keep you up to date with those results elsewhere, by the way, particularly for our Northamptonshire listeners, and you're very welcome to the Gloucestershire live stream today, with a quick recap on what needs to happen. Steered away and Price, excellent diving save from backward point, saves a single. But in terms of what's needed for Northamptonshire, they require a Lancashire defeat to Somerset and a Kent defeat to Warwickshire. But also they would like and potentially need their margin of victory here to be sizable. Oh, it's a little deflection there, not far from Bracey, but it will be 4 runs.
Well, it's not the first time we've seen that down the leg side today. Luke Proctor, of course, falling first thing this morning in the 4th over. Very similar delivery, caught behind, but that would have been a magnificent catch.
Yeah, I think these days you would say if James Bracey can't get there, nobody can. Bancroft will cut off a single to complete Rao's second over, 67 for 2. Similar score. In fact, it's an identical score. How about that? Absolutely identical score at Rugby School, where Warwickshire are taking on Kent. It's Warwickshire who were batting, with Kent having put them in. So Warwickshire on that 67 for 2, with Kai Smith on 29 And MATCHDAY on 16. Both wickets for Kent to Matt Milnes, who was called up as an injury replacement to the 100, but is clearly available for Kent today. And in that other game, Somerset putting Lancashire into bat at Taunton, and Lancashire are 69 without loss after 11 overs, with Matty Hurst having found the boundary 8 times already, and Keaton Jennings 5. So this stage, Lancashire looking good, but it is Taunton. Big scores potentially expected, but in terms of the news from elsewhere, perhaps not quite what Northamptonshire supporters might have hoped for in the early going, but there's plenty of time for it to change.
And of course, all they'll be thinking is they need to get this job done. If they don't, no chance of qualification. Ollie Price to take over from De Lange from the Chapel End. A whip from Miller. Grab a single first ball. Picking up a couple of wickets in the victory here against Notts back on Sunday. 2 for 59 from his 10. Another single. This one's going to be a bit tighter. Pick up and throw to the keeper's end, but a correct single taken. Always a handy bowler, Ollie Price. It's round the wicket angle. It's both left and right hand. Just picking up on something you mentioned earlier, Ed, about often batting sides can just, without even trying to, pick up 6 more than that. Per over as a reverse sweep is placed excellently from Nathan McSweeney. And just using the pace, not trying to hit it too hard. Placing it around De Lange at short third. Pretty nice shot to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, it was expertly done. There's only one fielder on the reverse sweep, so McSweeney's got a couple of different ways that he can play it. Could have just paddled it finer, and you know the outfield would do the rest, but decided to go squarer than that.
And that's really fine. There is a fielder out at deep backward square. I don't think Aman Rao's going to get round to it. No, he's miles off, in fact. So another sign of, if it's in the gap and it breaks through the ring, it's a high likelihood, but running away for 4. Plenty of, yeah, go on in.
I was just going to see whether that turned him. It's been given as wides, but didn't miss the thigh pad by much.
Bowling rather straight at the minute. Ollie Price just trying to gauge his pace for the surface. Another crisp, straight drive. It's just bobbling around again, and it's just been fumbled by Cameron Darrywell, which does give the second run to Northamptonshire. Not the easiest place to field, especially with that College square out in front of Cameron Darrywell from the Chapel End. And I think with that moment, Daz Ahmed is going to get subbed back on. So poor Cameron Darrywell, last ball he's out there for as a sub, makes a small misfield. I'm sure he'll be back on at a later point. 13 overs gone, 81 for 2. Good over there.
Yeah, this partnership has moved along at a pace. And for a run of ball now as Rao starts his third. Pulled away. That's going to take some stopping, and good piece of fielding from Joe Phillips out at deep square. Had to slide and also watch the spin. don't get much time to react. It'll be a bounce that's skipping onto you as well, with being most pronounced part of the slope down to that boundary. Phillips in action again. Simpler piece of fielding this time.
It's a day where batters will be licking their lips, seeing balls race away to the boundary with ease. Plenty of runs on offer.
Nice to have Mr. Will Williams on the balcony, getting a rare rest. Don't think he's going to get much of a rest in the latter stages of the season. County Championship resuming in just a matter of days. The 4-day fixture here against Worcestershire, starting on the 20th. Thursday start. Turn through the leg side, wide enough of Phillips that they might consider a second, but it's so short there. And a accurate throw as well from Phillips, just in case one were needed. Yeah, there are terms of that 4-day match. Of course, that'll be the first match that Sai Kishore, the Indian left-arm spinner, will be available for. Oh, it's a lovely looking shot. Price might, no he won't. Anytime you think a fielder might get there, they won't. Round that point boundary, it's quite square for McSweeney, who can be a slicer when it comes to his drives, but not on that occasion. That was full face through extra cover for 4. Dot to finish, but 7 runs off the over, so they're picking up the Steelbacks a boundary pretty much every over at the moment, so even the odd dot ball doesn't matter too much, and the run rate is still very healthy, and the recovery certainly happening after the 2 wickets that we've had so far, with Proctor caught down the leg side by Bracey for 7 and King trapped. Plum LBW, second ball, both off the bowling of Daz Ahmed.
Again, another worrying sign for Gloucestershire. McSweeney expertly manufacturing that cover drive just to the left-hand side of the cover fielder. Worked out towards Aman Rao, running in from long leg, and they're going to come back for a second on the fumble. And another sign of the ground fielding out in the deep not being the easiest. They're really hammering away at it this morning. Assistant coach Max Waller whacking the balls out towards the boundary, and it's not the easiest out there. Good diving stop from Daz Ahmed. Square leg. Every stop like that is going to bring a pleasant round of applause, not only from teammates, but from the crowd as well, for sure. Oh, a miss. And drop from Bracey, not because it came off the edge, but I think there might have been a missed-stumping opportunity. See on the replay, just a drive with enough power and momentum to draw Gus Miller out of his crease. Quick single taken into the offside, another gap found. That looked like a close stumping chance.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I must say, first up, I felt that his foot might have been down, but it's hard to know how much time it would have taken.
stop from DeLanger at short third.
Either way, it's very rare to see James Bracey drop a ball back there. Of course, captain again today.
Paddle sweep, more of a ramp. It's taken some speed off the outfield, but Aman Rao is going to go and retrieve this one. Lumbering round mid-spell. So an into another Ollie Price over. That time a little bit of a better one. 4 runs coming from it. 93 for 2.
Of course, once again, Bracey, captain, keeper and opening bat, but seemed to serve him quite well in the last match when he scored his 3rd 100 against Nottinghamshire in 4 List A games. I'm going to step aside and Ian Randall will be back momentarily.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, it's one thing captaining and wicket keeping. It's another thing captaining, wicket keeping and opening, and then to go and get 100 as well here at Cheltenham was a magnificent display.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Ian. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Gloucestershire could just do with one more here quite quickly. Rao bowling from the opposite end to the one he bowled, I think, from Sunday. Just a push from Miller. Just chatting to Andrew Rudd about McSweeney. Just what a really good year he's had, and he said just being around the club, what a pleasure he is to deal with, as well as he's batting. You know, he's just off the field, just a really, you know, good human. You wonder how close he might get to the Ashes squad next year. Just to get a pile of runs, he might not be ahead of the thinking. I'd say he's got runs in all formats this season. The thing about Rao today, the ball seems to have followed him in the field a bit, and there have been a couple of bobbles. You know, it's just inevitable when the ground is so dry that here and there you're going to get the odd rogue bounce.
Well, he's in the one position out there of this entire outfield that has lush grass on. And he's in a position where he will be able to slide when he does go out and field at long leg. But the problem is the ball just gets slightly held up in the lush grass, which means he's got more work to do when he runs around.
That was the issue with the first boundary, where he appeared to almost slide too far. Quite a long striding approach. Miller will want 2, but he won't get 2. Good return. Hopefully Johnson's down there.
There's not too many 2s out there.
You'll be a little bit careful. Up towards the hospitality marquee is probably the most secure 2. They even ran a 3 there on Sunday. Right past umpire Hollingshead. Chopped away to Ollie Price, but only get 1. Please return away quickly. So Northamptonshire have got well over 300. They've got nearly 350 against Lancashire in this tournament, so they can score really quickly. Mind you of the card at the end of the over. With the Alan Shearer celebration, but no nick this time. So the 2 men to fall. Proctor caught by James Bracey down the leg side off Ahmed for 7, and then Sam King LBW to Ahmed, second ball without scoring. Second wicket fell at 27. So these 2, as you can see, have rebalance things well from a Northamptonshire point of view.
It's the dreaded fielding side part of this game, really. Number of middle over rebuilds we've seen throughout this competition. Early wickets falling in the first 10, 30 overs of brilliant batting, And then wickets tumbling in the last 10. That reverse paddle sweep is going to beat De Lange. It's going to be an almighty chase on here. And the Bulls won the race.
And Marchant takes a while to get up to full speed these days. And this outfield is very quick. There's very little power on that shot, really. Just good placement and the slope.
It's going to work out there today. Mentioned it a couple of times on with Ed. Just the placement of balls, low risk. Can you find the gaps? And more often than not, it will run away for 4. Back early goes McSweeney.
Well, what was Ed's stat on Sunday? That I think so. This was at the start of the chase. The first 3 innings on the ground, i.e., the 2 innings in the match against Sussex Women, and the first innings on Sunday, all 3 had contained a stand of 150 or more, which absolutely backs up your point.
Down the track comes Miller. Is this a chance? Great diving catch. Forward and to the left of Eklund at mid-off. And Gus Miller will not be able to believe it. He's looked absolutely brilliant out there for his 37. But it's a loose drive on the up, which, to be fair to Eklund, was very, very well caught just on the edge of the ring. Well, just as we're talking about the rebuild stages, Ian, there's a wicket for Gloucestershire.
It's a good catch, that too, because he's on the slope. The ball's just falling as it went towards him, and he had to make sure he got his hands cleanly underneath it. But an important breakthrough for Gloucestershire. There will be briefly drinks for the fielding side, and now these are the 2 men who have got the bulk of the runs for Northamptonshire in this competition. As George Bartlett walks out to join Nathan McSweeney. Bartlett I don't know whether this is an unfair comment, but he didn't seem to get as much opportunity as at Somerset as his ability kind of deserved, and therefore he probably felt like, I need to move and go somewhere where I'm going to play more regularly. And he's certainly shown in this competition how you can accumulate through these overs where sides are quite, if they're ever content to let the run rate be only 5, or there are 5 or 6 on largely good pitches as we've had this year right across the country, then he's just the man to do that. So how can Gloucestershire dislodge one of these 2, try and get Bartlett early, and then the bottom end of the Northants order, a bit like quite a few across the tournament. You've got a mix of young players, people trying to prove a point, people on short-term contracts covering behind the 100. But we thought that McSweeney's arrival was important. This, perhaps on form, is the stand that Gloucestershire need to break.
Yes, and I'm sure Gloucestershire would have wanted to have seen Bartlett out there a little bit earlier than the 17th over. But they'll certainly be going at him with equal force. He seemed to be unable to not score 50 at the start of this competition, George Bartlett. 50s in all of the first 4 the 1 take-up matches for Northants this year. And they also got a 50 in the game after, in the 6th game. So 4 50s in the first 4 and a 50 in the 6th as well. Gloucestershire will be hoping that form doesn't continue and they can get rid of him early. But 3 balls left in this Ollie Price over. And a drink request for the umpires, it seems. The Gloucestershire sub, Darrywell, brings out a couple of glasses of water for the umpires. And I think Steve O'Shaughnessy was the one to decline. Professional.
Yeah, Cam Darrowell, obviously used extensively in the T20 and now with a new deal to 2028. So good that he thinks his cricket is best in Bristol.
Of course, a medical student as well.
Yeah.
Going on placement next year. Had a brief chat with him before the game. And he's balancing life very well, as you can imagine. Just down the leg side, not too much of an appeal other than Ollie Price, and umpire O'Shaughnessy spreads the arms for wide. And you can feel the change now since that wicket. Runs were flowing easily for Northants, and Bartlett's just got a bit of getting his eye in to do. And I think he's got his eye in now. Cover drive. Just past the fielder at close extra cover. And it didn't take him long, did it? 105 for 3.
Might have been just pushed a little bit further outside the off stump, allowing Bartlett the room to play that shot. But still a breakthrough for Ollie Price in that over. It was interesting to me that Delanga was still bowling at the last commentary change, that he bowled 6 overs in that spell, which was 2 more than at the weekend. So might be 2 and 2 if necessary later on. His row, though, to continue from the college lawn end. And that's another very nice cover drive from McSweeney. He'll get 4 more for it as well. We've seen 3 or 4 of those today where he's just found the gap. And even though there's been a man on the point boundary, too long a chase and too fast an outfield, despite Ollie Price's dive down in front of the PA marquee. I think Rao is doing his case, if that's the right word. No harm in this competition. Obviously, he's on a rookie contract. I'm sure it's up at the end of this summer. What he wants is a window to show what he can do. Jack Taylor was talking on Sunday about his stock ball being the one that comes into the right-hander. But there's enough there, you would think, that Gloucestershire wouldn't want to let him slip through their fingers and find he goes off somewhere else and, you know, really breaks through. We've got to judge how long that breakthrough will take. That's the job of the cricket staff. That's very fine down the leg side. That'll be 4. Nothing that Alfie Johnson could do about that. And as much as McSweeney, you know, plays the cover drives very well, he can also just use his feet. Get inside the line and pick up the, what you might call the more routine boundary when the ball deserves it. 9 fours for him at the moment. And that's gone straight down the ground. That'll be the first maximum into the sight screen. That takes him to his half century.
Brilliant batting from Nathan McSweeney. PA announcement rings around the ground.
43 balls, that's 6 on the 9 fours. And that last shot was quite a dangerous one from a Gloucestershire perspective.
From a fan perspective as well. It appears as if fine leg has been moved finer for that reason. Plenty of runs coming just past James Bracey behind the stumps, and fielder now in a better position to help with those deliveries, and square leg a little bit behind square out on the boundary as well.
Could argue it could be another 10 yards to his right. Alfie Johnson might be mentally getting ready to think about what he would do at bowling to these two. Gloucestershire would put him with Price. Needs to be seen, but he might not have fancied a bowl at Bartlett with him early on, but we've seen that one shot through extra cover, which looked pretty tidy. Middleton, of course, too, is in the side, so Gloucestershire, plenty of spin options.
It's going to be interesting to see how Gloucestershire go about using them as well. How often they'll bowl them in tandem and try and build up pressure with spin from both ends, or whether they'll look to rotate more.
Again, Middleton bowled from the Chapel end on Sunday. Here, if you've got the right-handers on the slope, it's all turning downhill.
Brilliant diving stop from Ollie Price. There's going to be moments like that which keep Gloucestershire in a better position, both mentally and on the scoreboard. And same again. Terrific from Ollie Price. He's thoroughly enjoying it. Oh, and he couldn't get it a third time as much as he wanted.
He just changed the length of that by his front foot being well short of the line. So just changing the length of the delivery. See if he goes full up this time.
Worked square at Daz Ahmed, running in intently.
I mean, compared to some players, he's literally just got his front, sort of almost just his toes over the line, which is probably a good 9 inches further back than some quick bowlers would want to be. They literally want just the tiniest part of their heel on the line. But for Price, the other way around.
Just to close out that over, just a couple of runs from it after 2 really expensive ones. 10 runs from a couple of overs before, the over before the last going for 17, and then 2 runs from that one from Ollie Price, 1, 2, 4 for 3.
Yeah, so Rouse, expensive over, forced a change in a way. So here's Ed Middleton for the first time today. Somebody else who will be grateful for a spot in the first team. Bowling his leg spin and almost inducing a... It wasn't quite a mistake, but it was a less than secure first up shot from McSweeney. He's got 2 behind the square on the offside for the potential cut. The extra cover drive, he's got Tommy Borman out on this members stand side boundary. And it very much is a sun hat day. Virtually everybody in this member stand wearing a hat. We're slightly fortunate because the sun goes round this pavilion, so it's coming over us, over our heads, onto the playing area. But those downstairs and those on the far side of the ground, very much in the sun, and tumbling throw from mid-on from Johnson, I think. Yes, Eklund actually. Changing the field with Johnson being pulled out of backward point. He's gone into short extra. So Rao's got a really awkward place to cover now. He's right on the wicket ends of the College square. So be really careful with anything comes his way. Hit into the ground by McSweeney. Bartlett, if you're watching at home, is the one batting with the shirt outside his trousers. Middleton's got this rather bouncy approach, isn't he?
Sounds like a gas leak.
Something has happened downstairs. Hopefully they can, staff can deal with whatever it is. And Middleton's quite a quiet first over. Northamptonshire being respectful of his introduction into the attack. And they are 3 down as Ollie Price just has a bit of semaphore chat with James Bracey at the end of the over before handing his cap to the umpire to continue. So 20 overs gone. Delanger 6 overs for 27. Ahmed 4 overs 2 for 25. Rao 5 overs for 37. Ollie Price 4 overs 1 for 31. And Middleton just 3 runs off that first over, 127 for 3. My board says 127. The scoreboard on the ground says 128.
Who to trust? Oh, who knows? Paddled sweep, not quite executed to perfection. It's very much a shot that's on. Down towards a relatively vacant fine leg. Aman Rao just been moved slightly finer from long leg. Still a big gap there though. Bartlett goes back and a diving stop from Bancroft, and that's, I do like that position there. A relatively straight mid-wicket, trying to make those singles up to long on as hard as possible. Bancroft will be shifting fast along the ground there. Huge drive, and it's just gone past Marchand Delanger at a very catchable height. It's going to run away for 4 in that gap, just wide of third man. And a boundary, but not a convincing one. 1-3-2 for 3.
And not a chance, and to anybody. Actually, Delanger mobility would not be his strong point now, would it? If he'd have been 3 strikes to the right, it'd have gone straight to him, but it just wasn't catchable.
Thumping drive. 1 bounce over long off for 4. Bartlett and McSweeney might just be showing signs of an early kick on. To be very early, just going past the 20 over mark. But another convincing shot down the ground from this pair. More worrying signs for Gloucestershire. Daz Ahmed stays in the ring at square leg. Aman Rao came in briefly but has returned to long leg. Quick single in the leg side again. Another brilliant piece of ground fielding from Gloucestershire. It's Daz Ahmed that time, diving with the one arm.
He was hobbling a little bit. He went off the field after bowling his 4 overs and was just hobbling a little bit when he came back on. It almost be the left leg that was the problem. So interesting to see how he's moving with any sprints in the deep.
Pull shot. It's out to that man, Daz Ahmed, who catches on the juggle. Very interesting leg side field. Clearly a lot of protection of the leg side boundary when Ollie Price is bowling from the chapel end. That ends the 21st. 138 for 3. And it's 10 runs from it.
There might be a thought of a change perhaps for Price. Yes, he's taken the wicket, but hasn't been unable to really stem the flow. And if Bart thinks he's attackable, then Price may have to give him some, change the picture for the batsman. That's what they talk about, isn't it? Northants must be conscious here, though, that if they're going to win batting first, they need a really big score. Squeezed away by McSweeney. He'll want 2. Top ball when it's gone running round, it's gone past him. It shouldn't have gone past him, really. But again, it was an unfortunate kick off the very hard outfield here at the college ground. He appeared to get in the right place, and then it went past him sort of at wrist height, and he's so close to the rope that no chance of adjusting. So 4 more, and Middleton try again, and that'll be another boundary. That's a much more orthodox shot, and it's the one we've seen from McSweeney a great deal today. You could almost have a little social media loop of all those cover drives. Northamptonshire's social media team might do that, you never know. I think the Surrey team did everything of Burns' shots on the leg side at Bristol in the 50 over game. Not quite the same spot this time, stopped by Bancroft. I don't know how long that loop was, but it was quite lengthy, because you know as well as I do that Burns scores heavily on the leg side.
I'm sure their social team are listening in, Ian.
More important things to do. They've got a game to play today. It's been such a tight group, this. You know, they were Gloucestershire playing Hampshire at home on the last day of the group rounds 2025, knowing that they'd won 6 games and they were in line if they could win the 7th of a home semi. And this year, nobody in the group is going to win 6 matches. And Gloucestershire ended up finishing 3rd last year. It's just a really up and down group. Middleton this time forces Bartlett to defend. So 1 genuine boundary and 1 boundary that should have been prevented, truthfully, in that over. And Northants ticking along very nicely, thank you very much.
Well, just to take you through that incredibly tight group, Leicestershire, the only side to have completed their matches, they're clear on 20 points. Of course, a win being worth 4 points. Then there's 4 teams tied, 4 points away. Notts, Lancashire, Surrey and Kent all on 16 points. Just 1 win off tying Leicestershire. And then there's the 3 sides all on 12 points. Northants, Somerset and Warwickshire, who are 4 points off, 1 win off the 2nd and 3rd qualification spots. As it was previously mentioned earlier today, Northants could qualify, but they need Somerset to just beat Lancashire, Warwickshire to just beat Kent, and of course, Northants need to beat Gloucester here. Change of bowling.
Johnson. Briefly, the scores elsewhere. Lancashire 128 for 2 at Taunton after 21. Sorry, 145 for no wicket against Notts. Warwickshire 128 for 3 against Kent.
That Surrey Notts game, I think it's Surrey against Notts, if my memory serves me correctly. That is just, Northants can't think about that one because that is just simply whoever wins that one takes second place or ties with Leicestershire. And it's the other games which Northants are worried about. Reverse paddle sweep. Can it beat Delanger? It does. It was a good diving effort, but just out of reach. And it's going to run away for 4. My word, this outfield is lightning.
It is very quick. 150 up. Northants will be, I think they'll be thinking 350 might be possible here.
Mm-hmm. It's a firm, into the deep. Tommy Borman perhaps a little low on confidence as the Northants batters come back for a 2. Well, anyone fielding on the boundary today is going to have their work cut out. Tommy Borman running exactly to the same place of a misfield not too long ago does the work with a little fumble, but it's going to be a challenge in the deep.
Humphrey Johnson got away with that one. That was a bit short, really, but Bartley hit it straight to Daz Ahmed.
Good diving stop from Johnson. And as that ends the over, it's proving to be a ground where batters can, without too much hassle, go quite easily at 7 runs and over. I'm going to make way for Ed Seaborn.
Charlie, thank you if you've joined us since the start of play on the Gloucestershire stream. Warm welcome to Cheltenham. Marshall Darling is just going off. Cameron Darrowell coming on as substitute, but it will be Middleton to continue. Squeezed away off the almost a Yorker length by Bartlett, by McSweeney. It hasn't taken long to show his intent, Ed, has he?
Yes. Well, that was very much aggressive intentions and all the way.
Yeah, beyond, frankly, safely beyond the spectators at the college lawn end and well behind them.
Well, this is the partnership for Northamptonshire. Really did launch into that and then beat the next ball.
I felt he missed out too, judging by that reaction.
But both coming into this match with 5 50s out of 7, and McSweeney, of course, has made it 6 out of 8. And I mentioned earlier his no doubt fierce determination to turn a 50 into 100. Concern that today may be that day.
Middleton bounds, that's a full toss. Bartlett can't put it away. There's a little bit of a fumble from Darrowell, but he gets the throw in. Darrowell's on the field for Marchant de Lange at the moment. He went off at the end of the last over. Cry of 1 from McSweeney out to straightish mid-wicket. He looks absolutely in control out there. Bartlett defends, just to prove that he is judging each ball on its merits. I just said to Charlie before that he left us 350 could be on here.
Well, yeah, I mean, danger being if these two are here until right at the back end, could be more than that even, because they don't have to accelerate to get to 350. If they accelerate, get even more than that. So that's the concern for Gloucestershire. There is batting left, but I suppose it is still the case that if Gloucestershire could, and we've seen it happen in the games here so far, could get a couple of quick ones, very different feel. But that's another just simple, seemingly reverse sweep for McSweeney. He barely seems to move. His absolute economy of movement, and yet it's all timing. You barely hear the ball hit the bat either. It's just a assistance of the ball through that backward point area, and they've only had one fielder on that reverse sweep for McSweeney. And I think he's realised that these off spinners, both Price and Johnson, bowling really quite quickly through the air, and he's just using the pace.
Long chat between captain and young off spinner here.
So they will put two on the reverse slash cut. Ahmed initially thought he was being asked to come inside the circle, but he's now going to move finer to long leg, and Borman maybe just a bit finer as well to forward square leg. Again, very quick. Sort of reminded me of the speed that Todd Murphy was bowling here last year, where time and again players would just do exactly what we've seen from McSweeney, just use the pace and turn it into the onside for a single.
I was conscious watching Alfie Johnson on Sunday. I'd perhaps make this point slowly through this over.
There's a bit more pace off, but it's been met and hit for six. Back over Johnson's head. I didn't think he'd absolutely caught that one flush, Bartlett, but it still went well away from the field and targeting very straight. No chance for Price at long on.
Alfie was bowling in the nets this morning. I was conscious on Sunday that he is a tall young man, but I figured that the delivery stride was not as, did not get the advantage of that height. Bowling in the nets this morning without an umpire standing by him, it didn't look quite as pronounced as I remember. Today, again, maybe you'd think that he would stand a little taller, but
coming back for a second run, which again sort of felt McSweeney, it wasn't quite dawdling, but he obviously must have seen that the throw from Ahmed wasn't absolutely right at the stumps, because I think if that had been a direct hit, I don't think he'd grounded his bat yet. Really quick that time. That's a pacey delivery. Runs off every ball that over, and 178 for 3 at the halfway stage means going at over sevens and still making it look really quite straightforward. Northampton should know that they need a big score here, really, if they're going to have any hope of qualifying with the other results going their way. knowing that they are not chasing, so they can't have any sort of an idea of what number they might want to get to in terms of overs that they chase to score down, the best way still from this point is to get a massive score and hope that you can bowl Gloucestershire out cheaply.
So Middleton, having been hit over the rope at the College lawn end in the last over, has been removed from the attack, and Daz Ahmed is back. I'd say Northants have scored pretty heavily in this competition. You know, the first game they won chasing 313. They've defended 347, as you might expect. But equally, they've got a couple of 250s, which haven't been enough. Ahmed in on his return. 2 wickets in his opening stint.
I've been going at 10s the last 5 overs.
Yeah, there was over from Rao that cost 17, which would have bolstered that a bit.
Yeah, and the last one conceding 15.
Ahmed starts his run just about on the edge of the 30-yard circle. He's got a wicket, and McSweeney goes. And he tried to pull a ball that, whether it didn't get up as much as he thought or whether it was just a bit fuller than he thought, he's got horribly round that, and Darren Lehman's wish for 100 will not transpire today.
Well, I think it's a mixture, isn't it? I don't think it's bounced as much as McSweeney would have expected, but at the same time we have been talking about this not being the quickest of bounces. I don't think he's going to be in much of a mood to acknowledge the reception that he's getting, which, as ever, is a generous one from the members down below, but no raising of the bat. A pretty disconsolate look as he walked off. And whilst, as I say, there's some, to my money, mitigation in terms of it was halfway down, but at the same time it was a bit of a flat-footed mow, which is not something I thought I would say about Nathan McSweeney's batting, but
No,
it wasn't a good shot really, and it's leg stump that's been hit as well. You never want to be bowled leg stump, do you?
that was, if you can go this far, that was an ugly shot compared to what he played, for the previous 62 balls.
And again, we say this in the greatest of admiration for Nathan McSweeney as a player as well, but that's what it looked like.
Well, bowling change worked for James Bracey. And Rob Keogh is out for Northamptonshire at number 6. His off spin will be relevant later. We're to him. Steered away to Rao, who is a good pickup down at third man. Do you want to be unkind to say Rob Keogh's in the early autumn of his career?
Well, he did have his testimonial 2 years ago, so I think that probably would sum it up. But career best Listo figures with the ball last match.
Went to Bartlett, who lets that go. The question is, can Gloucestershire from this position, can they? I wouldn't think it's possible for them to bowl out Northants for 280 like they did with Notts, but because there are so many more overs left. But can they bowl them out is the other question. Rao again. Encouragement from Ballman as he gets the throw away quickly.
They have got to make the most of this spell where they've got a new batter in, both in terms of slowing the run rate down and making sure that one wicket is followed by another and another.
I mean, Bartlett is racing along at the moment. But when they know that they can tick along at a run of ball and they'll
Well, they've got plenty of time, haven't they?
still be getting a pretty big score. Applause for Ahmed. His third wicket.
Yeah, first time he's done that in his professional career thus far. Previous List A best 2 for 19, 2 for in the T20 as well.
The 19 was against Kent, wasn't it? In the win?
Yes. Yes, he bowled superbly that day.
Gets a good hand from those down in front of one of the ice cream outlets.
Yeah, got a couple of wickets actually in the T20 at Bristol. In fact, those were the only wickets, weren't they, that Northamptonshire lost in that T20 match where they chased 185 with almost unsettling ease. DeLange to return for his 7th over. It's a little touch round the corner from Keogh, and he wanted a second, but Bartlett didn't. Keogh, there was a little touch around that corner of a slightly shorter ball that ended a match between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire at Bristol not so long ago. Not quite the same bounce here. Guide from Bartlett and Rao. This time, there's plenty of time. Looking to come back for a second. Down at third man. It's aerial, but nobody inside the circle at square leg. In fact, nobody inside the circle on the leg side other than Ed Middleton at mid-on. There is a deep square and a long leg.
Harry, the analyst, is sprinting from the players' area back to his computer.
Banged in short. It's gone a long way up. Bit of a stumble from mid-on. He's not going to get there, Eklund. Think he might have struggled without the stumble, but it is asking a lot, that when you turn round, you've got a catch coming over your shoulder, and then you've got that college square to deal with. There are lots of ups and downs there. It's almost inevitable that you're not going to feel great in terms of running back. Waited on for that slower ball from George Bartlett. So we've seen a couple of pull shots go up, but just far enough.
What did DeLange say to Bartlett there, I wonder?
You're my next bowl.
I cannot do the accent.
I think you found out earlier you could actually. This is a dot ball to end the over. I'm sure you could if you put your mind to it. 187 for 4. So DeLange returning to the attack for his 7th over. Gloucestershire clearly feeling that this is a period where you've got to try and, you've got to get another wicket, haven't you? So you go back to your main strike seamer.
Comes to what Notts were left to do on Sunday when they brought back Brett Hutton and Ollie Stone, and they actually took 5 wickets in a clump. the danger, of course, is then that you leave yourself exposed in the later overs. And that's what James Bracey has to balance here. Bartlett waits for first ball of a new over from Ahmed. To Ollie Price mid off, so he's got an orthodox third man and a very either a wide long leg or a very deep backward square here, Daz Ahmed. Backward point inside the circle, deep square on the orthodox deep square on the rope. And that's gone straight to DeLange, who fires the return in.
Which is just an easy lob, isn't it? And yet it's at the pace that even some professional cricketers would love to get their throws in at.
He's probably, that's the longest boundary down there. He's probably 80 metres from James Bracey.
Just a lazy lob in at,
Yeah, it's just like
75 miles an hour or something.
it's
Not
just
quite
like
that fast, but yeah.
just like he had a peach in his hand, wasn't it?
Do you throw your peaches away?
I'm not a lover of peaches, funnily enough.
Really?
No. Another single to Keogh this time. He's just been happy to play that dab shot and to use the pace of the ball off both DeLange and Ahmed.
I wouldn't ask what you're throwing it at either. The neighbour's greenhouse, maybe?
I wouldn't buy a peach in the first place.
It's a projectile, maybe. That's
Yeah.
maybe not this summer, but usually that's about their consistency.
Ahmed in. Forced to defend.
Can usually be. Well, it is. They say ripen at home, don't they? But I'm not sure that you'd have enough time left in the universe for one of those ripen at homes to get there.
It's not the only fruit you ripen at home, is
Well,
it?
avocado. Some avocados that you get, it goes straight from bullet hard to brown.
Oh, very, very thin edge from Bartlett, but he nicked it so fiercely that it's raced away down to the chapel end boundary for 4.
He went hard at it.
Basically standing up.
No chance.
No, absolutely not.
Did I just age myself as a millennial by talking about avocados, by the way?
Well, the thing is, you buy a pear to keep, not to eat. As in, not eat on the day. Ahmed to bite it again. He's paddled that, but it's one bounce short in front of Alfie Johnson. He's kept it in. Has he kept it in play? No, he hasn't. It's gone for 4, and he's crossed because the bounce in front of him should have been stopped, and it wasn't. 50 for George Bartlett, and it's a 39 ball half century. He's cleared the rope twice, and he has aggressively put back to ball here at the college ground.
Yeah, he's in sparkling form in this competition, and like McSweeney, just want that 3-figure score to round it off. But I suppose the frustration there being, I don't think that Johnson could have got there, but having decided to play it conservatively, then having it go for 4, and neither the boundary saved nor the catch gone for, but very tricky. And we've already seen one instance in this festival already of a ball bouncing hard off the ground and going for 4. Oh, that's an awkward one, and it's just going to go absolutely nowhere. I think there is a general feeling also, never mind just the fact that DeLange's come on for a wicket, but there's a general feeling that Keogh may fancy the short ball a little bit less, and that was not quite a complete fend off, but no control. Sort of a back of a length ball like that, it's a sort of slightly jumpy looking defensive shot. De Lange has put the wind up Northamptonshire before, that 2024 championship match where he ran in and bowled a devastatingly quick spell at Northampton. A little bit of pace off there as well, and that's where the old Martian ran in and bowled every ball trying to bowl the next one quicker. This version just knows when to hold one back. Trying to get a catch chipped up. There's the quicker one, played well by Keogh. Got on top of it. Just got a single.
Imagine you having, so he played in the Lancashire League on Saturday. Imagine having him as your pro in the Lancashire League.
Well, I still, yeah, but I mean, imagine him playing in Whipple 2 for Golden Hill. Admittedly off a couple of paces, but then we saw what he did off 2 paces a couple of days ago. Oh, it's a quick delivery, but played with consummate ease from Bartlett, but Aman Rao around that deep third boundary, so only 2 runs off that over. But again, they can afford those sorts of overs. Northamptonshire, the run rate is still perfectly healthy. Better news probably from elsewhere from the Northamptonshire perspective than it was. Lancashire 172 for 3 after 28 overs, but they were going along great guns with Hurst, especially 47 off 44. Keaton Jennings 73 not out, so that's one of the 2 games where Northamptonshire need a specific outcome. They need Somerset to win that game, and then they need Warwickshire to beat Kent at Rugby. Warwickshire have just actually, as I was saying, things were looking better. They have just lost their 4th wicket. Warwickshire 170 for 4 in the 28th over, but Vanch Jani is 88 not out from 72 balls and has already cleared the boundary 4 times on the full.
Bartlett's just had some running repairs to his footwear done there. So it would be a very old-fashioned thing to tighten spikes, wouldn't it? But that's what it looked to be.
Yeah, they don't have spikes anymore, do they? They're these little bobbly, hard, plasticky things.
Like a pimple stud, isn't it?
Yeah. Surrey, by the way, 175 for 1, just had 175 run opening stand broken with 100 for Ryan Patel. That match taking place at the Oval. Pretty much a winner takes all.
Ahmed from the College lawn end. Charlie Harden will be back with us at the end of the over.
I was looking earlier, there is a tiny possibility, I think, but it's almost negligible that Nottinghamshire could lose and qualify. It's an extremely narrow window of net run rate, but mathematically it's possible.
Ahmed again to Bartlett. A good partial stop. Very close in, to be fair. Very close in. By Joe Phillips. They're going at close to 7 at the moment.
Tommy Borman has just been handed a banana down below us. It was important to keep your potassium levels up.
Steered away by Keogh. Good pick up from De Lange. Fires that return in. He's bowled 2 overs on his return. He bowled 6 at the outset. He's gone for the. He's gone for a drink. Ahmed Sai's brought that out. I wonder if he's got another 2 overs now, do you think?
In an ideal world, you'd probably save 2 for the end, but whether that happens, I don't know.
More work for him here. Bartlett will only take 1.
So it was a drink, definitely, wasn't
Definitely,
it? Not
yeah.
one of those horrible sachet things that they have
Oh, I
to
don't know, actually.
combat.
I thought
cramp.
there was a glass there.
There's something else as well, but I don't know what it is. Oh no, it's a banana as well. I think it's another banana. They're doing the rounds.
That's 4 down, but scoring very quickly. That's a good stop from Phillips. Again, this time Keogh can't get Ahmed away. He has 3 of the 4 wickets, the other one to Ollie Price.
Yeah, they split the work, dishing out the bananas.
Borman's off spin might be another thing to think about. He bowled, was it 4 overs in the last away game? Basically, just a half a thought there about asking for a caught behind, but it's 202 for 4. There are 20 overs to go in this Northants innings, and Charlie Harden will join Ed.
So as Ian Randall peels off his headphones, we see a change of bowling. So it will not be DeLange to bowl out. Will stay on the field. The looks of things inside the circle somewhere, and Dariwal, who's been busy as a sub, sent down to the long on boundary, and DeLange will go to short fine leg. So a return for Ed Middleton with his leg breaks. Gloucestershire in need of further wickets to try and limit the potential damage to this Northamptonshire innings. But they have at least taken 4 Northamptonshire wickets, which is not something that they've done particularly easily in white ball cricket so far. So also batting first. This time Northamptonshire, seems they've chased a lot this season. In fact, I think it was all 3 of the T20s that they won chasing. As strike again rotated. Keogh not off to a flyer of a start, but Bartlett going so speedily at the other end. Limited pressure on Keogh, especially as he had to soak up some of that spell from Marshant DeLange. Meets that one on the full, almost sent Rao the wrong way, but he does extremely well to reset his feet and field it. Charlie's back with me.
Hello, Ed. It's good to be back. As Bartlett picks up his 6th 50 of the campaign, just 8 games.
Oh, that is going to be a slightly streaky 4 for Rob Keogh. He meant to sweep it fine, but I'm sure that that was exactly the intended outcome. The bottom edge, and still Northamptonshire finding plenty of different ways to score boundaries. Gloucestershire have slightly assisted, more than slightly in some cases, in terms of a few stops on the boundary that they would like back.
Well, Tommy Borman's very quickly resorted back to the trusty long barrier. Seen him try a couple of times the more conventional pick up and throw. See him rushing along the outfield there to try and get every bit of body behind it. Plenty of bobbles.
Yes, and not the kind you see in April either. Driven over the top of short extra, not too far away from Ollie Price. Eklund keeps it to 1 from long off. The way that this summer has gone, I don't imagine that those bubble hats will return later on in September either. I wonder if we'll get a drop of rain before the winter. Oh, an appeal gone. Finger up quickly from Steve O'Shaughnessy. Didn't leave anybody hanging around there. And a wicket for Ed Middleton, who has bowled well the last couple of games. And Keogh, who just about saved himself with some bat on a sweep earlier on in the over, doesn't get bat on that one. And a 5th wicket for Gloucestershire.
It looks as if he's just been struck on the back thigh, either on the full or very, very bouncing close to that back knee, and it looks bang in front. As you mentioned, a rapid decision. And Rob Keogh, despite last time he batted for Northants, picking up 33, he can only make 12 on this occasion. 209 for 5.
So that brings in today's keeper, Stuart van der Merwe, who at the beginning of last season in a pre-season match, Stuart van der Merwe scored 100 for Leeds Bradford UCCE against Gloucestershire in a pre-season 3-day game. So he's played Gloucestershire before, but he won't be on strike with that wicket falling the last ball of Ed Middleton's 4th over. 1 for 29.
So here's Aman Rao. Watched him not too long ago make his debut against Leicestershire at Kibworth. And it was a slightly more challenging day out than he had here on Sunday. But he's also being tested today for 37. There's 5 so far. Very interesting to see how he comes back. Gloucestershire, Bracey in particular, putting faith in the young man. Beautiful late cut. It's going to run away for 4. De Lange has no chance to get around. Another sign just how rapid this outfield is. Just to mention quickly, just before McSweeney departed, they had a partnership worth 73 in around 8 overs alongside Bartlett. And since that wicket, as this drive is going to add 4 more to this partnership, brilliant shot from Bartlett straight past the bowler. They then went 24 runs from the next 5, this Northants pair. So it's showing that wickets will stall progression, but this wicket has brought 2 fours.
Yeah, and Bartlett's still playing with abandon when due in next on the batting card is Dom Leach, who is primarily a bowler. There's certainly, as Gloucestershire have found out to their cost before this season, plenty of batting ability with Liam Guthrie. But still, it's not the strongest 8, 9, 10, 11 that you might see. But Bartlett is still batting as though he feels that Northamptonshire need 400. But he might just be in such a zone that it doesn't really matter.
Very close to the bat and thigh. That wide give, and there's another huge yell comes out from, I imagine, De Lange down at fine leg. It's been incredibly noisy, as usual. All encouraging and sporting-like.
Well, he doesn't really sledge, even though he stands there, stares, and usually smiles. I don't think he says too much.
Looking for a quick single at backward point. Good fielding in the ring. Very well with the backing up. The more Gloucestershire can keep that pressure on inside the ring, the better. A potential single taken. Oh, Dario with a slight misfield again. He looks up to the sky because he knows there was just a little bit of a miscommunication between the two batters. Bartlett thought it was a confirmed easy single. While Van der Merwe took a little bit more time to register.
Yeah, that would have been a definite opportunity at the non-striker's end.
And then a dot to end the over. So 220 for 5. Quite an expensive over there from Aman Rao. He's brought back into the attack. 48 from his 6. But with 32 overs gone, 220 for 5.
He was born in a great place for a cricketer, Stuart Van der Merwe, in Centurion, home of Supersport Park, which is the only ground in South Africa I've visited, but it wasn't during the summer in South Africa, unfortunately. So there was no cricket being played, and the outfield was pretty much the colour that this is at the moment. Don't get much rain up on the Highveld during the South African winter. Work very hard to keep their rugby pitches in some sort of shape to dive around on. To see the Bulls at Loftus first felt, but not been to see cricket, although of course England will be there this winter. Men's tour to South Africa. It's well watched by Van der Merwe, despite the cries of anguish from in close. Tommy Borman again patrolling this longer boundary today that was the shorter boundary on Sunday. Oh, that's a beauty, and he appeared to flinch there, Bartlett, but the foot was very close to being over the line, even though it was grounded, but must have just been a small fraction that saved him. Might just make Bartlett think a little bit in terms of this ultra-aggressive approach with Middleton producing a ball like that. Maybe that allowed Middleton to get away with that low full toss. Ahmed fielding at short mid-wicket. It's reached that stage where the bowlers are no longer in the outfield. It's that point that comes, so that's a straightforward single to long on. There's a point that comes in every white ball game where, particularly in 50 over cricket, where it goes from send your bowlers out to pasture and have your quickest fielders in the ring to being the other way around, and we've definitely reached that point now. Rao, De Lange, Ahmed all in the ring. Bancroft is the exception to that rule. Connects with that reverse sweep, Van der Merwe, but I don't think Middleton should be particularly discouraged to see him playing it. So just 3 singles from this over. Northamptonshire's run rate still hanging around that 7 mark. Reaching for that drive, and Phillips almost gets served on toast by the cricket ball. Ball threatened to spin away from him at deep cover, but very tidy over from Middleton, and a loud stumping appeal in it as well. So backing up his previous wicket taking over.
So Aman Rao will continue. Fresh off the back of that last over, going for 11. But this is a very, very important partnership for Northants. Feels like a lot rise on these two. As Bartlett thinks about that cut. Point is just backward a square and a few paces inside the ring. And then either side of that point fielder, there's DeLanger down at third and Tommy Borman in at a deep cover point. And it's one of those positions where if he beats Joe Phillips at backward point, it's 4. And he has beaten him, but it's down towards DeLanger at third. Very simple piece of work out in the deep, which you don't get too many of out here on the boundary. Tend to be challenging and jumping and moving along at pace.
I think even probably the ones that are simple, you're always having in the back of your mind that it might bobble as well.
Down the track comes Van der Merwe. And it's hit the deep fielder on the one bounce in the covers.
It's a curious option from Van der Merwe at this stage. Again, whilst they were in terms of runs on the board and scoring rate, they are in a commanding position, Northamptonshire, but there is real risk to this partnership just giving itself away.
There's a singles taken in the offside. It really does feel like that. It feels like there's a slight bit of unnecessary risk going around this pair at the current moment.
Well, it's also the sort of innings that could end up still very high 300s, or if they aren't careful, it could still be bowled out for under 300. Because admittedly, it was, again, we've discussed it before, but later on in Nottinghamshire's innings, but Nottinghamshire showed that you can lose wickets in an absolute clump at the end.
Just off the outside edge. It's running down towards deep third. Again, going to take some stopping and a brilliant piece of work. He's almost whacked it like a table tennis bat to keep it inside the rope. The man out there in the deep, and it does prevent the extra run. And Gloucestershire, great appreciation for Alfie Johnson, whacking it back inside the rope at deep third.
Yeah, well, that to save 1 run, but he had to bat it back in so strongly, because if you go at that half-heartedly, there's so much pace on the ball that you're probably just going to deflect it over the boundary rope anyway.
This could endanger the boundary, but no, Tommy Borman is running around from deep cover. He's noticeably quite far in, which feels a little bit risky too, considering how fast the ball does race out there. But looks like it's going to be the second drinks break of the day. 34 overs gone. I'll quickly take you through the wickets. At the end of the 4th over, Luke Proctor fell for 7, strangled down the leg side by Daz Ahmed. That was 26 for 1. Quick wicket later, Sam King falling for a 2-ball duck, again to Ahmed. 100 for 3. Gus Miller at the top, falling for 37 from 50. Lofted that drive up to good catch from Eklund at mid-off. And then, well, the partnership of the day so far, 78 runs between McSweeney and Bartlett. McSweeney falling for an exquisite 79 from 63, yet to make 100 in the competition so far. Only man in the top 5 run scorers to do so. He was bowled by Ahmed, didn't quite get up to a slightly back of a length delivery. Rob Keogh then falling for 12 from 18 off the bowling of Middleton LBW on the sweep. 231 for 5, 16 overs to go, Ed. And well, we've been saying a lot, haven't we, recently? It's very much on this partnership, which could be destructive. Also, it could come with some problems for Northants.
I suppose they'll hope that one of these two can bat to the end for definite. Liam Guthrie has some destructive batting in him. Each carded to come in next, then Tian Low and Nirvan Ramesh. Let's have a quick shifty at what is happening in the other matches, and I'll keep focusing on these couple of games because they are the most directly relevant to one of the teams here. Warwickshire now 199 for 5 at rugby, so that is a game that is seesawing quite a bit. Vanchjani approaching 100, but they've lost George Garton now for 10 of Warwickshire. And in terms of Kent, they know that they have to win that game and may have to win it by quite a large margin as well. Lancashire, the team whose fate is very much in their own hands, and they are accelerating at Taunton. They're 237 for 3 in the 34th over, with Rocky Flintoff approaching a pretty rapid half century, and Keaton Jennings just 4 shy of 3 figures. So the Red Rose have it in their own hands. This effective almost knockout match between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. They've already played one knockout match this year, with Nottinghamshire winning the quarter-final in the Blast, but Surrey now 198 for 3 in the 35th over. Patel making that 100, but 3 wickets falling inside the space of 1.4 overs, with Jason Roy playing, released from the 100. He only made 2, and Rory Burns was dismissed for a 5-ball duck. Dom Sibley on 80, now been joined by the youngster Adam Thomas. So that's what's going on in this group as Middleton prepares to resume. And a decent delivery there. Van der Merwe looks a little bit edgy at the moment in terms of his running between the wickets and the fact that he has actually edged the ball a couple of times anyway. Just maybe Bartlett needing him to settle a bit. Oh, he's gone for the reverse paddle. Whether it's drinks, whether it's something else, whether it's a bit of just needing to reset, but there is an ambitious shot from Bartlett not executed. He's gone back there, but maybe just sliding on. This is a good spell from Ed Middleton. Either side of drinks. 2.5 overs, 1 for 11. Just a little bit over pitched, but it still will only be a single. It's a deep point. In Group B, meanwhile, Middlesex all but already secured top spot in that group, you would think. Van der Merwe will find a single to long on. Going pretty well against Sussex Sharks as well after losing 2 early wickets. They were 20 for 2, they're now 190 for 2 with Joe Cracknell on 90 and Nathan Fernandez on 81. All Middlesex probably have to do is not lose by a large margin. Bartlett goes aerial and gets a 1 bounce 4. Pings off this concrete-like outfield and over into the spectators at extra cover for 4 runs. So Middleton almost getting out of that over, but it took a classy shot for him to concede a boundary. Bartlett's 9th 4 to go with 2 sixes. I say you would think that's all Middlesex have to do. The only thing from their point of view is Yorkshire, who are currently in 2nd, and the only team probably who can realistically make up what is a massive net run rate difference. But they might have a chance because Essex are 135 for 9 at Chelmsford.
Change your bowling from the college load.
Ben Code
Ollie
and
Price.
Dom Best taking 3 wickets each. So if they were to chase that down quickly, it would be interesting to see the
Ollie
numbers
Price
in
is
terms
sponsored
of
by the waiting game.
the net run rate. But Middlesex and Yorkshire looking in a good position. Durham, the other team in Group B, that are pushing for those knockout stages. It looks as if it could be quite straightforward. Obviously more straightforward than for me to say that in Group B, as Worcestershire have been reduced to 197 for 7 by Durham, with just over 10 overs to go at New Road. And the only other score there that has nothing in terms of knockout stages on, if those top 3 win, I'll say in a moment.
Ollie Price returning. Single taken the back foot from Van der Merwe.
Hampshire would be the side best placed if one of those teams further up were to slip up, which looks unlikely, as I say. Potentially looks even more unlikely as Derbyshire are 212 for 2, with a century for Martin Anderson, another century for Martin Anderson at Southampton. He is having a fabulous summer.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hampshire just qualify, get to a final, and then finish runners-up again.
Well, they do seem to have a habit of just qualifying.
This has gone straight up on the slog sweep from Bartlett and taken. Very good catch. And a passionate celebration from the Gloucestershire fielders. They know just how important that wicket is. And well, with Bartlett falling for 75, it was clear this partnership could be destructive. They could score quickly, but it came with risk. And it felt like it wasn't too far away from Gloucestershire taking that deciding wicket, which now sees Northamptonshire very much on the back foot. With a pass score, we both, well, speaking for myself here, Ed, I'd probably put past the 300 mark. And at 238 for 6, you've got to say they're in a bit of trouble here.
Well, it was pretty clear that Bartlett was going to continue to, if not live by the sword, continue to play the way that had got him to his current score. And a slog sweep, I suppose, with the turn to a very short boundary. If he'd connected with that, I don't think he was just looking for the boundary rope. I think he was trying to hit it onto the roof of one of those hospital buildings, the other side of Sanford Road, because that was not a shot that was just a sort of chip over the boundary rope, which is all that's actually required. Went harder than that. And Price, for the second time, breaks a key partnership in this innings. And also removes the set batter. So now we're left with, I always want to say set blatter in that instance, the set batter. We've now got a left-hander at the non-striker's end and Dom Leach, the new batter.
Well, these two have now got a lot of work to do. It feels, and I think it's quite deceptive how at easy at times it looks for batters to score quickly. And then often shots that have been a little bit too aggressive, you could say, easy to look retrospectively, have caused a few more issues. I wonder if it's just showing that because it is quite hard to really accelerate, it's quite deceptively good for batting at the minute. Down the track comes Leach and splits the gap at extra cover. A few feelings of perhaps surprise around the ground as Leach expertly places it down the wicket through extra cover. Lovely shot for 4.
I think it was a bit of a sigh of relief from the spectators, thinking that that sort of belligerence had maybe walked back to the pavilion, and seeing a man coming out who, I'm sure he's a better batter than this, but his first class average is 7, batting at number 8, they might have thought they might have got a bit of respite.
Well, that ends a wicket-taking Price over, going for just the 5 runs, dismissing the big wicket of George Bartlett in there for 75. 242 for 6 after 36.
Thank you. No, it's me going, is it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Ed,
Bye-bye.
thank you. As we'll shortly be hearing from Ian Randall, Ed Seaborn.
Seaborn will return, rest assured. Actually, Ed and I were talking about this Northants batting order before play, and he said, from 8 down, they want to give it a bit of a biff. It's a bit high, I would think. Shaughnessy, Steve Shaughnessy is the umpire at College Chapel End. Oh, almost our vantage point to just the height is almost better here than at ground level. Van der Merwe's got man out at deep backward square to try and miss with any big hoik like that, and also a deep mid wicket.
It's a good change of pace there from Middleton, a lot quicker. Wrapped Van der Merwe on the pads last over, and the quicker pace did it again.
Long way forward there. Just going back to that Bartlett dismissal, nobody safer in the team than Bancroft that you want under that skyer. You know, I know that even the inexperienced younger players, you would certainly hope to catch it, but Bancroft misses very little when it comes to that sort of opportunity. My colleague Andrew Rudd was saying that, you know, Lowe is probably batting, he's probably batting 2 spots higher than he should be in the order. But, you know, as is the case with this competition, you end up with 11s that aren't quite balanced the right way. It's just the way it is. I mean, I did have a list somewhere of Northamptonshire players they've lost to the 100. 6. It's tossed right up by Middleton. Straight to Johnson. Good stop, and they would not have got a single. So there's their 6th. David Willey, of course, their T20 captain. Ben Sanderson, top championship bowler. Stack of wickets in the championship this season. James Sales, who did so well in the T20. Louis Kimber, who got that 60 odd as a injury replacement in the championship game down at Bristol. George Scrimshaw and Safe Save. But those are the 6. It's quite a decent list, and good round of applause for Ed Middleton for the wicket in that over.
Steelbacks 243 for 6.
You know, just the 1 run going from that one. Gloucestershire fans in great appreciation of Middleton. And, well, a few cries out from the crowd urging Steve O'Shaughnessy to raise the finger for a couple of those tight LBW calls, which both seem just to be drifting down the leg side. Ollie Price then. Full-on switch of the feet, reverse sweep finds a single. And Aman Rao can field in there.
So James Brace has used 6 bowlers at the moment. Alfie Johnson's only bowled 2 overs, but the rest, it's been shared round. So he's got options, and he'll need options for later on. But at the moment, by just chipping away and getting McSweeney and Bartlett out, Northants, I suppose, if they want, could kind of tick along for a little bit without feeling they need to absolutely go gung-ho at it. Still got, nearly 13 overs to go. Want to use those up.
As the single's taken out to long off, I don't think Gloucestershire would be too disappointed with that either. They'll be quite happy. I can see a period of this game approaching where Northants are quite happy to tick along, keep wickets in hand. Gloucestershire are quite happy to not go at that 8-9 runs and over that they were previously. And the slog sweep manages to find its way to the square leg boundary. Hit just in front of square, and the spin brought it away from the fielder out at deep mid wicket.
Away from the photographer as well, just as well.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he can move too far from that sat position.
You wouldn't want, a cricket ball spinning hard into your lens, would you?
Well, a few changes around of the field. After the last ball went flying through square leg, a deep man has gone out there, and Aman Rao from short fine has been moved to short third, and we've now got 2 fielders backward of square on the offside inside the ring. The backward square is very backward. And this sweep has gone well in front of square, over mid-wicket, and it's gone for 6. Deep into the marquees. I think it's disrupted a few lunchtime meals. Out over at deep mid-wicket. It's a gorgeous shot. Well, Tom Leach hits 1 through square leg. The field changes, and he hits the next over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, those in the old Patesians marquee. That's one of the longer parts of the ground on that side, because inevitably he's hit that fairly straight.
He's gone for a similar style of shot, but this time through the offside, and it's a slight misfield from the man at extra cover. Could this be a chance of the non-strikers in? Tommy Borman ran in very well. But batter will remain at the crease. A very good over that time for Northamptonshire. And well, just doing the maths, it is
Once again, a reminder to please
15
be aware of the
runs
game in
from
progress.
it.
We are closing the
38
action
overs
here.
gone, 258 for 6.
At times be hit into spectator area.
Yeah, so Delanger has potentially 2 overs left. Does Ahmed 3, Rao 3, Price and Middleton all 3. So James Brace has just got to juggle things around. He's got to work out in his head, if things get beyond, say, 45 and they're not, Northants aren't all out, who is he going to use to bowl the closing, say, 4 overs? I might keep going with Price and Middleton at the moment, because they're inducing sort of half chances of dismissals through shots played in the air. That, though, more orthodox leg break from Middleton, trying to tuck Van der Merwe up. So long on is out, but mid off on the edge of the circle, Ollie Price. Ahmed and Bancroft on the singles respectively. That's steered away by Van der Merwe to Tommy Borman.
I imagine after a slightly expensive last over, just coming back to your point about who Gloucestershire do bowl next, I think they might just bring off Ollie Price and keep the bowlers rotating, because it's that balance of needing a wicket and not letting too many runs go away.
It's aggressively away, and it 2 bounces to 4. Low. We were promised he'd come in and really play aggressively. And kind of suits him with, you know, reasonable score already on the board. And it's not as if he's batting at 10, where there's maybe only one more wicket behind him. That last shot has forced Price to go back to the boundary at long off, but that long on rather. So Eklund and Ollie Price are the two on the boundary at the chapel end. Johnson's an extra cover. Lowe tries to go back again. That looks a bit high. Enthusiastic appeal, but no decision from umpire Shaughnessy, who's not one to hang about with saying yes or no.
Judging where Dom Leach is just rubbing his body to make himself feel a little more comfortable, I think that was definitely going over.
He's deep in his crease. Leach. Ooh. And he's attacking every ball at the moment. That's judged a wide by the umpire.
I do wonder whether this is a net run rate mission.
Well, absolutely right. It can be. Yeah, they have to get as many as they can. And again, Leach tries to sweep. Bracey again calls for the umpire's decision on a catch, and umpire O'Shaughnessy says no.
Well, there's a bit too much going on there, which could cause a noise. Back close to the ground, hands close to the pads. And it did look as if the ball just did grip out of a good area and might have just gone over the top edge. Of course, Gloucestershire not too happy with the decision, but I reckon they'll get over it.
Daz Ahmed's taken 3 for 41 so far in his 7 overs, and he's coming back, as Charlie suggested, that the last over from that end was expensive, so Ahmed's coming back to try and split this stand. Northamptonshire with 2 scores in the 70s already on the card, but both McSweeney and Bartlett now out.
It does feel as if Van der Merwe has now got that role to anchor a bit of an aggressive onslaught from the rest of the tail.
Could just be that he is, in a strange way, he's the more capable bat. So there's a bit of risk with the rest, but if he can manage one end, then they still might get over 300.
Quick single taken up to Ollie Price at mid-on.
Depends how much of the strike he has, I suppose. He could still, you know, wind up for the last 5 overs potentially. But he's got to try and steer the lower order. And we gather on reputation that Lowe and Ramesh, it might not be too certain what they would offer, shall we say, at 10 and 11.
Back of a length from Daz Ahmed, again finding that man Price. So here's a sign of Dom Leach taking a slightly more measured approach than we've seen in recent overs. But it did feel at a point in the last over that if Gloucestershire does just defend, a chance might just come up in the air for a catch. As Ahmed again challenging the edges of the bat. It's been a real change in momentum since he's been brought back on. Of course, taking the 3 wickets of Proctor and Sam King at the top, and then McSweeney, huge wicket of McSweeney at the halfway point in this game, where Northants looked as if they might just run away with it.
Get the clock. I think Gloucestershire going to be all right with the overs, but
Towering shot over mid-wicket. One for the roof of the marquee. I think it's gone over. Quite an incredible stroke from Dom Leach, who's just taken to this pitch. He's taken to this occasion, and he's finding boundaries with ease. 271 for 6.
yeah, that would have probably been 6 on a bigger ground than Cheltenham. They found the ball all right. That's the good news.
It's time for the customary check from the umpire.
It did go a long way up though, as well as a long way over that boundary.
I'm surprised how quickly it was found, actually. Inside edge, just past the stumps, and a good diving shot from Aman Rao, who's fielding today. Has got better throughout, and a couple of challenging ones near the start of the day. I haven't seen a misfield since. So that ends the over, and it's 272 for 6 after 40. So 10 overs to go. We've now got the age-old debate. Do Gloucestershire go hunting for wickets? They've got Daz Ahmed on at one end and Middleton on at the other. Or do they just hold for a little bit longer and bring on their expert death bowlers towards the end? It's tough to think where they might go with this, Ian.
Well, the fastest way to check the run rate is to split one of these two up. Middleton to continue for the moment. I'm not sure we're going to see Alfie Johnson again at this stage. We wouldn't need to, because Gloucestershire would be 2 overs in hand, but it would just need a little bit of careful calculation from James Bracey so he doesn't get left with somebody with a spare over at one end. Middleton with a ball that bounces quite high. It's just dabbed away by Lowe, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. I mean, there was just no power in that shot at all. It was just a little, I say, a little dab and go, really. Rye was inside the circle. It was very fine, and on this outfield, absolutely raced away. Now defends.
Poor Aman Rao and Marchand Delanger have had the unenviable task of fielding inside the ring behind square on the 45, and they've had to do a lot of running and fetching today.
Leach goes in the air, but only to Borman. 1 bounce out on this member stand mid-wicket boundary.
They're one of the more straightforward ones, aren't they? Just bouncing a few metres in front.
Well, it can still kick a little bit.
Definitely.
Not a massive sample size, but Leach averages 15 in this format before today. So he's going to significantly improve that. Full toss, pulled away and straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. That's a good catch, because that was travelling. And I think it's Joseph Eklund out there who's got underneath it and clung on. In any case, it's a good catch, and Van der Merwe has to go. So the calming influence potentially departs for Northamptonshire. And they are 7 down in the 41st over. And from a Gloucestershire perspective, just important that they check the rate a little bit. Van der Merwe out for 13 on my screen. I think it's 13 also on the main scoreboard on the ground, but the sun is shining on it. And in fact, it's Joe Phillips who's taken the catch.
Well, it's been a brilliant spell from Ed Middleton. Van der Merwe showing at times signs that he could just about dig through the rest of this innings, and batters come in and bat around him. But now you can't help but feel it's going to be quite an exciting close to this match, with wickets tumbling and maybe even plenty of boundary scoring, because judging by the approach of Dom Leach and now Liam Guthrie out there, we might be seeing a little bit of pyrotechnics.
So you got
Van der Merwe, caught by Phillips.
two left-handers in the tail for
13.
Northamptonshire. This is one of them. Can they go bang bang here and just try and knock these last 2-3 wickets over quite quickly? It's like changing the field for the new batter. Ollie Price up inside the circle at mid-off. That was played pleasantly enough. Guthrie up to long on where Eklund is the fielder. And Leach, I think, is only going to play one way here. And that's much more measured, much more responsible. Perhaps he's also conscious that the most capable bat in the team is now out, and perhaps he has to show a bit of maturity with those around him. 279 for 7, 9 overs to go.
Well, it's going to be an interesting close to this first innings here.
It won't be dull, I don't think.
No. Is cricket ever dull?
Oh, it can be. It is possible, although rarely here, it must be said. Rarely on this ground.
It's a brilliant atmosphere here at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival today. Can't see any empty seats in either the pavilion area down below us, or I've called it the grandstand when I was last here. It's about 5 rows deep. A couple of stairwells up the middle of it, but it's not the grandest of grandstands. It's just about what Cheltenham Cricket Festival needs. It's a good addition as Daz Ahmed continues. An attempted guide down towards.
And the thing is about, and you might find this, you always find this in outground cricket, but it is a very colourful scene. You've got the chapel buildings make Cheltenham, in a sense, what it is because of the backdrop. But on a cloudless day like today, it's a rainbow of colour in and around the ground.
A thump up towards long on. Fielded by Joe Phillips. Yeah, plenty of different colour gazebos out at deep cover, to extra cover for the left-handed Guthrie. Plenty of shaded spots and a few fans waving out on the deep point boundary.
Right, I think they got their message about Guthrie. They think he's going to attack. So there are 2 out on the leg side now at deep point and deep mid wicket.
A few hand signals from Bracey directing players around. Yeah, all out on the leg side. Guthrie's only faced 1 ball. He's in at number 9. Well, there's a pull shot, and it's found the man Johnson at deep square leg. So good move.
And with these boundaries being the size that they are, and you mentioned this earlier, sort of 50, literally 50 metres, just over 50 metres on what would have been the offside for Lowe, the leg side now for Leach, and 58 the other way. It really is one or four.
Mm.
And at this stage, they're clearly trying to stop the boundaries for Leach. They have at least 3 inside the circle on the offside.
There's plenty of
They can make that
discussions.
4, actually, because they're going to push Rao back that long leg and bring Marshall Delanga up.
Bold! Daz Ahmed goes off celebrating because he's just taken off the bails. And it's 4 wickets as he dismisses Dom Leach for a pretty exciting 35 from 26 balls. But Daz Ahmed is that man again. His 4th wicket, 4 for 51 now, as now Northants are reeling 8 down.
Aman Rao with a career best on Sunday, and now Daz Ahmed with a career best today, and the chance perhaps of a 5, which would be certainly something very much to his credit off the back of a half century earlier in the competition. He's only got potentially 8 legal deliveries left. He's got 2 balls of this over and then 1 more, but Leach, very useful lower order runs for Northamptonshire.
Leach bowled by Ahmed for 35.
35 of 26 balls.
That's 4 wickets in the innings for Darius Ahmed.
Well, he's not finished yet, I don't think. We'll want that 5th. And Northamptonshire might end up a bit light here.
Definitely appears that way, but what's to stop a couple of late innings cameos from the tail end? Well, there's plenty of discussions, as I mentioned earlier. Daz Ahmed and Ollie Price doing a lot of talking. James Bracey's got the helmet on standing back, but deep fine leg is out, so his 3rd. Deep cover, deep backward square. Real interesting balancing act now of what fielders you put out to protect boundaries and what fielders you keep in to prevent easy singles.
I think there's going to be an element of streakiness about the Northamptonshire additions to the total from here.
Gets in behind it, does Low. And a wicket taking over comes to an end, and it's just 2 runs from it. Daz Ahmed has been absolutely terrific today. And that means the over comes to a close. That's the 42nd just gone. And it's 281 for 8.
Yeah, he wouldn't be express pace, Daz Ahmed, but I know that those within the club sort of see him as like an 8 in the team, someone who can get you a wicket or wickets, can get you some potentially useful runs. We don't yet know where the ceiling of either of those skills is, and that's up for Gloucestershire to try and nurture it as far as they can, and find out how far they can go with it. Ed Siebel will rejoin us at the end of the next over. He's just munching his way through something brought up by the club. I can't debate what it was. Delanga in for his 9th over, so change to perhaps go for the jugular here and try and finish this before Northamptonshire can squeeze another 20 out of things. Which, if they hang around, they might well do.
Does get tricky, doesn't it? That debate. I'm sure they'd have had it out there. Do we leave Delanga to the closing overs, or do they take a wicket now? And because Northampton now 8 down. This seems to be the correct decision. Get it done ASAP.
So Low prepares to Delanga for the first time. That was not timed. Clipped to, it looks like the builder Joe Phillips in there. It is at short mid wicket. Delanga would have to sign off the season with a wicket. A good bit of work. Well, Alfie Johnson on the run there. That's Eklund. Difficult to get those two confused more often than I should.
Well, they both fielded out there today, plenty of times. Alfie Johnson doing a terrific piece of work down there earlier today.
Delanga to Guthrie. I can definitely say that is Eklund, because that's gone firing up to long on. Hope you can stay with us right the way through the afternoon. If it is a working day, we can be in the background for you. Oh, short, very short from Delanga. Taken by Bracey. And he wants Rao up inside the circle now as the Gloucestershire captain. So he's pushed deep mid wicket back onto the fence, and Rao is up inside the circle. That fine leg, and that has gone a long way up. Is this going to be a wicket for Delanga? It is. Northamptonshire 9 down, and the field change working. And on his 100th list day appearance, Delanga does get a wicket. And it's the departure of Low, caught by Joe Phillips off Delanga for 1. And the chance now, potentially for Gloucestershire, to try and wrap this up well inside the 50 overs.
Nirvan Ramesh. Tian Low caught by Phillips off the bowling of Delanga for 1.
The wicket has brought a change in the commentary box. It could be for 1 ball, Ed.
It just could be. Could also be for 7 overs, but the way that Northamptonshire have batted and the way that Liam Guthrie tends to bat, I'm not entirely sure that will be his thought, especially with Ramesh out there, who certainly did look a pretty genuine number 11 when I saw him at Bristol last year. I suspect Guthrie may take the attitude of, I may not be there for a long time, so I might as well be there for a good time. Change of pace from Ahmed. And Guthrie will get a comfortable 2 here, so that's a good result for Northamptonshire from that delivery. Nice gap found between long on and deep mid wicket. Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that wicket about the canny version of Marchant Delanga. He's almost just knocked Tian Low over with the previous ball. And again, big scary Marchant might have thought, let's just do that again. Or fire in a Yorker, but he decided to go a slower ball. Dug out by Guthrie. There was a bit of a conference as far as, shall we take this run? Possibly Ahmed more of a pace that Ramesh might fancy a bit more, but gives Ahmed potentially 4 balls to secure what would be a maiden fifer. He's already Had his first 3 for and 4 for. Oh, can't have been far off. He did his best to try and give it to him. Yeah, also less good news from the Northamptonshire point of view from Taunton, where Lancashire are absolutely destroying the Somerset attack to all parts. 400 looks to be a minimum for Lancashire from where they are. They're 336 for 3 with 8 overs and a ball to go, and Keaton Jennings on 144 and Rocky Flintoff approaching a quick 100. It's nicely guided by Ramesh. They will think of a second, but I think it's probably wise not to on the arm of De Lange.
Every bowler getting the tap there, then, you would think.
I think so, yes. Tom Lammonby's bowled 3 overs for 41. Jamie Thiedham, 5 overs, 1 for 60. Archie Vaughan, 2 for 49 from 10 overs in amongst all that. Now, dead ball because Gloucestershire realised that they only had 3 fielders inside the circle. And Alfie Johnson sprinting up from deep square before the call was for Ahmed to stop his run. Oh, slower ball again. That is the way that Liam Guthrie plays in pretty much any instance anyway. He's not somebody that dies wondering.
And when you're batting where he does in the order, that's kind of all right, isn't it?
Well, that's how it should be done, I think. That's proper bowler batting,
yeah,
certainly. It's a good ball from Ahmed, but dug out. So there won't be a 5 for today for Ahmed, but there will be splendid figures of 4 for 56.
4 wickets for 56.
And not only did he take those wickets with the new ball, which would be one thing, getting rid of Proctor and King early on, but the fact that he came back, got the massive wicket of McSweeney, which is still the biggest wicket in this innings, and came back again to remove Dom Leach, who'd come out in a sort of mode where he was looking to try and hit everything over the boundary.
Now, can De Lange finish it off? Well, Guthrie's pulled that into the stand at deep mid-wicket. I hope those who are walking around with ice creams and glasses of various contents made sure they were watching the play when that was heading there. That was a flat hit.
I do hope they're not glasses.
No, they wouldn't be glass, would they? They'd be plastic of some sort.
Hopefully compostable, recyclable cups.
Yeah. Another one of those. Take Northamptonshire over 300. De Lange to Guthrie again. He slams that all along the ground this time, out through the covers. Borman's on duty on the rope and he gets his throw back in quickly. So De Lange would, I'm sure, much rather bowl at Nirvan Ramesh.
I did wonder whether Guthrie might, for De Lange, especially as it's his last over, just think, well, I'll take this, but I suppose it, in a way, a little bit this competition and this appearance for Ramesh to see what he's got.
De Lange, well, down the leg side on a wide, and this almost certainly the last time we will see De Lange in a Gloucestershire shirt this season. He's not registered to play Championship cricket. It would be very surprising if he was to do so. Slower ball this time. Ramesh defends.
I almost think it was more unsettling for Ramesh if he came in off a couple of paces now. Just for one ball.
He might do it off the last ball,
He might.
just to mix things up.
But it has to be said, he's held up extremely well over his 10-over spell today.
Delanga from the chapel end, almost Yorks, Ramesh. Not this time. So at the moment, Ahmed completed 4 for 56. Rao 7 overs for 55. Ollie Price 7 overs, 2 for 61. Middleton 9 overs, 2 for 52. The other options. Rush can just content. They got the 6. They got the boundary off the over anyway.
Oh yeah.
They got the. And they know there's
Well, they're going to have spin, aren't they? They're guaranteed to have spin
from one end at least.
from one end, which might be to Guthrie's fancy.
Delanga looking for a grandstand finish, but he won't get it. And that concludes Marchand's spell for the day. He will retire to the outfield.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 47.
And that wicket warmly applauded. And Delanga almost applauds those applauding him.
Always a relentlessly positive figure, and plenty to be positive about from today from his point of view. And
Bowling from the college lawn end, Ed Middleton.
I suspect he probably would rather fancy just putting his feet up for the rest of the day, but he's obviously going to want to stay out there in the field for however much remains. But in terms of batting,
So if Middleton
Batted
bowls
called
this over,
upon.
then suddenly you've got three of your bowlers having bowled out. And it will be down to Rao and Ollie Price, you would think, to finish.
Middleton
If
try and ensure exactly.
If necessary.
Try and ensure that any discussion as to who bowled the remaining 4 is a moot one. Ramesh, the first batter at number 11 really to come out with the attitude of let's bat these overs out. It's taken until number 11 for somebody to come out batting that way. Oh, it's gone right through everything. And that will bring up the 300 for Northamptonshire with 4 byes. Some sort of slightly reluctant applause from around Cheltenham because they don't exactly want to applaud 4 byes, but that is the 300, and as it comes up on the board, there will be a gentle ripple of applause.
Takes the extras total to 26, which is much higher
Wow.
than it was on Sunday.
They didn't, what did they bowl? 1 or 2 wides, I think it was in the end, was it? At the final total.
So
No, just the one wide.
Yeah, so 16 runs off wides today.
7 extras total, compared with 26 today. Neither side bowled extras on Sunday. Nottinghamshire only bowled 2 wides themselves and conceded 7 extras in 49.1 overs. So we've already had almost double the total that we had from the near 100 overs on Sunday. Tidy defence. Again, you know, you just stay there, and already they've got a wide, they've got 4 byes. They'll score some runs, which could still prove the difference. Oh, it's extra bounce.
Well, Jack Taylor's total on Sunday that he said he would want if he was defending was minimum 320.
I think there was the feeling that both sides really could have scored more than they did. or in Gloucestershire's case, is Ramesh again happy to take every run that's on offer, so only one ball for Guthrie to face in Middleton's last over. But there was certainly the feeling that Gloucestershire maybe felt they could have made their lives a bit easier in that run chase. But I think certainly this pitch has looked no worse for batting than that one, and I would say actually it's looked better. Guthrie will find a run to De Lange. Backward square, so we'll keep the strike.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 54.
Ed Middleton continues an impressive run of spells.
Yes, he didn't play in the. I think he played in the first 4.
Played at rugby, didn't he? That was
And
his
then that, I think,
first
yeah,
game.
and then sort of played in the back half of the tournament.
But Old Trafford bowled straight on a used surface and really didn't give much away. He's done important jobs in both
Change of
the
bowling
Nottinghamshire
from the Chapel
game
End,
and this
Aman
one.
Rao.
These small grounds difficult for leg spinners, or can be difficult for leg spinners in particular. So Aman Rao to presumably take the 2 overs, if necessary, from the Chapel End. Wants Price out at long off. He's going to bring, presumably, bring the deep square up. Yes, deep square up inside the circle. So the more important man on the leg side is the one at mid wicket potentially. What's Guthrie going to do? He's going to go down the ground, all the way along the ground, and that is beautifully placed. That's gone all the way for 4, and that's gone gun barrel straight.
Not a slog by any means. I mean, it wasn't sort of classic high elbow front foot drive, but at the same time, he knew exactly where it was going.
He's batting at 9, we should emphasise. He's not as if he's a top order batter, he isn't. Rao to him again. And Rao rather light into the ground first, fields off his own bowling. So what James Bracey had in mind when he decided he wanted to chase on this. He knew Northants would attack because they need a win, and they need a win with a big margin. And therefore, he knew they were going to be aggressive. And indeed, you know, McSweeney and Bartlett in different ways. McSweeney played sort of the more cultured knock, but Bartlett was pretty clean with some of his striking.
I'm still not sure anybody's really perfectly paced their 50 over innings at Cheltenham yet. Gloucestershire have got a chance to do that in their reply.
Slow ball from Rao. It's gone high in the air, and it's taken on the tumble by Alfie Johnson. Rao takes the last wicket, and Johnson, having only had 2 overs today, has completed the Northamptonshire innings with a catch he would certainly hope to take, but you know, 3,000 people watching, and looking straight up into not quite into the sun, but into a cloudless blue sky with a spinning ball. It was well judged, and Northamptonshire are all out for 308.
And have left 3.2 overs left unused, which actually could have been, were it not for the efforts of Leach and Guthrie and a few defensive shots and leaves from Ramesh could have been even more than that, and just, I suppose, completing the point. Felt as though Nottinghamshire didn't go hard early enough, and that was certainly reflected by others as well. Northamptonshire, it feels as though they've been guilty of going hard too early and leaving runs out there, but it may be that they've got enough anyway. Equally, Gloucestershire walking off lots of big high fives, particularly from you-know-who, Marshant de Lange, and looking as though they're a fielding side walking off feeling as though, whilst it is certainly not a buoyant overconfidence, they're walking off looking as though they feel as though that is a score that they might well have taken at the start of the day.
Yeah, you want to be careful being arrogant around Northamptonshire, don't you?
Yes, particularly when walking off at halfway. David Willey not playing today, but no. If you missed that, David Willey suggesting that the body language and attitude of Somerset in that semi-final was what fired him up to produce what he did with the ball and see Northamptonshire into the final they would ultimately win.
So that Northamptonshire card, 308 all out, 79 from Nathan McSweeney, 75 from George Bartlett. Miller got 37 briskly at the top, and Leach 35 briskly towards the end. Guthrie last out for 20. The bowling figures: De Lange, 10 overs, 1 for 47. Ahmed, 10 overs, 4 for 56. Price, 7 overs, 2 for 61. Middleton, 10 overs, 2 for 54. Aman Rao, 7 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 59. And Alfie Johnson, who took the last catch, 2 overs for 22. Play will resume here at Cheltenham at about 10 minutes to 3. We will rejoin you about 2:45 for Gloucestershire's pursuit in their 50 overs of 309 to win at a touch over a runner ball. We'll see you at 2:45.
Your match referee is Jason Swift. Your score is Terry Owen and Adrian Bull.
Welcome back to Cheltenham, where the sunshine continues to beat down on the college ground, and Gloucestershire, with their opening pair of James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft, setting off in pursuit of the target set by Northamptonshire of 308, bowled out in 46.4 overs. So Gloucestershire continue their record actually at Cheltenham this year of bowling their opponents out in all three matches, with the home side looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 across the festival so far and finish this men's one-day cup on a high, winning their last 2 games. But they still have over 300 runs to score, which is certainly, even these days, never something that can be taken for granted. So Bancroft and Bracey to open. Price, Eklund, Phillips, Borman, Ahmed, Middleton, Rao, DeLange and Johnson, the Gloucestershire side. And it is going to be Liam Guthrie to open the bowling from the college lawn end. Ed Seaborn and Charlie Harden with you on the Gloucestershire live stream. You're most welcome to our coverage. And Liam Guthrie with his left arm seam to take us away.
Well, 309 to win for Gloucestershire. It's hard to know how they'll be thinking about it after their bowling innings, because they got in a brilliant position and at times taking the key wickets at crucial times. But you can't help but feel maybe Northants got a few many than Gloucestershire might have hoped for, but the main feeling will be they'll be happy considering they only restricted them to 308.
Up at the block hole, Bracey fancying a quick single, which doesn't have to be absolutely gunned from end to end by Bancroft. Gloucestershire are underway. There's a lot of bustle around halfway. It did a lap of the ground, and as ever, the most pressing question on everybody's lips was, what do you make of that score? Is it enough? Is it too many? Are we happy with that? I think the general feeling amongst those that I spoke to was that it was a score that required one of the more experienced players in the top 3 to provide a big innings, and if they could do that, then chances would be pretty high that Gloucestershire could chase this score down. Early wickets, and it starts to look an awful lot bigger. Well, that is a potential for one, is it? But a strangled shout in the end. It's not out, says umpire Hollingshead.
Potentially a little bit of bat, maybe. Left arm over it, definitely straightened and landed in line.
You did get it to swing back, so the usual, is it going to pitch on and or go on to hit off stump? Certainly wasn't the question. The very full one. Bancroft, low position, well down the pitch as well. Good start from Liam Guthrie, who bowled well at Northampton earlier this season. If you're hearing some nasty sounding electrical noises, then I don't think that it's coming from any of our equipment, but I'll apologise if you can hear those at home. Tidy stuff from Guthrie, just 1 run from the opening over. So from Northamptonshire's side of things, appears as though even be double left arm to start. Leach right arm seam, Ramesh and Keogh off spin options. Proctor, of course, can bowl his
Bowling from
seam
the
up.
chapel end, Dom Leach.
No, in fact, it is Leach who's going to open from the chapel end, so we're going to have a right arm option, and he's had a pretty good competition, is Dom Leach.
So it's going to be interesting to see how these Gloucestershire batters play and move through their innings, because we saw multiple different approaches from the Northants batters. Just off the outside edge, running down to deep backward point.
He's only taken the 1 wicket, Dom Leach, actually, but his economy rate's only 4.5, so it's not as though he's spraying it about. And from Middlesbrough.
Very solid is Bancroft. Yeah, just that 1 wicket from Dom Leach. Now 1 for 15 from just 4 overs of as Northants skittled through Somerset. Bowled one out for 185 in that 7-wicket victory running into this game. Northants all want early wickets. Again, that high elbow from Bancroft getting solidly in behind.
In the absence of Chahal today, who is, in fact, over double Northamptonshire's second leading wicket taker in this competition, Chahal having taken 15 in his 7 matches. Beat Keogh and Proctor, inexperienced men, taken 7 wickets, have been Northamptonshire's leading wicket takers in this team.
Yeah, it's interesting to know how Chahal would have gone on a day like this. Bit of success for Ed Middleton.
So Mr. Met was quite looking forward to watching him today. Uzi Chahal has been one of the only people to have represented his country at both cricket and chess. National Youth Chess Champion, and went to the World Youth Championships, Yuzvendra Chahal.
Firm cut shot to backward point, no run. I like how you've brought that stat up, despite him not playing. It's almost as if that was such a belter, which it was, that we couldn't go Northants playing at Cheltenham without that stat being brought up. That's how it felt.
Sometimes if the opportunity doesn't present itself, you've got to bang open the door yourself.
No, it was worth it. I'm pleased you banged open the door, actually. Last ball coming up for Dom Leach. Looks like he's either changing his run-up or he's accidentally booted his run-up marker to a different position. So he's just changed it. And a drive. Pierces the gap at extra cover. And, well, we know as soon as it's through the ring and there's no boundary rider to be seen, it's 4 straight away. So Dom Leach closes out what was a good over with an unfortunate boundary. And Bancroft finding the fence. He moves to 4, 6 for none after 2.
Yep, similar manner in which we saw a lot of the early boundaries from Northamptonshire as well. He just eased it through the covers, really. Not a full-blooded drive. Just trigger movement across his crease and then allowing the ball to meet the bat, really. Guthrie will know he's got to keep a pretty straight line to James Bracey. Strong as he is through that offside, with the boundary being so short. At the very least, I think if he's going to err, make Bracey hit him through the leg side. Oh, he did go wider, and that was more of a full-blooded swing from Bracey than we saw from Bancroft to end the last over. Certainly a bit of a away swing. Don't imagine it will last very long. It'll only take one more time for the ball to be hit across this outfield for it to be scuffed up and ruined already, but enjoy it while it lasts. And that is what Guthrie couldn't afford to do. Short enough, wide enough, and four of the best for Bracey.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that shot today. Northants, especially through McSweeney and Bartlett, using that gap just on the fine side of backward point, using the pace, and, well, if the pace is used well enough, it scorches away.
Yeah, I mean, particularly because it was shorter as well. It really was a case of pick your spot. Guthrie, not slow by any means, but a day like this, that pace has got to be combined with accuracy.
Having seen how the Northamptonshire batters went about it, there'll be in no rush at all, these two batters, to get their innings underway.
Fine backward point this time. No, you've always got to, I suppose, unless you're perhaps Somerset chasing 444 might have to think about going quite hard quite early. But in most 50 over chases, you've got to allow yourself that time to build an innings. Just couldn't really time that one up, Bracey. I think maybe looking to either force it through that point gap or take a single, but despite that boundary off the over, that is the only scoring shot. So 10 without loss after 3.
So for the eagle-eyed amongst you, you'd have to be incredibly eagle-eyed if you'd have spotted this one. A couple of Northants players operating with the number 19. Both Ramesh Nirvan and Stuart van der Merwe. As this is worked just past the infield, doesn't have enough pace to go too far, and the second run is taken.
Well, we have 2 Van der Merwes out there.
I have good intel that is Ramesh Nirvan in the field.
I think it is him. And we also have King, who chased after that without a number. In South Africa, they have Van der Merwe jokes, which are like kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to think, it's like sort of a Joe Bloggs type thing. I don't know if it's a perfect equivalent, but I'm not sure all of them are entirely broadcastable, actually, of the, the Van der Merwe jokes, but just seeing two of them around, because it being such a common Afrikaans name.
That's 4 more. Deflected just past the fielder at short third. And another sign of it racing away for 4. Halfway through the 4th. 16 for none. I must say, I'm a little bit confused.
Well, I suppose it's like a sort of everyman type character that appears in these jokes. Here we go. I found one. I'll give you an example.
This would just be a calm single.
Van der Merwe was watching the British Lions test match at Loftus in Pretoria. The stadium was packed, of course, and there was only one available seat next to, you guessed it, Van der Merwe. Is that seat taken? Asked the neighbour. Yes, it is for my wife, replies Van der Merwe. Why, isn't she here? He asked. She died, said Van der Merwe. So, you didn't give the ticket to one of your friends? Asked the neighbour. They've all gone to the funeral, said Van der Merwe. Afrikaans humour there.
Is this a tickle on it? Don't think so. And wide given, which the Gloucestershire fans rather enjoyed here at Cheltenham. Or was that the
got anything on that?
I wonder if that was the reaction to the Van der Merwe joke.
It might well have been. No, I didn't come up with that. I hasten to add that's not mine. Before anybody writes in.
Dom Leach getting good amount of lateral movement here at the moment. Just right arm over to the left hand of Bracey, tailing it back in towards the stumps, getting it to straighten. Quite similar to the Liam Guthrie angle to Bancroft. Just that one slip in on the side of your screen. Short third just past him on the edge of the ring. That's Ramesh. It's almost gone onto the stumps off the bat of James Bracey, but that ends the over. Another one from Dom Leach comes to a close, and it's 18 for none from 4.
How long has Randall given himself off here? I know he's all right. Like 20 past. Just double checking what we've done with the rotor here. Didn't know whether we were going all the way to half past or not. We just sat back and enjoying the festival, but anybody that knows Ian Randall would know that that would not be what he was doing, because Mr. Randall cannot sit down during a game of cricket. Stood up 2 chairs away. That might even go for 4. Bancroft just leaning on that through mid-wicket. I mean, there's no might about it. It's going to go for 4 easily. Barely seem to have enough pace that on another day and another outfield, that shot might have gone 35 yards. It's gone 50 yards to the boundary, and it might have gone into the Sanford Road if there hadn't been a sizable fence in the way. Just a little clip and nothing more. Oh, that's another gorgeous piece of batting from Bancroft. It's just a little push, open the face, steer it past backward point, and that's gone to the boundary in a hurry as well. That's even more impressive than the previous shot.
When Bancroft starts his innings like this, can't help but feel a slight sense of dread from the opposition. Couple of easy-looking boundaries from the Aussie.
Some Aussie on Aussie cricket there. Winged in at pace. Sent straight back at you at pace. Nothing given either way. This is not the only game where a side has been bowled out today short of their 50 overs. Essex 151 all out at Chelmsford. Yorkshire coasting to victory there and coasting into the knockout stages as well. The one that has certainly caught my attention looking at it now, Warwickshire, who were bowled out with the best part of 5 overs left in their innings for 263, courtesy of Ethan Bamber with 4 for 10 and Hannon Dolby 1 for 14, have reduced Kent to 25 for 5, and nobody's reached double figures yet. But of course, sadly, rather less good news from say rather less, that's certainly underselling it. Rather less good news from a Northamptonshire point of view from Taunton, though, where Lancashire made 443 for 6. Jennings 156 and Rocky Flintoff 123 off only 76 balls. Both those innings included 7 sixes apiece. Jack Blatherwick came in and made 32 off 10 balls for good measure. Oh, slash and a miss. Didn't carry through to the actual Van der Merwe. 26 without loss.
As opposed to Nirvan Ramesh,
Indeed.
of course, who's also operating the Van der Merwe shirt today. 26 for none after 5 overs. Exact same scoreline that Northants were, but Northants had lost the early wicket of Luke Proctor. So not quite the exact same score. 26 for 1 was the Northants start. And Bracey and Bancroft will just be looking to play with minimal risk, as we saw in the previous over. Cameron Bancroft finding the boundary with 2 excellent, calm shots. Bracey, of course, coming off the back of that 100 last time here. 103 from 85 on Sunday.
As far as the men's game is concerned, thoughts will turn to Championship cricket here in 9 days' time after this game.
Gorgeous crunching drive to deep point. Fielded in the deep.
Gloucestershire looking to win a championship match at Cheltenham for the first time since 2021. A while since they've tasted success. Had some draws in the meantime, and a tie that 1 or 2 people might have heard about by now.
Bancroft again, solid in behind. Must say it's been a gorgeous 19 so far. So it's very solid, both in defence and attack. Don't even know if he has attacked this innings, really. Bancroft punch brings the third dot of the over. A much brisker breeze than when I was last here at Cheltenham. Makes it all a little bit more comfortable, even though we are swamped in shade up here on the gantry, on the balcony, in the pavilion. Fair to say, not too many other fans are finding shade at the moment. Certainly enjoying themselves, though.
No, I saw my lap round the ground at lunch. I saw a group of spectators who were huddled in a tiny area behind the electronic scoreboard. I say behind it, from this angle, it's next to it, but trying to catch one of the few parts of shade on the ground where you're not under cover. One of the hospitality marquees. It looks as though the majority of people, at least in the first couple of sections of the main hospitality marquee, which this year is at the chapel end of the ground rather than the college lawn end, it looks as though they might still be enjoying perhaps a dessert course.
So that ends the over. Very good one from Dom Leach too, closing out a bit better than he did the previous over. And it's 27 for none after 6.
It was lovely to have a bit of a wander around at halfway and a bit of a gauge on things. And whilst I don't know if there were any concerns about the fact that there wasn't going to be much at the college lawn end this year. Not only is that where those extra tickets for these games were made available, but they're still packed several rows deep around that side of the ground. Oh, I think that's bat first, which explains the immediate shake of the head from the umpire. Sounded quite woody.
I'm quite surprised at the extent of the appeal, to be honest.
I think they might feel that umpire Hollingshead owes them one from the first innings. Could certainly not say whether or not Luke Proctor hit that, but can certainly say that his body language suggested that he didn't feel he hit that in the first innings. Oh, Bracey tries to go over the top. He hasn't middled it, but he's going to get 4. Not a shot without risk. Gus Miller in quite close at short extra cover, so he knew he only had to lift it over him, but clearance wasn't by too much.
Well, it is interesting, isn't it? Because we saw a couple of the Northants players get out, pushing for shots like that, and it's almost as if James Bracey has watched Bancroft hit a few sumptuous drives to the boundary, and Bracey wants in.
That's a much more controlled shot from Bracey. It's going up the hill, so it may not go to the boundary. It's one of the longest parts of the ground. The ball is still going to get there, though. That's a horrible one for Ramesh, because that was the one part of this ground where you thought maybe if the ball was just timed through the gap, it might not go to. Up the hill and to the one part of the ground where there's any sort of green grass. Other than, of course, the strip, which is to be used for the 4-day match. It's on the bounce to backward point. No real pressure for Bracey to hit it to the boundary, but it's such a strong area for him that I might feel that could have been a 3rd consecutive 4.
Again, another sign there of that boundary. Batters just helping it past the ring. Just a bit of timing, not too much of a flourish, not too much power. As you say, just leaning on it.
On drive, and save your legs there as well. Another chase from Ramesh, but not really much of a chase. It's more of a gentle jog to go and pick the ball up this time. There was nothing teasing about that one. And probably the shot of the innings so far.
Shot of the day, maybe. Ring of satisfaction with that shot around the ground. Beautiful.
Wedge, but it'll be the fourth boundary in the over. No slip in place. And 16 runs from Guthrie's fourth over, but I think there's really such a thing as the moral victory, but he did beat Bracey, but even that ends up smacking into the fence. So Gloucestershire now going at a runner ball. Ian Randall to rejoin Charlie Harden.
Thanks, Ed. Very expensive over there from a Northants point of view, but they've just got to hold their nerve. They need wickets here, Northants, and they need them fast because this opening partnership can be incredibly dangerous. Welcome back, Ian.
Standing as normal.
Good.
I didn't hear that joke.
Here's Leach then, who has just halted his run up halfway down. Cameron Bancroft's not too happy with something behind the bowler's arm, maybe.
It's the first time we've had that today, actually. So the signage at that end of the ground and presumably the stewards that are there to stop people walking behind the bowler's arm doing their job.
Strong drive, finds mid-off, but a good quick single from Gloucestershire, who started this innings very, very well, Ian.
Yes, I mean, an over of 16 always helps. It just lifts what would have been a sort of a steady start between these two. I've not seen Leach live before. He's quite whippy, isn't he, with his action, but these two have, if they've not actually got in, they're beginning to take root a bit. Ed talks a lot about how Bracey really enjoys opening in this form. It doesn't matter if he's kept wicket for 50 overs. He will go out half an hour later and just relish the challenge, really.
That'll be a single towards point from Bracey.
You would feel Guthrie's last over would necessitate a change. 4 boundaries in the last over, so maybe Tian Low. Probably you've got to be him or Proctor, you would have thought.
Yeah, I think Proctor could be a good shout, but Low, of course, comes with his advantages as well. Your point about Dom Leach, he really accelerates, especially right at the beginning of his run, and just before he goes past the umpire, he is soaring in towards the popping crease. Moves so fast on the ground.
Was it Yorkshire before, I think? But he wouldn't be the first bowler to think there's too many people in the queue in front of him, so you've got to step aside and go somewhere else to try and get an opportunity. He's not had a lot of cricket at Northamptonshire either, to be fair.
Worked in front of square on the leg side. This again is going to take quite a chase, and the ball wins. Crashes into the advertisement boarding, picked up by Sam King, past the rope. And Bancroft again finds the boundary rope with ease.
It's sort of chase that someone like, I mean, Bancroft bats in his own, just in his own bubble, doesn't he? It almost strikes you something. He doesn't even look at the scoreboard. It's literally the next ball, the next ball, the next ball, and that's, you know, maybe it is that single-mindedness that it's got him to a point where, you know, he's played Test cricket for Australia, as we know. But doesn't generally change the pace at which he bats.
You don't really get the sense of scoreboard pressure from Bancroft. As if this beats the fielder, which it doesn't, good diving stop. Thought about a 2 for Bancroft, will just be a single, and the 50 partnership is up just as the 8 over mark passes. So it's exactly 50 for none after 8 overs, and a rousing applause from the Gloucestershire fans.
And at that rate, of course, Gloucestershire would be 9 runs short with 2 overs to go. They'd take that. I think they'd take that.
Definitely.
A reminder, if you are thinking of coming to other days of the Cheltenham Festival, 2 further days of cricket this week. The Lashings 11 against Gloucestershire 11 on Thursday. The cricket starts at 2:30. And then on Sunday, Gloucestershire women against Kent in their last home 50 over fixture. And that game starts, as all the women's games do, at 10:30. That on Sunday. Bowling change, indeed. Guthrie off, and here is Tion Low. Left arm over the wicket. And punched away by Bancroft. That may also go for 4. It will. Just proves that you get all kinds of concept races on social media. Man v horse, you know, horse v car. Man v ball this afternoon. Ball winning almost every duel. I know from Bancroft. 70s for both McSweeney and Bartlett in that Northants innings earlier on. 4 wickets for Daz Ahmed. His career best in list A. I think Ed actually said career best professionally. He's not taken a 4 in a Gloucestershire first team fixture before. Let's try to slide that one across the right-hander. Van der Merwe has no company in terms of close catches now, as you might expect at this point. But we're still inside the power play, only just. And therefore, Gloucestershire trying to profit as much as possible with only 2 men out.
It's going to be an incredibly tough ground to defend. We saw Gloucestershire, of course, chase down at 280 set by Notts here on Sunday. And just as a fielding side, as boundaries flow, that total can start to diminish in quick time.
Northants still searching for a breakthrough as well. That's sharp from Low. Taken by Van der Merwe. Sweeney and Proctor, captain and senior professional, just having a brief exchange on the offside to Bancroft. They've pushed Sam King a little bit wider at third man. The only other player out is a deep backward square for Low. And that's gone straight to McSweeney. He's picked that up clean as a whistle on the first bounce. So maybe the bounce was kind to him because he's just right in our line of sight to the batsman. But that was travelling quite quickly and he made it look really, really easy.
He did, and Cameron Bancroft couldn't quite believe it when he looked up from the perfect cover drive on a day like this, on an outfield like this, and saw the ball instantly nestled into the hands of Nathan McSweeney. Nirvan Ramesh then, we believe, although it does say Van der Merwe on his back, it is Ramesh, we hope. Yes, number 19. So we're warming up at mid-on. So an early change to spin,
Nirvan Ramesh.
which feels like a interesting but probably correct call because of with the ease that Gloucestershire have found so far.
Yeah, and they've got obviously Ramesh and Rob Keogh. So they've got two off spinners, but one of them much more experienced than the other.
So skipper McSweeney having a discussion with the 18-year-old spinner. It's very upright in his action, very tall at release.
So Lowe has come across from the leg side. So they've now got 4 inside the circle. An interesting action. It's worked away behind square on the leg side as it. And they'll pick up one more to Bracey. I mean, that's the first delivery I've seen Ramesh bowl, but the lead arm doesn't go up very far, does it?
Well, I like his crouching approach. See, he kind of creeps in, and then you're right. The release is incredibly interesting from the young man. Looks awkward to face, although Bracey worked it away with ease to start up. Bit of a fielding change. Square leg is inside the ring. All fielders behind square, 2 on each side, inside the ring.
With his action, I know we're watching him from side on. He almost it looks like he could be a mystery spinner, doesn't he? There's enough going on there.
Mm. Be a single out to the man at deep mid-wicket, Sam King doing the fielding. Yeah, when he releases, his hand is very front on. He's put down as an off-break bowler. But it doesn't look like that. Reminder, this is just his 3rd this day game. A wicket in each match he's played so far. Finds the fielder.
He's got 5 inside the circle on the offside. No close catches. But for that, Bracey sort of cut past backward, but he's got 2 behind square.
It's a good area, that. And this is exactly what McSweeney would have wanted from this change of bowling. If he brings spin on early, and even that goes for runs as well, all of a sudden, McSweeney would have a lot of questions. But Ramesh has just got to close out this over now. And it's 4 to end it. Can so often happen. But the young Ramesh will learn. I'm sure come back with a slightly better one. Just 6 runs from it. A good change from Northants. And it's 60 for none at the end of the first power play.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely where Gloucestershire would want to be. There wasn't a great deal wrong with that last delivery.
No.
Just a batter who had a good share of the strike and feeling good as well, having got the 100 just 2 days ago. So Northampton now, if they want to, can go a little more defensive. But what they really need is wickets. Low hunting the first breakthrough. Into Bancroft, who punches that out. Sam King in front of the Gloucestershire members. That sun's just gone round far enough that some one or two of those hats from earlier on have been put back in the bag.
And Sam King rather expertly has placed himself just in the shade of the spire, the left spire of this pavilion. Brilliantly done. He knows what he's doing.
Low to Bracey. He will relinquish captaincy duty when Gloucestershire go back into the Championship. Taking charge here because of Jack Taylor's hand injury he picked up at Old Trafford. Bracey hit on the full, but no bat, and therefore to judge not out by umpire Hollingshead.
Another one of those cruel umpires that just lift the right hand, but don't go on to give the full decision out. Looks like it was just the right decision, just falling over there. Drifting down the leg side, I'd say.
Low starts his run from just outside the 30-yard circle, and Bancroft, one of his staple shots, the little pleasant push into the offside. There is a gap there. King is on the boundary, and he'll pick up one more. This is a long way away into the winter, but I have got details of both the Cheltenham Cricket Society and the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society winter talks, which I'll just briefly, if I can remember, rattle through at the end of the over.
They sound exciting.
The Cricket Lovers in Bristol start October the 12th with Hugh Turberville, who's the editor of The Cricketer. Chris Broad on the 9th of November. Mark Elaine with Stephen Chalk to discuss their book project on the 14th of December. Stephen, author of Mark's book, Pack Your Bags, Brother. Down the leg side from low and a wide. 11th of January, Matthew Maynard, who I've heard before is very good. David Graveney on the 8th of February. Current Gloucestershire president, and Mickey Arthur on the 8th of March, the current Derbyshire head coach. Now then, the Cheltenham Cricket Society ones start, unless you're a current member, in October. Clipped into the next side by Bracey for no run. With Chris Cowdrey. So those are specific dates for the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society in Bristol. In Cheltenham, it's the first Wednesday of the month, starting with Chris Cowdrey in October. Mark Allain is the December guest, I think. Richard Whitehead, author. He's also before Christmas. I'm not quite sure about the Allain and Whitehead order. January is Jack Brooks. Now retired, obviously, but what a character in his playing days. Ricardo Elcock is February, and I can't remember the March one. I should be able to, and I'll check it in a minute. and the April one. I know that the committee were close to agreeing a guest for April, so
You've left us guessing.
I can't confirm the April one because it's not actually in place yet. But you know, cricket societies in both Bristol and Cheltenham, quite modest memberships too.
Take a single down the ground. They're going to set off quickly, but James Bracey won't come back for the second run. Ramesh just landing. Perhaps a foot behind the line there. Ian picked up on something quite similar earlier in the day. I believe of Ed Middleton looking to change his length. Worked well for him, took a couple of wickets. And the paddle sweep beats the man, and it gets the boost off the surface and runs away down towards the picket fence. And it's a boundary the way of James Bracey, so he matches the score of Cameron Bancroft. They both sit on 33, a shot that has been so productive today.
Almost looks as if that was premeditated. Maybe Ramesh didn't see it in time.
Firm sweep out well in front of square. And that could be a 6. It's going to be given 4. The decision actually made by the fielder out in the deep in the end.
I think Bracey's decided he's not going to let Ramesh settle here. I can't make it that you're just going to bowl to me and I'm going to just have to pick off singles. It can't work that way.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot. That's a damaging shot to a spin bowler's spell. Firm sweep out in front of square. Tough to set fields to as mid-wicket goes out deep. Square leg is also out on the boundary. And a quick single taken to mid-on. Could this be a chance? Well, Ramesh was actually in the way of Bracey, and there's now potential for overthrows, but Bracey's still on the ground. He's now eventually got up after a rugby-style collision with poor young Ramesh. And I think I know who's winning between a Ramesh facing the opposite direction and a sprinting James Bracey.
But it took Bracey quite a while to work out that there was another run on offer there. He could have clambered slowly to his feet and said, I'll take the one. The throw from Leach wasn't that close.
And this is going to be a maximum. James Bracey doesn't seem affected by the collision. And if anything, it's just made him want to hurry up the proceedings here. Glorious shot, over long on for a magnificent 6.
Again, quite flat. Didn't go a long way, and didn't go a long way up, and then hit the boards on the full.
And he'll take a single. Expert batting, not a dot ball in the over. Ramesh Nirvan having a little bit of, heat thrown his way. Brilliant over from James Bracey. Very expensive one. How many runs coming from it? 12? No. The scoreboard's updated. 18 from the over.
Yeah, the word from skipper McSweeney to his bowler. That might mean Rob Keogh is introduced rather earlier, perhaps, than McSweeney might have thought. Lowe's bowled 2 economical overs from this college lawn end, but Northampton should need at least a couple of wickets quite quickly, you feel, here to get really into the game. The run rate started at a touch over 6. And Gloucestershire going along at well above that at the moment. Charlie's got a notebook with the tiniest writing imaginable for the runs after each over. So the comparative is?
82 for none, plays 67 for 2.
So a little bit ahead, but equally with The openers still together. Over to Bancroft. That's a nice shot too. Again through extra cover. King will be on the chase, and it's gone underneath him. Tried to dive and stop it, but the ball again just kicked on a little bit. Gus Miller limbering up. Hasn't bowled much in this competition. I don't think he's taken a wicket, but that's from a comparatively small number of overs. Bancroft behind Bracey on the ball, but not by much. And that won't bother him.
It does feel like...
He said more of the strike, actually.
Yeah, it does just feel like... I know they're not battling each other to score quickly, but just because of the rate they're both scoring at, you can't help but get that feeling these two are getting slightly competitive between each other.
No, changing his line to come round the wicket to Bancroft. There was some bat in that. Yeah, just enough to add one to Bancroft's total. Just to confirm that Cheltenham Cricket Society speakers list I spoke of earlier. October, Chris Cowdrey. November, Mark Alleyne. December, Richard Whitehead. January, Jack Brooks. February, Ricardo Elcock, or Ricky Elcock as he was known. And March, Andy Moles. That was the name I was hunting for. Bracey doesn't time that pull down to Guthrie, but he'll still get one. So those meetings on the first Wednesday in the month, respectively, October to March, and then there is a Wednesday, April the 7th meeting, where the speaker is still TBC. The Cheltenham Cricket Society have their own website. The Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers details are on the club website, so do go there for details of memberships and such like. End of Lowe's third over. He takes his hat. And earlier on, Charlie, you said the kind of pattern you expect is early wickets, and then there's a sort of accumulation in the middle. The only difference here is that actually Gloucestershire have gone off. It's not a small score. I know it's a fast-scoring game, but 309 is still quite a bit to get. But they've gone off quite quickly, and there've been, I think, 15 fours. I looked at the board just now. 15 fours already. Some of those authentic shots, some of those little more than push drives. But they've gone off faster than you would normally think when chasing a target like this. They're probably 20 runs ahead of where they might be otherwise. Miller from the Chapel End.
Yeah, Gus Miller to take over from that short Ramesh spell. I'm sure we'll be seeing him a little bit later. But yeah, I can only think of one or two shots, building on your point there, Ian, that have been anything close to aggressive. So this will just be a single out to the deep man, fine leg. Yes, you're right, they're going at a good rate in this chase of 308, but it hasn't looked like they've been trying to go at a good rate. And
No.
it's
Bracey played that one. I say it was Bracey. I think he went over short extra off Guthrie. That was probably the only one you would say was a calculated gamble.
And we did have that one over where Cameron Bancroft in consecutive balls just tucked one off his hip that Ed was correct in saying probably wouldn't have left the ring on some other outfields, and then next ball just angled it past backward point in front of square. I mean, how often do you see those go forwards? It's quite incredible how rapid it is out here, but also how little risk these batters need to take to keep the scoreboard moving. This could be 4. No, it's just going to be a single down towards the fine leg. No, second run taken on the fumble. Again, not the first time we've seen that today. Another aspect of this
50 for Bracey.
ground.
37 balls, 8 balls, 1 6.
James Bracey getting to 50, following up that 100 here on Sunday. And it's been an imperious knock. 37 balls coming from it. And this is going to make it 56. Incredible shot over cow corner. And that has gone deep past the third row of fans sat on their deck chairs out in the deep over the leg side. It's almost gone into Chris Dent's family coffee van.
And I think that's Matthew Lee who's thrown the ball back as well, of all people. Lots of spectators will know Matthew Lee. He's at every day of home cricket, men's team and women's team throughout the season. And he's wearing a pink for Sid top today. I'm sure it's him that's actually thrown the ball back. Certainly looked like him, and he has probably gone for the coffee. That's just the thing.
They do make a good coffee over there.
And I say it's him because he's not sat in his seat downstairs. I spotted where he was earlier on.
I couldn't actually work out why you leant over the front of this balcony to see who was there and then confirmed someone on the other side of the ground. This is a chance out to deep forward square, and Bracey won't believe it. He will not believe how he's just gone out there. He falls for 56. He was soaring along. And Gus Miller pulls out a huge fist bump because he knows the magnitude of that wicket in this run chase. Just 1 run short of the 100-run opening stand. And now it's 99 for 1 as Bracey finds the man at deep forward square leg.
And he will feel in his own mind that's kind of a soft dismissal. The bat was making a really lovely sound, and he walks off. Yes, the 56 against his name, but oh, you can just see it. You can just see it. Now, my eye said George Bartlett for the catch, and in fact, that is now confirmed on the board.
Made off 42 degrees with 8 fours and 2 sixes.
So Bracey goes, but a rapid start for Gloucestershire. Wicket for Miller, and Ollie Price in at number 3.
Thanks, Ian. It's going to be a change in the commentary box now. I'm going to make way for Ed Seaborn.
Could we call that unexpected, that dismissal?
Yes, probably. I suppose Bracey had clearly decided that he was going to play some shots and play more expansively, which, as we've said plenty of times, is what often brings about the wickets here.
Low to continue. It's been steadily economical at the college lawn end, but that isn't enough for Northamptonshire at the moment. They need more than that. 100 up for Gloucestershire with that single.
That's the innings 100 in the 15th over.
Yeah, certainly a good and important job done by Bracey. Scoring at 140 strike rate has taken all the, if there has been any pressure, which there hasn't been masses on Bancroft to make the going himself.
Ollie Price then. You probably heard the cry of no.
It did seem to amuse some spectators. I'm not exactly sure why, but I think it was a good call of no.
It was just so audible. Just broke the silence, didn't it?
But of course, that wicket has meant that there is now a different sort of pressure on Bancroft in terms of now being the one that Gloucestershire would want to go on and get the really big score.
Low around the wicket to Ollie Price, who's away with a single. Down to Guthrie. You've got a long memory. You've been watching Gloucestershire since, well, very late 70s, early 80s. Guthrie reminds me a bit of one Mike Whitney, who played for Gloucestershire and Australia. Bancroft defends.
I assume his son may well have been a teammate of the likes of Nathan McSweeney.
I think that is right.
There is certainly a Whitney who's played for the Brisbane Heat and Queensland recent times.
Another pleasant shot from Bancroft into that space at extra cover. King will make his way round this time, and they'll take two. In fact, there's enough time there for it to be his grandson.
Have a look.
Because that's 46 years ago. .309 the Gloucestershire target here. No to Bancroft, you can't get past Bartlett at short mid wicket. Into another low over.
Actually, seems they're unrelated.
Oh,
just two Australian cricketers called Whitney.
How many tests for Mike? Wasn't many.
12 tests, 38 one-day internationals. Fair to say he wasn't in the side for his batting.
No. Lowe's bowled 4 overs for 17, which in the context of today is miserly. Guthrie 4 overs for 29. Leach 4 overs for 21. Ramesh 2 overs for 24. And Miller's first over cost 10, but he did get a wicket.
Yeah, even cheaper than DeLanger, who's actually the most economical bowler the day so far. DeLanger's 10 overs going for 47.
So Van der Merwe now standing up. I mean, this is really because Ollie Price would normally bat 6 to 9 inches outside his crease. So
it's less because he's likely to run at Miller, but more just because of where he wants to face up. Edged, but a thick one. Produce a single. Fine little edge, would have done Price rather better, actually.
We haven't seen Luke Proctor yet. Do you think that is because McSweeney thinks he might be hittable on the ground like this? Proctor's down at third man.
I don't think so.
I mean, to go back to your story about the T20 earlier this season, and he's not a terrible white ball bowler.
No, he's able to land his Yorkers. Doesn't shy away from pressure. He has taken 7 wickets in this competition. As I said, he's actually the joint leading wicket taker that's playing in this game for Northamptonshire, with Chahal not playing. Straight into the ground from Price. Up to Guthrie at mid-on. Yeah, I don't know. I suppose... I don't know. Is it a sort of a feeling of... Especially having looked at that Lancashire score at halfway maybe and thought, well... In terms of out-and-out qualification, that is looking particularly tricky. Don't know whether it's anything to do with that, wanting to see what they've got from others, whether it's the fact that Proctor will surely have some important overs to bowl at some point in the championship to come, where Northamptonshire are pushing for another promotion.
I mean, things not looking good elsewhere for them. Kent are 6 down, chasing 263 to beat Warwickshire, and they still need another 171.
Well, that part's the good part for them. They needed Kent to lose that one, but it's the news from Taunton that's the major problem.
53 for 2 off 11. Somerset chasing 444.
They need 10 and over across 39 overs. Picked up by Miller, so another quiet over, which again, you sort of feel like you're repeating yourself from the first innings, really, where I think it was when Keogh came out to join Bartlett, and you felt there were a few overs which only went for 4s and 5s. You sort of thought, well, actually, they can afford that, and yet Northamptonshire sort of played as if they couldn't afford that. Gloucestershire, knowing what they're chasing, I'd like to think, especially with Price out there, who does like to take his time at the start of his innings, I hope they wouldn't fall into that same trap.
Low. Been for a, if not a bowl through here. Into his 5th over. Low around the wicket. And then Price has squeezed that past the fielder at short extra. They're going to come back for 2. His throw not the most accurate. One spectator talked to me at the break about how they quite liked this setup at Cheltenham. It's not the same with that one end almost open. But he said, I don't dislike it at all.
No, I wasn't quite saying it in those terms, but whilst you were off at the start of the innings, I was talking about that as well.
Low around the wicket and defended. Price getting into line.
And I was informed that that was where the extra bit of capacity had come from when they released a few extra tickets for these games, was that more people were going to be allowed to sit at that College lawn end than previously. So given that that has happened, it doesn't, you know, it still feels like a full house.
Yes, the only difference is that the stand on the far side is probably half the depth it would be otherwise. Doesn't he? Punched up to mid-off by Price. Proctor took it on his body. It may have come up and hit him on the chin as well. He managed to stop it. They still got a single out of it. Low can't prevent Price again finding the fielder on the deep square boundary, but still able to take a comfortable single. And some things we haven't had much of in the 3 days here at Cheltenham so far. There was a siren earlier on. We haven't had many of those going past the ground.
No, just 1 or 2 yesterday.
Pleasingly. And also not too much trouble with people walking behind the bowler's arm.
No, that's true.
Which has been a point of some frustration at points during the season. Price into the ground, and not past Proctor though. And Bancroft sends Price back, which is probably the correct thing to do. It wasn't a clean stop from Proctor, but No point in taking a risk at this stage.
We also haven't had a goal wandering across the outfield. There's normally, particularly a juvenile one, that's standing on the outfield in a rather precarious position.
So Drinks coming on after 17 overs. Bancroft probably the most in need of one at 44 not out. Ollie Price with him having come to the wicket at the dismissal of James Bracey, who struck the ball as cleanly as he did at that 100 on Sunday in making 56 before he was caught by Bartlett. A little bit of a soft dismissal really at deep square off the bowling of Miller. Opening stand of 99 in 14 overs as Gloucestershire chase 309 to win. Northants with 79 from Nathan McSweeney and 75 from George Bartlett in kind of different styles really. McSweeney looked really comfortable all the time. Bartlett hit the ball very hard on occasions, and then there were a couple of 30s, one at the top of the order from Gus Miller and then Dom Leach towards the end. 4 for 56 for Daz Ahmed, 2 wickets for Ollie Price, 2 for Ed Middleton, and 1 each for Aman Rao and Marshall DeLongo. So no Rob Keogh yet. Nirvan Ramesh has had 1 tidy over and 1 very expensive one, so Gloucestershire have pushed him into the sidings for a while, you would have thought, in terms of McSweeney's thinking.
Yeah, I suppose we'll also, with Northamptonshire's 3 spin options all being off spinners as well, and they're not going to see another left-hander in Gloucestershire's batting lineup. Bracey the only left-hander, which, considering that not so long ago, I can remember at the start of, well, in fact, it was the first game between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire in the 2022 season, for example, when Marcus Harris was signed, didn't play in that game, but arrived for the next game. There was this thought of, well, how can we manage with all these left-handers in the top order? Dent, Harris, Charlesworth, Hammond, Bracey, and now Bracey's the only one in this lineup. But of course, likes of Hammond still to come back, you'd think, into the frame for the championship.
I mean, a lot will depend on the fitness of Charlesworth and Hammond in particular for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Good to see Craig Miles doing some net bowling this morning. So hopefully that's an indicator of him being closer to availability for selection. And the unavailable list, you know, Charlesworth B, Jack Taylor, Hammond, Van Beeren, Matt Taylor, whose injury appears to be a bit more serious perhaps than was first thought, Miles, Luke Charlesworth and Will Williams. And there's 8 players there, of whom, if everybody was fit, probably 6 of those would be in the team.
At least. Gus Miller continuing. Bancroft wants a single, not a clean pickup from Guthrie at mid-on. Probably would have had a shy, but I think Bancroft set off quickly enough. Yeah, of course, spoke to Jack Taylor in the last game, and hopefully the scan that he was going to have has not thrown anything up. There's a little fumble here, which occasionally can lead to problems for the running, but they stayed put.
It was kind of a half stop, wasn't it?
Those are the dangerous ones, aren't there? And then when you've got another fielder almost not quite directly behind, but by the time they've closed the angle between them, not that it's much of a gap anyway, pretty much directly behind. Second consecutive delivery played into that area.
Tian Low and Sam King were the two that affected that stop 2 balls ago. They're now being split because King is coming out onto the fence at mid-wicket.
He's sort of bought a couple of dots and now put the fielder back just to give Miller a bit more protection. Price finds the one that was left. It is an area where he hits quite a lot of deliveries. Somebody that does play very straight.
As Bracey's taking his pads off, he's wandering in front of some of the supporters. He's got a massive mug of tea there. I think it's tea.
Bancroft making sure to lunge back into his ground, just in case Miller could effect a little tip onto the stumps. I don't know, do you see tea or coffee?
Well, we know he's sponsored by a local coffee company, so maybe.
This dab will not produce a run with backward point sliding across, so just 1 run from Miller's 3rd over. And Gloucestershire stuck on Nelson.
In every sense. It's not just the runs. Proctor time.
Right, so there's the answer.
So Lowe has done a tidy job at that College lawn end.
Change of bowling from the College lawn end, Luke Proctor.
5 overs for 21. But here is Proctor. That rather open action of his. And from the loosener, Bancroft picks up a single. Straight to short mid wicket. I mean, he's 38. He's just, well, I'd say just earlier this summer signed a new contract at Northampton.
There have been a couple of those in their late 30s signing deals quite recently. 3-year deal for Oliver Hannon Dolby at Warwickshire, which I think will take him until he's 39.
High stepping run from Proctor. But he's your kind of blueprint county pro, isn't he?
Yes.
Like Proctor.
Yeah, very much so. Just the perfect example of a professional cricketer to have for younger players.
Steered away by Price. Only get 1 out to Sam King. Moves round to backward point.
And just somebody who has made the absolute most out of his abilities, both bat and ball. Not blessed with great pace. Slightly unusual action, I suppose. Not exactly unorthodox, but that sort of sense that he might be about to bowl off the wrong foot, but doesn't really.
And actually, I know Smead climbed into that over in the T20 finals, but he doesn't strike you as someone who's going to bowl, delivery after delivery that's really loose. You know, it's on the spot, on the spot, on the spot all the time. Now, you could argue in T20 cricket, that's in the slot.
Sometimes it is, isn't it? That's why he's got to be so good at hitting his Yorkers, or has to be used at a time when he can maybe move the ball about a little bit. And in terms of both 50 over and first class, I was going to say longer form cricket then, but of course people would take issue at me calling 50 overs longer form. It does feel like that sometimes though. But
well, when you've got a T10,
yes, exactly, and so much of T20 played. Bancroft not ready yet, but somebody that can just help balance a side. They're so blessed with all rounders at Northamptonshire. Waits the call, but it just sneaks underneath short mid wicket. I thought about two, perhaps if we were 20 overs later, but not that time.
Yeah. Do you sense there is any tension among the crowd at the moment? I'm not sure I do.
No, I think it's just contentment, I would say. Not quite post-prandial malaise, but you wouldn't blame one or two for nodding off, especially in the shade. Ooh. Price having a little slash at that. You know that he can catch up, and 7 off 19 is not a position that, whilst any batter would obviously want to get off to a flyer, it won't particularly bother Price, but sort of shot that can get you down a bit if it doesn't come off. It will only bring a single, although finding more of the middle part of the bat. But yeah, when you think you've got somebody like Miller, who admittedly he's only recently scored his first professional 100, but somebody who can bowl useful overs back towards the top of an order. James Sales. Crunching drive, that'll be 4. And 50 for Bancroft.
That's 50 for Cameron Bancroft. 58 balls, 8 balls.
Voice of God, Ben Feasey. 52 from 58 balls for Cameron Bancroft.
It's been, I suppose, a relatively high proportion in boundaries in this innings. Tumbling stop at backward point. Keeps him on strike.
I know
But
you and I were chatting at one stage through this tournament. So Bancroft hasn't had a big score for a while, but he seemed to have to get a series of starts, get to 40 and then get out. Well, put that right to some degree with the 98 up at Old Trafford.
in the air, but into space behind square, and 4 more. Didn't really need to keep that especially down. Square leg umpire might have reached out and just about grabbed it, but in the gap between deep square and short fine, so Gloucestershire just getting things moving a little bit after being tied down. But I was also going to mention Justin Broad, who's out for the season. There's another seam bowling all-rounder. And that is just such a blessing for a coach in terms of picking 11s when you know that you can get seam bowling out of your batting, as well as somebody like McSweeney who can bowl some spin.
Proctor In the air from Ollie Price, but it's gone over Guthrie, and 3 bounces and rolling away for 4 at long off. Guthrie on the edge of the circle. So that was absolutely where Price intended it.
I think it might have been, but whether he maybe meant it to clear by a little bit more than that. There were certainly some quite gasps, but expressions of uncertainty, yeah, concern in the word. As it left the bat, and it sort of hung there. It didn't go quickly over the fielder. Always from our vantage point, because we've got a bit more height than some, it always looked as if it was going over, but to some it may well have looked particularly perilous.
If you're watching from the Sanford Road side of the ground in particular, where you're looking up the slope, it's not always easy to tell.
No.
Bramash just doing some limbering up as if he might be due a recall. Price punches again to Guthrie, and his dive is in vain, and that will run away for 4 more. So 2 shots to a similar area by Price, one over Guthrie, one to his left, which even a dive of relatively full length couldn't stop.
4 boundaries in 6 balls.
Yeah, that's the sort of little spell that makes life difficult for a fielding side. Price might get another one here as well. That's worked away to deep mid-wicket, and a good stop on the run from low, and they'll come back for a couple.
Again, from some angles, might have looked as if he was about to chip the catch to the 1 short mid-wicket that they've got. When they had 2, it might have been particularly dangerous, but a bit more room to play with only 1.
Firmly up to Ramesh at mid-on. No run this time.
The required rate had never really built, but it's just kept it at basically exactly a run a ball and prevented it from starting to head at least into the high 6s, if not towards 7s.
Van der Merwe standing back to Proctor. Price can, if he wants to, he can bat outside of his crease. He didn't finish the over doing so. But 134 for 1 after a 99 first wicket partnership. James Bracey, the 1 batter out for 56. I'll leave you with Ed, and Charlie Harden's going to come in alongside.
Thank you, Ian. So, as we have a change here, there is also a change from the Chapel end. So Ramesh is set to return. Back to some spin. Ramesh, 2 overs for 24. Whilst he's bowling to 2 right-handers, maybe that those right-handers aren't looking quite to take after him in the same way Bracey seemed to. Full toss, and that has been dealt with through extra cover, and 4 more for Bancroft.
It's a shame because his first 5 balls today were gorgeous, and the last ball of his first over, Ramesh, went for 4, and then the next one went for about 15, and he hasn't started great here. It'd be good to see him get a bit of confidence in his spell here.
The encouragement for that one, Bancroft looking for the sort of, well, if you've got 1 shot to play in 50 over cricket for the middle overs, it's the knock down to long on. This time a little bit squarer out to deep mid wicket, but Bancroft gets the single that he was after. Lead 6 and over, boundary and single in close proximity gives you a pretty good chance of making sure that that rate doesn't climb at all. Oh, somebody's won something. 3675. That's me. It's not. There's always a raffle going on at Cheltenham somewhere. Price getting off strike straight away. People looking very attentive over in the marquee closest to the chapel. I wonder what's going over there.
They're attentive in very much the wrong direction.
Yes, you do hope Bancroft doesn't fancy one of those slams over long on that he has been known to go for in the past and known to attempt to kill certain commentators. A huge straight slog sweep at Chelmsford off Luke Holman that hit a very narrow divider between two windows of the commentary box. Somehow hit neither myself nor my colleague from BBC London. The odds on it hitting there and not going through the gap are not great. Be exactly that sort of distance over the long on boundary. Oh, it's a nice one. So he finishes the overworlders, Ramesh, but in a way that's almost, well, I suppose you're not going to bring on a young spinner and give him one over, but it doesn't exactly help as the Northamptonshire captain in terms of McSweeney deciding whether he's going to have another one or not, because can't really afford for boundary balls to be given, but at the same time he's just finished with the ball that beats Price, who didn't play a sweep in that over, which is always a little bit of a surprise.
McSweeney's just looking for anyone, I think, who can give him a sense of taking a wicket. And Ramesh being a little bit more economical that over, as you mentioned, but who's going to be the man to get Northants back in this game? And McSweeney doing a brilliant piece of work at cover. Tremendous ground fielder. He'll want to put himself in any position which he can make the most impact in.
You usually see him sprinting round a boundary in T20, but I suppose especially being captain, he's less likely to do that here.
Well executed that one down towards deep third. Cameron Bancroft running the first and very, very quickly. Didn't get a second in the end. Luke Proctor, could he be the man to take that wicket? 2 for 20 from 7 overs, bowled really nicely against Somerset just a few days ago. Tried to get too cute and he's edged it behind. There is the wicket Northamptonshire needed. It's almost pin drop silence here at Cheltenham, except for a couple of little pockets of applause. But Ollie Price has to go for 19 from 29 balls. And well, could that be the moment where Northants put on a surge to try and get this game over back in their direction?
That was all very muted, really. The keeper, Van der Merwe, it's almost as though he wasn't going to appeal at all until potentially he thought, I'd better just make sure that finger goes up. And Proctor was certainly really just pretty much raising his arm. Did look back, but seemed fairly straightforward. Proctor bowling that from very wide of the crease, angling it in. Didn't really move much, but just the angle seemingly enough. And just as Price had got his innings going, he is marching back. So out comes Joseph Eklund. This is the last match that Eklund is
Ollie Price, caught by Van der
currently,
Putten,
as far as I
Proctor for
know,
90.
contracted for, signing a contract for the one-day cup. So just hope he's not thinking too much about that and is thinking more about just compiling an innings. He's coming out in a similar position really to Price, where still 27.5 overs here. Okay, he's still got 167 runs to score, but there is that time coming in before halfway to think, don't need to do anything extravagant.
Well, he has a prod at the surface, of course, under a little bit of pressure after 6-ball duck last time here, a couple of days ago. Looks for a quick single, very busy cricketer is Eklund. Likes to get low, especially to the spinners. Likes to work on the sweep and reverse sweep. Tries to stay positive for the next run. Form of Hampshire, of course. He's got a point to prove today. So a smart shot out to deep cover. Get him off the mark.
Had a fair amount of experience with Hampshire in the one-day cup. Not the last one, but the two before that.
Inside edge onto pad. Could this be a sniff for Northants to... I think they could get back into this game. Gloucestershire at the moment in the driving seat. That number to win 166, so a little under halfway there. And they are 143 for 2 after 23.
Just going back to Eklund, no appearances yet in the County Championship or in T20 cricket. Minor counties cricket for Dorset. An opportunity at 4 with, I think if he gets half the runs, then he will score the number on his back, 83. It's the sort of score that's out there if he can get in.
I think this matchup for Eklund could be not a bad one because Ramesh, you can understand, a little bit low on confidence after being hit around the park in his second over. And Eklund won't want to let him settle, but understands that the challenges Ramesh possesses. Long stride forward. In defence is Eklund. But there's a man on the backward point boundary, almost for that firm reverse sweep. Big wide open gap at cover. Perhaps a trap being set. And neatly worked up to long on by Eklund to get his second run. Bancroft back onto strike.
He really held that one back, Ramesh. It was one of the slower deliveries that he's bowled. With a new batter out there also, good thing for Ramesh as well. He can start to settle into his variations and not worry about somebody dictating terms against him.
Lofted up over mid-off. An exquisite shot from Cameron Bancroft. Not a bad delivery from Ramesh. Not at all. If anything, just back of a good length. And Cameron Bancroft has stepped forward and swung the hands and muscled it over long off the foot.
Equally, he's also got a bowl at Bancroft. He's very well set.
Ramesh fields off his own bowling with a tumbling dive. Two deep fielders, backward square on both off and leg side. The leg side fielder is also joined by deep mid wicket and long on. Just the one fielder had a straight mid wicket inside the ring on the leg side. And there's your single you mentioned earlier, Ed. The nudge down to long on for a calm end to the 24th. One run short of the 150 mark. 149 for 2.
Yeah, so one more from Proctor, and then presumably a bit of a break for the halfway stage. So it is Bancroft and the youngsters from here on for Gloucestershire. Of course, if they're going to do this comfortably, Bancroft may be needing to go on and get a really big score, but equally, we saw from the last game that Gloucestershire's young middle order is perfectly capable of getting them over the line if they have to. Be a tumble and a stop. Short mid-wicket. Phillips with the career best. Borman, another good start, and it was his positivity at the start of that partnership with Phillips that then almost set the table for Phillips to go on and be the match winner. Bancroft in the air, it's going to be a simple catch. Taken by Guthrie at mid-off. And now it is down to Gloucestershire's young middle order. Bancroft perishing for 68. Looked well set, but he tried to loft the ball over the top and did not get anything like enough of it right into Guthrie's breadbasket. It wasn't a catch that he even had to take above his head or anything. 68 from 72 for Bancroft, but now 2 fresh batters in. Gloucestershire still not halfway to this chase, and were the ground suddenly to swallow us up, Gloucestershire would win by 1 run on DLS. But that's a marker of how close this game now is, especially as it's Bancroft that's that wicket. Out comes Phillips.
Well, both Gloucestershire openers
Joe Phillips.
scoring half centuries and then getting out in, well, a
Joe
fashion
Phillips is sponsored
that
by
could have been
AES
avoided.
Sign.
You're rolling your eyes there, Ed. Not at me, I
Bancroft
hope.
Well, unfortunately,
off the bowling of Proctor for 68, made off 72 balls.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear anything you were saying, so I don't bother repeating it. I'm sure it was a very valid point, but I couldn't hear it.
I won't bother.
Okay. Joe Phillips going through some loosening exercises that I think would have me needing a stretcher to take me off the field. .61 not out from 61 balls against Nottinghamshire 2 days ago. But he was, I don't know, to look back to see the exact numbers, but it felt as though his first maybe 15 runs came in late 20s, almost 30 balls, and then picked it up and found the boundary when Gloucestershire needed boundaries at the end. Just a slicing shot from Phillips to get him underway. 150 comes up, so once again we've had a wicket fall right next to a milestone that gets some noise around the crowd, but I think there was a moment about maybe 20 minutes ago when Ian asked, do you get the sense that the crowd are nervous here? And the answer seemed to be no. It's a good run from Eklund. Just wide enough of backward point. don't know. I still don't really get the sense yet, but I think one more wicket and then I think the crowd would really start to feel as though there was some definite concern. Another tight over from Proctor, 2 for 17 from 4. And again, I suppose it goes back to what we were talking about 2 days ago, really, when we were in this similar sort of position. There were more runs, I think, for the middle order to get today, but maybe in a bit more time as well. But if the aim, which it has been certainly since Gloucestershire have more or less been out of qualification, the point is to find out about these players, and this is another very good opportunity, as 2 days ago was, to do just that again.
Struck on the front thigh almost, maybe the inner thigh of Eklund. Maybe a little bit of bat as well. Very close to everything. Ramesh looked incredibly interested though.
Yes, unlike Steve O'Shaughnessy, who, I say, he's not somebody that hangs around. The thing is coming up, it's coming up very quickly and let you know just as rapidly if it's not out.
Very interesting bowler, Ramesh. It's almost as if he releases the ball fractionally almost before he lands his front foot. Or at least earlier than perhaps a slightly more orthodox spinner would. Down the track comes Eklund. Authoritative shot, one bounce and over the advertisement boarding, but that bounce came behind the boundary rope. So it's a 6 for Eklund, moves him to 9. 157 for 3.
That's a lovely lofted shot from Eklund. Just everything seemed to be quite calm in the movement there, even though it was a fearsome swing through the ball. Seemed fairly effortless.
It was as watchful as a 6 over long off can be.
Yes. I thought you were going to say as watchful as a 4 defensive almost, but
no, a bit more risk than that, I'd say.
But it didn't feel like a major risk the way that he played it.
We've taken the outside edge, it's run down towards third. That's going to be 4 runs, it seems. It's under a quick pursuit. It will just be 4. It looked like he again was perhaps a little bit in 2 minds of whether to come down the track or take a big stride forward. It's almost like he bailed on a big decision quite late and ended up being stuck somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it wasn't quite far enough forward to cover what the ball was going to do. But equally, that's 10 runs off the over and the target under 150 in the 6, taking Gloucestershire past halfway.
It's a nice whip up towards long on to close out the over. Ramesh perhaps a little bit unfortunate to go for 11. Not a huge amount of bad deliveries in that over. And of course taking the edge of Eklund as well. So 162 for 3 after 26. And where were Northants at this time? 181 for 4. So more in both departments, runs and wickets there.
Yeah, only just lost that 4th wicket. 178 for 3 at the halfway stage, but Northamptonshire's innings, as a comparison, probably rather dies off around about here, because this is when they were still going ballistic but losing wickets. And of course, the comparison runs out completely at 46.4 overs. I suppose you use it as a comparison if you're hoping to win it with 3.2 overs to spare, but I think they'll be doing well if they win with that amount to spare Not impossible, but because this could be a really tight one. Oh, gosh, he went hard at that, Eklund, hand off the bat. Proctor in his 5th over, but one of those bowlers that Northamptonshire might just keep him going and going. Of course, they've got to be, as we mentioned before, a little bit cognizant of the fact that Proctor's got some important overs to bowl later on in the season as well. But he's that kind of bowler that you just feel doesn't really matter. He knows his body, knows what he takes out of himself with his bowling, and if he says he's happy to continue, I suspect McSweeney might just say, "Thank you very much, that's what we'll do." Push to backward point means 4 dots.
It raises the question, doesn't it, of how Eklund will counter that now to close out this over. 2 balls. Yes, the chase feels straightforward from here. It's a young pair, these two.
A little bit shorter from Proctor. Not short as such, but allowing Eklund at least to find a gap and get up the other end, but only presents Phillips with 1 ball to face in this over. I don't think it's going to be too long until I'll be going on a ice cream run. Reach that time, I think. Fine little glance from Phillips, so just the 1. 2 from Proctor's latest miserly over, 2 for 19 from 5.
Do you get a free pass to skip the ice cream
Oh,
queue?
what do you think? What do you think? No. So, more of a lolly person than a
Aye.
soft serve, or whatever they call it.
Soft serve.
Well, you know,
The
99
whippy
flake
one.
sort of, yeah, Mr. Whippy type things.
Interesting.
Change of off spinner. So, fresh off his
Change of bowling from the
career best list day
Rob Keogh.
figures, Rob Keogh, who does have a towel, not for the usual reasons of drying the ball. Sweaty palms, more the issue today. Late 20s temperature wise, but it feels even hotter out there.
And a watchful start from both batter and bowler. Yeah, not often do you see the towels poking out the back of the trousers in hot weather. This is played into a big wide open gap at square leg. It will just be a single though.
Already Keogh starting in terms of pace a little bit slower than any of the other off spinners that we've seen so far today. So the temptation, especially for young spinners, I guess, is to start your spell bowling very quickly and just think, right, I'm going to get into the spell here. But Keogh's not done that.
Down the track comes Eklund, and well, it wasn't far away from a leaping Nathan McSweeney at cover. He'll get away for 4, not quite in the position he intended. With a little kick of the dust at the striker's end, you can tell he wasn't too impressed with that cricket shot, but it did run away for 4. So it's another boundary to his name. His 19 off 19 is, well, it's been an innings not free of intent. Down the track again, this is more convincing. 1 bounce, 4. Straight back over the bowler's head. It's almost as if he took learning from a not perfectly executed one in the previous delivery and made it much better. Glorious shot for 4.
Yeah, the first one was a It's a shot that he had to almost shovel because he came over the inside of the ball, maybe looking to go straighter, and then realised he had to make the adjustment not to the pitch and almost brush up the left part of the ball as he looked at it and got it over extra cover. But that one was a much more committed shot in terms of the fact that footwork preceded the attempted loft. Really nice shot. And again, it didn't try and really hit it for six, like the six that he hit previously off Ramesh. He wasn't really trying to hit that for six. He's just trying to hit it over the infield. And similarly with that one, and you kind of like to see that really, because you don't need to get sixes. You don't have to get them all in one go.
Yeah, he did a lot better to get to the pitch of the ball on the second go at it. Moved his feet very well. A little bit earlier, Keogh clearly didn't fully pick up on it, and Eklund got to the pitch and met it with class as opposed to
sort of almost
brute.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, sorry to talk over, but it wasn't, sort of modern day style golf swing over the top either. It was more of an old fashioned elbow first, but still just as fluent a shot.
And at the end of the over, 173 for 3. 28 overs gone. It was pretty clear that Eklund fancied a single off the final ball of that over, but didn't get one. So Luke Proctor will get the ball back in hand.
We're going to have a commentary change after all that. Ian Randall's coming back.
So here's Proctor then, ball in hand. Phillips defending. Solid in behind it. Hello, Ian. How was your short break?
That was my short break. What, my break that was 2 minutes allegedly longer than it might have been?
Another one on top of that.
No. There was so much faff looking for the ball, quote, in the stingers, as it was put to me. Northampton might think one more wicket here, and they're right in the game.
Well, it's almost as if the momentum has shifted, isn't it? With those
The run rate's
quick
still
wickets.
fine in terms of what they're chasing, but Phillips looks as if he's going to try and play the conservative role with a small C and allow Eklund and indeed Borman, if he gets the opportunity, to come in and attack at the other end. I mean, Phillips obviously batting in theory 1 up from where we expected him to bat, because we thought that Eklund would bat at 4. Eklund facing Proctor. Last opportunity for Joseph Eklund in this format anyway. Obviously he was originally registered only for this tournament. He's got one substantial contribution already, but he could do with another one.
Yeah, he's a good-looking batter when he gets in. He's the kind of player, when in form, can just look $1 million.
Full dab here. Phillips down to third man. And Sunday was quite a interesting challenge for Joe Phillips to try and manoeuvre Gloucestershire from position. There was, quite a bit to do when he had joined forces with Borman on Sunday. Borman played the more aggressive role of the two, and then when he got out, Phillips saw it as his job to steer the team over the line.
So Keogh to continue. Round the wicket. Down the track and didn't connect, and plenty of ooze around the ground as that goes dribbling off to short fine. Ramesh doing the fielding. Worrying moment there for Phillips.
Keogh going round the wicket, even to the right-hander.
Quick single taken. Could this be a chance? Oh, an inaccurate throw. Means that direct hit was never going to happen. I quite like the round the wicket option to the right-hander, especially if there's any variance of spin off the surface. If the spinner can get it to land in line with the stumps, then it not only brings the option that straightens and LBW and stump, but also that one that slides on and takes the outside edge. It's into Eklund. Reverse sweep, and he's wrong-footed the fielder. It's great fielding, a backward point. Could this be a run-out chance? Well, Phillips got home safely, but I think both batters thought it had gone past him. Turns out he kind of brought it out of his pocket and was ready to throw.
Tion low. He's got a left-hander there. When he stops it, he's then throwing it from a prone position.
Might be a single that time.
He didn't quite get his angles right, though. That was the problem.
He started shifting around, thinking that the reverse sweep would go off to his left. Turns out it went exactly where he was when he started. Phillips finds a slightly calmer single out to Sam King at mid-wicket.
Warwickshire have beaten Kent by 87 runs at Rugby School. But Somerset 172 for 5, so they need 272 in 25 overs to beat Lancashire. And that is the problem result for Northants, even if they win here.
Lancashire's 443, clearly slightly too many for Somerset. But a nice calm single to end the over. That traditional punch up to long on means 30 overs gone, 20 overs to go, and the score is 180 for 3.
So they're bang on 6 and over, which is just a tad under where they need to be. And that was the great thing about the win over Notts, was that they paced getting to the target in a very even fashion. Trying to do the same here. Proctor to continue for Northants. Who, let's be fair, have had a very good season to this point, with one trophy already in the bank, and challenging for another. Doesn't look as though they're going to progress in this competition. Not necessarily because of what happens here, although that may be the case, but chiefly because of what's happening elsewhere.
They had a dominant blast display, didn't they? Northants got off to a scintillating start in the group, and then...
Is it 9 wins in a row?
Well, I was thinking more 8, but it could be 9.
I think it was 9.
Well, I know 8's for sure, and then 9 could just be optional. I back you.
He used his feet, Joseph Eklund, but got in a bit of a tangle. Just say that the stream will be back in place on Sunday for the women's match against Kent. If you are coming to the ground, usual start time 10:30. Oh, Eklund goes for a really big, I was going to call that an Andrew Simons kind of shot, because that's the kind of shot that he would play when he batted here at Cheltenham. looking to go straight down the ground, over the sight screens, over the net, over the netting, the frame netting for the warm-ups. To the car park. That's more circumspect, and that's a tight one. And he could be out, and he is. Phillips has gone. His bat wasn't down, and for the first time today, we've seen the stumps hit with a direct throw, and Phillips has to go. Tried to run his bat in, but he looks short, and we're in an ideal position to see. And Eklund cannot have Phillips for company any longer. So it will be the two aggressors, Eklund and Borman, to try and get Gloucestershire closer here. Phillips looks disconsolately off for 7. Ran out for a single that wasn't his call.
Looks out for me, Ian. Just think that's a good decision by the umpire.
I'm not sure his bat was down.
Tommy Borman.
But in any case, Steve O'Shaughnessy said it doesn't linger about decisions. Up went the finger.
Well, Luke Proctor actually gave Eklund a bit of a send-off, even though Eklund was the one that is still in. Luke Proctor clearly letting Eklund know that, well, a dismissal was caused. We've had plenty of looks at this replay, and Phillips is probably about half a foot out.
He looks out to me. I say I'm not sure his bat was down anyway. So Bourne out in the middle. Ahmed Syed.
One result to bring you elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. This one is at Rugby School, where Warwickshire have beaten Kent by 87 runs.
And some drinks for the umpires at the 4 of Joe Phillips's wicket. Number 309 is the target. So 129 to get. But now, 4 wickets down. Daz Ahmed, Ed Middleton, both hang around. Ahmed has got a half century in this tournament. Middleton obviously was Phillips's companion on Sunday. But Borman may need to have a little bit of a look here, not go too hard too early. The rate is not a huge problem at the moment.
You mentioned his good batting the other day, 39 from 37 he made. I think it's just worth noting what a few dots can do. 4 dots in a row, Northants built up and got a wicket off the 5th ball, with Eklund looking to search for an extra little single. And it's the first thing you said when you came on, Ian, about how if there's an extra wicket here, Northants might be interested. And I reckon that drinks break, that discussion over there, they knew the pressure they could build with a few extra dots, and they are now so in this game to go on and win.
So Borman potentially could be playing out a maiden from Proctor here, but he won't get it because Borman's off the mark straight away with a little push out into the offside, and King in the covers does the fielding. But a wicket in that over for Proctor doesn't really get much of a hand for it. Not the less enthusiastic Cheltenham crowd for a Northamptonshire wicket. 181 for 4. 19 overs to go.
Well, that run out belonging to McSweeney, I feel like I didn't give it the praise it deserved. Picked up on the left side, quick turn, quick release. Not too many stumps to aim at from relatively square on. Brilliant piece of work, and poor Phillips couldn't get his chance to impact this run chase. Here's Rob Keogh. And a whipping Nurdle finds a single. Ramesh doing the work, running around to square leg.
That's an interesting concept, a whipping Nurdle. I've used 7 bowlers, Northamptonshire, so all sorts of options if they want to use them.
Neat piece of footwork from Eklund.
Proctor's taken 2 for 23 in 7 overs, which kind of shows where the runs have been leaked, if you like. So he and Lowe at that end have actually bowled very economically. Those two in particular. And most of the rate has been built up by runs from the other end.
Huge swing and a brilliant execution of a straight drive. Tommy Borman connecting with that beautifully. So races between the gap, which wasn't really too much of a gap. Made off and the bowler hit it straight through a glorious shot.
Yeah, just come in. That was looked really nice off the bat.
Sweep hard out towards Guthrie, who's running around, pulls out that long barrier, which we've seen considerably more of compared to previous games. Well, I think Van der Merwe probably should have pulled out a long barrier as well if he didn't want one in the face. Yeah, really nice batting from Eklund. He's doing plenty of skipping down the wicket, almost actually to different degrees. That was more of a couple of steps forward as opposed to his slightly more traditional hop, skip and a jump. And he's countering the spin well. He moves to a nifty 28 from 38. That ends another over. 32 overs gone, 189 for 4.
There's those Gloucestershire supporters who perhaps sitting relatively comfortably in their seats half an hour ago. Just seeing Northamptonshire clamber their way back into this. Proctor, having bowled 7 overs for 23, is now replaced by Dominic Leach. So Proctor and Lowe at that end have bowled 12 overs for 44. I mean, that really is tight on a small ground. Now then, Leach, who had 4 overs at the outset, is back having switched ends, and now from the College lawn end. Eklund gives him the respect of a defensive shot for the first delivery. DLS has Gloucestershire 2 runs behind at the moment. DLS has 191. So there's literally a comb and paper in this at the moment, according to all the scoring models you can muster.
Am I right in saying DLS actually has a secret ingredient?
I don't know what it is.
Well, I guess that's the point of it. I'm pretty sure there's still a rule of DLS, which they don't tell anybody. Almost just to keep it a secret.
It certainly gives spectators and indeed the side batting second a kind of an idea where the patterns say they ought to be. Leach in the air but safe from Eklund down to John Lowe at deep mid wicket. On the evidence of that boundary hit in the last over, Borman hasn't taken too long to get his eye in here, so still need 119 more. It is clipped away. Oh, it's gone. Has it gone through? No, Tiano stopped it. It looked as if it'd gone through him and into that walkers and talkers barrier at deep square. But he did enough to sort of parry it to one side and then pick it up. It could easily have cost his side 3 runs, but in the end he didn't.
Well, that's why they're pulling out the long barrier in. It struck him almost at the top of the right thigh on the right hip, and he turned around almost to expect to pick the ball up from over the boundary, but miraculously it stays in.
Leach is punched up to mid-off. Guthrie comes round and prevents the single. Eklund unable to pierce the field. So if this match follows the pattern of the other 2 games here so far, we're going to go certainly probably to 3 overs from the end, if not even closer than that, to the conclusion, one way or the other. Leach in, Eklund drives pleasantly, but all the way on the ground to Proctor at mid-on.
Well, it's going to be a belter.
Boundary free over from Leach. Northampton will take that at this point. The rate just edging up a little bit. It's still under 7. Remember, it started at a fraction over 6, so Gloucestershire, it's just a little sense of stabilising the ship somewhat, with Bournemouth having just come in, and Keogh, having been hit down the ground in the last over, has been replaced by Gus Miller.
Keep standing up. Here comes Miller. Ballman gets solidly in behind, pats it back. And well, we're in a very, very interesting position in this game now, where 2 batters are just beginning to get set. Gloucester still slightly feel ahead of the game, but DLS would say otherwise. 118 needed from 17 overs. Very full. Well dug out though. On the keeper standing up, kind of just accepts and hopes if it's missed by the batter, it gets stopped by the stumps. But you're right, Ian, it's got last couple of over thriller written all over it, this one. Straight drive. Brings a dot.
A little bit what Notts found on Sunday. There was a phase when every well-timed shot seemed to go to a fielder, and that does happen sometimes. Gloucester just trying to pick 1 or 2 gaps, but Bournemouth has got a little bit of time to have a bit of a reassess. He played that lovely drive in the last over, but his natural game, I think, is to want to score, not to wait to score. There is a little bit of a difference in that.
Quite a big difference, I'd say. Eklund's been, well, he's had a battling innings so far. He finds the mid-wicket fielder, a good diving stop. Yeah, he's looked very positive at times, and well, after an early, brief, relatively slow start, then started to ramp up through the gears, taking on the spinner down the ground. And then he's slightly shut up shop. since. Moved to 29 from 38. And a dot to end a brilliant change of bowling from Northants. It's that man Gus Miller who bowls an over for 1, and it's 192 for 4.
Yeah, the impetus just changing a little bit. So no drinks break here, but the 34 overs gone, 16 to go. The fielding captain being asked which ball does he want to use for the remainder of the innings. Steve O'Shaughnessy is thrown 1. That's the one he's got to keep because the bowling is from the other end.
Yeah, since that wicket, 12 runs coming from the last 4 overs. So that feeling is correct. It's a change of momentum here.
Leach, second over of this return. That might go for 4. Ramesh won't pick that up. It's fine on the leg side, turned away profitably by Borman for 4. Kind of always think in my head, and this is probably going back a little bit when sides could not feel they can chase totals like they do now. Leach in. Paul didn't know where that had gone. Spun round almost twice, and he's got to the other end, and there was an element of bat in it. 197 for 4. I tend to think 75 off the last 10, you back the batting side, provided they've got a reasonable number of wickets in hand, and particularly if they've got a couple of batters who are well set at that point. 4 down here. These two would still need to be in, I think. Ideally from a Gloucestershire perspective. There's a fumble by Miller, and they'll take a second run. Chopped away by Borman.
Yeah, I agree with your point there. For me, it's if there's 2 set batters, you'd back them to get anything from 10 and over and under. But if you've got the position you're in now, I think 80, you just about back the batters, but it's close.
Leach, punched again to Guthrie, whose throw was off target. Just as well. I think Eklund might have been in, but 200 up in the 35th over. We've had 2 games here at Cheltenham that look like following quite a similar pattern, with 2 significant scores for Notts. Obviously Bracey's 100 and a half century for Ollie Price in reply, and Joe Phillips's unbeaten 60. And then here today, 2 scores in the 70s for Northamptonshire. 2 half centuries already for Gloucestershire, but there won't be any more for Tommy Borman. A big chop on and a wicket for Leach. Borman has to go for 14. And now it's Joseph Eklund and I would imagine Daz Ahmed to come in at number 7. Northamptonshire have just chipped away here. They haven't got wickets in real clumps, but they've just taken one when they've needed it. And Borman has to go, and here's Ahmed in at number 7. 109 still required.
Well, in those last 5 overs, Ian, couple of wickets falling, just the 20 runs coming from it.
area Charlotte is sponsored
There is
by
that
City
looming
Associates.
sense that Gloucestershire are just letting this begin to slip away. As the drinks
Ball
arrive
by Leach
for
for
Eckland,
14.
man on 32, who is going to be a focal point of this chase here for Gloucestershire. Northants, do you feel like they're the team on top now?
They're getting there.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's probably 60-40 Northamptonshire now, I would say. They're just they probably be conscious that, you know, you haven't got a top order batter left. Your more established batter is, you know, a relative youngster, still feeling his way in the game, hasn't got a huge number of scores in this format. People who can bat, yes, but can they put together between them, and it will need to be between them almost certainly, enough. Leach to Ahmed, who dumps that away, down to third man to get off the mark straight away.
Change of commentary team here, Ian. I'm going to make way for Ed Seaborn.
Northamptonshire going for a 6th win against Gloucestershire this season. I mean, there's a lot of games there. 2 games in the Championship, 3 games in the T20, and today, one man who says he's been spent half his summer driving to Northampton. Gloucester Chairman Peter Matthews. Hello, Pete.
Hello, Ian. At least it's not Northampton again. I've spent 4 days of my life in Northampton this summer.
Getting tense now.
Yeah, a little bit behind, I think we are now. Wickets really matter. And I think to get the score, you probably needed one of your big 3 senior batters to get a really big score. Are we still in it? Of course we are. But yeah, it's a little bit challenging now, I think.
So Eckland has probably got to get to 70, you'd think, to get Gloucestershire over the line here. Does Ahmed not an incapable batter in any way?
No, Daz can bat in. I think Ed Middleton can certainly hold an end up, as we saw on Sunday. But that run rate is creeping up, isn't it, all the time?
7.3 it is now. Miller turns at the chapel end. Keeper standing up. Oh, where's that gone off off a bottom edge from Ahmed? They'll want 2, and they'll be encouraged to take 2, and they've just got back. Ahmed's got dust all over his pads and his kit for that matter, because that was a tight call for a second run.
Very tight.
Eckland wouldn't feel too pleased if he ran a second colleague out.
No, although run-outs are often marginal, aren't they, between players? I'm not sure Joe Phillips quite got the running right for that one either. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, possibly.
Miller, who got 37 earlier today, top of the Northants order. Just briefly, Pete, at this point, have the county had 2 good days for the 2?
3 good days, Ian. Don't forget the women's game.
I'm not forgetting that.
I mean, the women's game was excellent, both on the pitch and off the pitch. Yeah, I mean, look, the attendance has been excellent for both.
Miller, slightly slower ball, squeezed out by Ahmed down to deep point. Low is out there. So I think it was 3,062 was the announced attendance on Sunday. Are you of a similar number today?
Yeah, probably a bit more, I think. You know, as you know, originally it was capped at 3,000. We found a way that we felt was safe in getting more people into the ground. And look, I think the Worcestershire game will be very interesting as well. First day, I'll come back to that.
Miller from the Chapel End. Ooh, almost a bit of pop up from Eklund. It didn't carry to Miller. But Northants have put the squeeze on here, almost in the manner of John Bracewell's sides of Gloucestershire rolled. 204 for 5. The target is 309, but DLS says that Gloucestershire are 15 runs behind where they ought to be at this point.
Feels about right, that, actually. Feels about right. And obviously the wickets, if it was 3, you'd probably be a bit more comfortable. What I would say, Ian, about that Worcestershire game, which is the championship game, starts on the 20th. We have to say that spectators do need to buy tickets because we think that could be a first championship sellout since apparently 1951.
First chorus we've had today of that.
Any unusual cricket knowledge here? What happened in 1951 that might have led to 28,000 allegedly turning up at Bristol?
Oh, at Bristol.
It was Bristol. You wouldn't get,
Right.
not sure you get 28,000 here in any circumstances, actually. Even if you went back 20 deep, I think you'd struggle here.
Yeah, no, I think, well, neither you nor I were around then.
No, no.
Hard to believe, I know.
Indeed, indeed. Give you the answer after this ball. Let listeners have a think as well. 1951.
Clipped in the air and safely by Ahmed, away over mid-wicket for 4.
And that's the key in, isn't it? The run rate is 7, but if you get a boundary every over, you'll probably be okay. You'll probably be okay. So 1951, 28,000 apparently at Bristol. Queues from Neville Road down to the Gloucester Road, for those of you who know Neville Road, the return of Walter Hammond after having had retired and then coming back briefly.
Ahmed on 8. Driven straight to Proctor here on.
Wonder if you return for St Stephen's, Ian, whether there'd be that number of people queuing down the Swindon Village Road to see you bowl. Or bat, possibly, even more likely.
Be a scary thought.
But going back to what you said, Ian, this has been, we're really pleased with this because it is a difficult festival. If you look across to our right where the boundary marquees would normally be, we can't go there. You can see open spaces for the car park, which we're not allowed to use, so much reduced footprint.
Next to Ahmed, clipped down to Ramesh. That long leg, the throw was an awkward bounce for Van der Merwe, but he had cover in Nathan McSweeney. He missed it. Hospitality, I gather, sold out from days 1 and 2 of Worcestershire.
Absolutely sold out. I mean, we are struggling to get any more in the ground. And actually, hospitality also sold out for the Lashings game here on Thursday. And well over 500 ground tickets sold. So that's really good.
Leach. Respectfully defended by Joseph Eklund.
And of course, Courtney Walsh captaining that Lashings team, and also on Wednesday night Q&A in the Boundary Hub tent with Courtney Walsh. Tickets available on the website. I'm indebted by my good friend Chris Coley for a lovely piece of feedback for me. Peter, we want to do a session with Courtney Walsh. You could do it, or we could get a professional in to do it.
And what was the result of that conversation?
I don't think they could find a professional. Were you asked, Ian?
I wasn't asked, no. But then, on the basis that I'm only just above average, then that wouldn't count anyway, would it?
So, no, that should be a really good night with Courtney. And obviously it's appropriate, Ian, isn't it, on a festival when we remember David Lawrence, Sid Lawrence, and you know, some really good takings for motor neurone disease at Sunday's game. I've just taken off my fetching pink hat, and it's been good for Sid. We've just auctioned Jack Taylor's shirt. Lovely story here in the hospitality. It went for a lot of money. And a lovely lady came up to me. She said, didn't want the shirt, but I want to match the bid because I lost a close friend to motor neurone disease. So we've made a fair amount of money for motor neurone disease again today.
Excellent.
And every shirt, obviously, that was sold, every hat that was sold, a decent percentage goes to the Motor Neurone Disease Association.
Miller continuing from the chapel end. And Ahmed has to respectfully defend once more.
Difficult for these two, isn't it?
The
Ian?
race
Because
has gone to
there's
a
not many
crawl.
to go. There's not a huge amount of batting to go. So you go, well, I don't want to give my wicket away, but that run rate is steadily increasing.
So comfortably over 7 now. Where are the cheap runs going to come from potentially? It would appear not from these two.
Yeah, as I said earlier, and I think you've realistically got to be getting a boundary and over. If you don't get a boundary and over, it's going to be pretty hard, I think. But good to see Joe Eklund batting. Perhaps just going to need to open his shoulders a little bit. But young man who scored a ton of runs in the second 11.
And can keep wicket. That's a pleasant shot.
Yeah, I mean,
Get one for it though.
important statement, that, Ian, isn't it? I mean, the days of being able to carry wicket keepers who weren't the best batters are long since gone. Long since gone.
Andy Brassington was up on the balcony earlier on today, and he said, just the picture today tells you why players love playing here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got that off the bottom edge of the bat into his body. I wouldn't say it was the most comfortable place to be hit.
Northants have done what Gloucestershire did here, and they pulled the game back, haven't they? The momentum, you know, when Bracey and Bancroft were going very well, and then when Price and Bancroft were going very well, you thought, you know, Gloucestershire are heading on here, but wickets have changed everything, and I'm sure these two batters are caught a little bit between the need to score runs, that run rate now up at 8, and also just not give their wickets away. Difficult for these young players.
Ahmed. That's a good hit. Now, the question is, has Ramesh seen it go? It would just drop for 6. Now, it was a long way over his head, very, very high. Might he have caught it if it had been on the right?
So
Difficult to tell.
I asked a question, Ian, about the fielder being 2 in off the boundary, because if he's right on the boundary,
He might
I
catch
wonder
that.
if he catches that, to be honest. I wonder if he catches that. I mean, you look at his position, and to be fair to him, I'm sure that's where the captain wants him. But he's about, 5-10 yards off the boundary? And it went over the top of his head. It didn't clear the ropes by much.
Does Ahmed respond with a little clip into the leg side, which Ramesh comes onto and keeps them down to a single.
Right, Ian, I'm going to need to shoot. But, I mean, just to say, that over, where Gloucestershire get 3 singles and a 6, takes your run rate down to 7.6. So if you can get your boundaries, there you go. So I will now hand over from an amateur, I will now hand over to a professional. Ed is going to come in and join you. I'm not passing any comment on you as a professional, and that would be very, very unfair. Over to you, Ed.
Sometimes the Facebook group have a lot to answer
Change of
for.
bowling from the College lawn end, Liam Guthrie.
So Guthrie back. For Northamptonshire.
Yes, which could bring wickets, but he will also be putting a bit more pace on the ball than we've seen of late. And that pace allowing Ahmed to rock back and cut. To be quick work from King on the boundary to keep that to 1. It's an absolutely astonishing game going on between Hampshire and Derbyshire, by the way, at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire were 255 for 9, chasing 318 to win. And they're now just 12 short.
Who were the last pair?
But they're 12 short with over 11 overs to spare.
Oh.
And Andrew Neil, no, not that one, 109 from 60, 6 fours, 10 sixes.
So that's the slow left armour, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. The sort of Liam Dawson replacement off from the 100 that they signed last year out of pretty much nowhere.
Mm.
Forced away, pass backward point. Eklund will turn, but can't come back.
And the number 11 share in that stand is only 2.
Oliver Williams.
So it's been a one-handed, well, not quite a one-handed onslaught, but a one-man onslaught.
Absolutely remarkable stuff. And with Durham subsiding against Worcestershire after it looked as though that was going all Durham's way until late on in that Worcestershire innings, that might be of consequence. Oh, that's a wonderful shot from Ahmed. King won't get this one. Just leant back and carved it away.
Good placement.
Again, just that little bit more pace on the ball. It was felt as though Gloucestershire have had to step out and take a risk and come at Northamptonshire's more medium paces. Not the same here. That's a great stop at backward point. Bartlett, yeah. It looked as though that might have just been past him. They, again, maybe had it been the last couple of overs, they probably have had to have run with a shot and they would have made it, but Bartlett sticking out that left mitt and getting enough of it that Eklund at the non-striker's end thought too much of a risk to come through. 6 from the over with 1 ball to come. Ahmed driving backward a point. Chase for King again, but he's not going to get there. Just gets away from you so quickly on this outfield.
Just keeps the rate, keeps the lid on the rate a little bit, and over like that. 11 overs to go. Well, the target is 309. And you're back to almost parity on DLS. I'm surprised that Proctor or Lowe haven't been brought back. They have been the 2 most economical bowlers.
Maybe the McSweeney really wants to save Proctor until the death now.
Change of bowling from the Chapel End, Rob Keir.
Because he probably would be the most experienced death bowler in this Northamptonshire side. There's probably no probably about it. Somebody who's trusted to bowl the penultimate over in a T20 semi-final.
Rob Keogh back into the bowl, the 40th over. And single nudged into the leg side by Eklund. Keogh himself, obviously, very much Northamptonshire's most experienced off spinner.
Ahmed's got the ability to play sweeps and reverse sweeps. I wonder whether He's assessing Keogh as somebody that played that way or looked to try and go over the top with.
Worked that past McSweeney. He'll get one this time. Miller's on the boundary, deep mid wicket. I said to Charlie about a quarter of an hour ago, 75 off 10. And that's where you might be heading. I think Gloucestershire would probably want at least one wicket fewer down in terms of feeling confident to chase that, but not out of it.
No, and
It wouldn't be Cheltenham if it wasn't close.
again, yeah. And again, the beginnings of a partnership, although mostly Ahmed, the run scoring.
Lackland probably feels he's run Phillips out. He doesn't want to be
Yeah, there were
giving anything else away.
there were a few things with that, weren't there? I don't think there was a run, but there were a few other things with that run out as well.
Swept by Ahmed. King was quite a long way round. He was quite square at deep backward square rather than being behind. They were able to come back for two by the time he's got the ground to make up. So 232 for 5. It is 77 off 10.
40 overs bowled. Gloucestershire
Still
232 for 5.
Fractionally Northamptonshire, I think, but not by much.
I think it in terms of what the mathematics says, Northamptonshire are ahead by 1 run, so that would suggest there is absolutely nothing in it. Equally, the maths doesn't know the composition of a batting lineup, it just looks at a pure situation. It's not that there isn't batting ability to come with Middleton, and so we've seen Rao score some runs in the second team and hung around for a bit with Graham van Buren in that Surrey game at Bristol. And Ahmed looking to play square on the offside, not looking to go in the air. Just rely on timing for now. And Marchant de Lange, I don't know, because we've barely seen de Lange with the bat in the T20s. He's occasionally come out, and he was at the crease when they won that match at Worcester that eventually proved to be the one that guaranteed them the quarter-final spot. But in terms of batting for a bit longer, we've not seen much. No run there. Bartlett in action at backward point.
Is he a story writer on duty today, do you think? Well, the
Well,
maybe. It's his 100th list out,
Yes.
you know.
Alfie Johnson didn't bat in the last game, so be coming out on debut. Again, the sort of 100th match at one end and the debutant at the other. But yes, Eklund and Ahmed for now, and Eklund looking to relieve some pressure, but that will only be a single again out to King on the offside boundary.
It's got a bit stuck, it feels.
Yeah, I think, as you say, probably partly the sense of responsibility that's weighing on his shoulders, and also he attacked the spin, and then they stopped giving him spin. It's felt as if he's biding his time a bit, but potentially getting towards the stage where he can bide his time no more, and we'll see whether he can expand his game when he needs to. Fine edge, but it will be 4 runs. That wasn't where Ahmed meant it to go, but once again, it's Ahmed that finds an important 4 runs.
I'm trying to think of had a stumping from Bracey on Sunday.
Yeah, Freddie McCann it was.
So today only 1 catch to a keeper at the moment.
Yes. thought you might have just done it for a moment there, Ian. No edge.
Wouldn't be the first time.
No. It's inevitable. I mean, it's probably a ball that Northamptonshire are thinking, well, he's lucky he didn't nick it, but equally Gloucester should be thinking, well, it was short enough and wide enough that, again, even if he doesn't middle it, maybe another of those flying edges might have come in handy.
Third man right on the rope.
Ahmed just looking to fiddle a single last ball of the over and cross with himself. 6 from it. He'd have taken 7 at that stage. Ahmed looking to keep the strike as he is the aggressor in this partnership. Well, he scored 32 of the 38 runs in the partnership.
Almost caught Eklund up.
Again, Ahmed, since he's really had his first, of course it wasn't his first team debut, which came last year, and played in the One Day Cup and made a rather unfortunate championship debut at Lords, where he was injured after bowling just a handful of overs and had to come out at 11 with a runner and didn't get even an opportunity to get off the mark. He ended up not out in both innings, but since he's really had his first proper run at things this year, whatever the format has been, he has been a cricketer that hasn't looked overawed by an occasion.
And I think there is a belief in the club that, you know, there may be somebody in there who could play at 8 in the championship. And he's good enough that if he holds his form with both bat and ball, he would be worth his place in the team, but probably not on either one or the other.
Well, 4 wickets with the ball today, a career best already. Got his first half century in the match at Taunton. He made 52. He might need to better that today as well.
Ahmed waits for Keogh. Uses his feet, but Keogh dropped it a bit shorter. Saw him coming.
He did go very early there, didn't he?
Long on, long off out for the off spinner. Oh, and that would have gone way over the pavilion into the road if it had connected with that.
It is the longer boundary, but it's still not long.
58 metres, we were told. That's aerial, but it could be just long enough, and it is. Over Tian Low and just over the picket fence and the boundary boards in front of the scoreboard for 6. That's an important blow, having seen Gloucestershire just a bit becalmed. Only a single off the first 4 balls of the over. And he wants a 1 off the last to keep the strike. But there were 2 balls to go. Eklund can't force that past Bartlett. So 2:46 for 5. There are 8 overs left. I have a suspicion this might be the last commentary change of the day. And Charlie's going to join Ed.
Thank you very much, Ian. So Ahmed continuing to dominate this partnership. 39 of 46. But the required rate is still under 8, and the flow of wickets stopping, so it shouldn't be completely overlooked, the fact that Eklund has remained there. whilst he is still there, there's potential for him to cut loose if necessary, or if Ahmed's just going to keep finding a boundary and over, which he is at the moment, then he actually doesn't really need to change it too much. Guthrie will have a 7th over. Full and wide, and Ahmed not able to dig that one out. Another tight Cheltenham finish. Charlie, you're getting rather used to these, and you're better if you come back here in the future.
Well, it's exactly what you predicted. The trend is showing to be true.
And to be honest, Gloucestershire Northamptonshire games as well. It's the perfect killer combination, this one. This ground and this matchup. Always close. In the 50 over cricket and championship anyway. Full toss, but he's not got hold of it. 2 bounces down to long on.
It does feel as if Eklund is waiting to pop. He's waiting to go. Because Daz, as you mentioned, has got such a huge proportion of the partnership run so far. Eklund, you say he is there. That's really important, but maybe shortly we could see him start to push on.
It's just nudged up over 8, but it's the sort of stage of an innings where one boundary sends it leaping down and a couple of dots send it spiralling. Tries to go square but can't beat Bartlett. Busy at backward point of late. Guthrie's, I suppose, whilst he's bowling left arm round, is mostly trying to hide the really short boundary to the onside. Ahmed has forced his way past that fielder a couple of times. Now the pressure really will start to build, with McSweeney stopping that one at extra cover. Only 1 run off the over, and even if Gloucestershire do find the boundary, it's still going to be Northamptonshire's over. He'll be ticking a bit here, Eklund.
Well, last time we saw him ticking with a few dots to start the over, he went for a quick run with Phillips at the other end, who didn't last much longer.
Still only 1 off the over. Fighting it a bit, Eklund, and I suppose that's the issue when you get into this stage of an innings and you've gone into your shell a little bit. Hard to break out of it, but still not as though it's gone, and Ahmed, I suppose, just needs to tell him, okay, let's not go hunting for something that's not there. We've got a shorter ball. It'll be 4 somethings and leg byes. So that limits some of the damage from the over. 58 to win from 7 overs.
That feels a huge boost.
It's a big bonus as far as Gloucestershire are concerned for sure. Brings up the 250 as well.
In 43 overs.
Eklund very thankful to take 4 runs at the end of that over, which for a moment was looking very much like a 1-run over.
It's been a major difference between the sides, actually. Extras. 50 partnership comes up, of which Eklund has scored 7. But 26 extras in Northamptonshire's innings. Northamptonshire have only conceded 8, even with that set of 4 leg byes.
Wow. Plenty of extra runs for Gloucestershire to score. With the bat.
Equally, Northamptonshire only batted for 46.4 overs, and Gloucestershire have 50 at their disposal.
So Leach then to bowl to the man who's just overtaken his partner, Daz Ahmed. Down the track. glorious shot. And judging by the noise, oh, it's ball given by the umpire. I think the crowd willed it over the boundary, but it did just bounce in front.
It just seemed to die in the last couple of moments. It felt off the bat as if it might just have enough. But again, the most important thing, Ahmed finding space, going straight. Whilst they are slightly longer boundaries straight, it's hard to cover all the angles here.
Angles this one to a diving backward point.
Because it does get very, very straight. Let me put that better. The rope runs basically in a straight line at both ends. So you can't use an oval shape to cut off angles. So if you go straight, it's very hard to position your long off and long on such that they can cover both the wide gap and straight.
Chips it into a big gap straight over the bowler's head. Can he come back for two? It looks like he will. A diving attempt in vain from the mid-off fielder.
Yes, but just there won't be any protestations as far as fake fielding is concerned there, but mid-off did slide on the line of the ball. I think he just did so to make sure they didn't run into his colleague. Thankfully, the umpire's not getting a little over-anxious. It's the last thing we really want in this situation.
Big step back and takes a quick single to mid-on. Sweeney in there with a quick release. And Ahmed moves to the non-striker's end on 47. And there's the math, 51 needed from just over 6 overs. That looks good for Gloucestershire. Two-step batters looks good for Gloucestershire, but it's the fact they're 5 down and whoever comes in next, which seems to be Ed Middleton, will have quite a task on his hands, especially if he comes in the next couple of overs or so.
It is though starting to feel with Ahmed the position in his innings more and more like, though, if Ahmed is there at the end, Gloucestershire have got a very good chance here.
Full toss, punched out towards long on. Ecker's quite happy just to rotate the strike.
Yeah, has to be the very least that he does, and his role still doesn't have to change, but were Ahmed to be dismissed, then everything would change. But Ahmed's already got his boundary from this over. He's tended to show the ability to stay composed and try and take singles at the end of overs.
Well, he went searching for that single out to deep cover and couldn't quite find it. So an end to the over, and a pretty good one. 8 runs coming from it for Gloucestershire. A well-balanced over at this time, which is keeping both sides in the thoughts.
So we're getting some news of completed matches from elsewhere, including, as you'll hear, the announcement of the 174-run defeat of Somerset by Lancashire, which means that Lancashire have qualified for the knockout stages. Despite that massive win, it's still not enough to push their net run rate above Leicestershire, who are inactive today, but still sitting top of the table in this group. Smacked back down towards long on. Might be 2 here, and they decide against it, and I think they're wise to do so. Thought it might be on, but then Proctor released that throw so quickly. It does mean Ahmed's on strike. So that does mean, just to tie the knot on things, that Northamptonshire cannot qualify for the top 3. Lancashire, Leicestershire, and then the winner of Nottinghamshire versus Surrey. Flying outside edge. That's a sure-handed piece of fielding down on the boundary. Gus Miller had to keep his wits about him there because it would have been so easy to juggle that one over the boundary.
It does feel, for anyone who's just joining us, that might look relatively routine, but we know, and everyone who's been watching the full day will know very, very well, that simple boundary fielding today has brought plenty of errors just because of how challenging it is to field on this lightning outfield with a few extra bounces in there as well.
Oh, that is a stunning shot from Eklund, and that will make him feel an awful lot better. Wasn't even quite a half volley, but Eklund finding the boundary for the first time for a long, long time. And to do so in that fashion as well, helping out Ahmed to find the boundary off this over. Put the required rate back to 8.
Well, this partnership, although going very well, it did need Eklund to start getting in gear. As you mentioned, some shot to almost find form again mid-innings.
Good Yorker. Guthrie firing it into the block hole. Can afford 1 dot and over if it is surrounded by singles and a boundary, but always comes that point when batters try and get a bit greedy and finish it. Sometimes maybe too soon. Well, that'll be a bonus run for Gloucestershire. Second time that Guthrie has done that. In terms of firing it down with the angle.
Well, you might be able to hear the late on in a hot day atmosphere that's had a few drinks flowing here at Cheltenham. It's a glorious atmosphere, to say the least. Plenty of fans enjoying their time and, well, treating a wide from the away side with, well, the response you might be able to imagine.
Switching to over the wicket, Guthrie. Oh, that was a chance. But a really sharp one to McSweeney at short extra cover. To be honest, he's really saved 4 there. And it would have been if it had got past him. That was a blistering drive from Eklund. One-handed attempt from McSweeney. Got a fair amount of hand on it. Again, small margins. Could have been a catch, could have been 4, but it's nothing. Eklund lifts it over the top for a 1-bounce 4. Finds his range in that over with 2 boundaries. 39 required from 5 overs. A drink being brought out for Ahmed and Eklund with 1 final push to come. But that was another classy shot from Eklund especially. So we've been talking about, given he was really tied down before that.
One more result to bring you. Derbyshire Falcons have beaten Hampshire by 8 runs.
Wow,
Poor
he's
result
there.
for Hampshire. Well, it's quite interesting. In order for Hampshire to qualify, they needed Durham to lose by 90 runs, and Durham lost by 83.
Well, Durham have just scraped in on net run rate over Worcestershire into 3rd place in the other group. So it is going to be Middlesex topping Group B. So it looks as though Middlesex and Leicestershire will host the semi-finals. Nottinghamshire closing in at the Oval against Surrey. So for the 2nd time this season, it looks as though Nottinghamshire will knock out Surrey in an effective winner-takes-all white ball match.
Pulling high over, backwards square leg, chance is a brilliant catch. Taken over the boundary and thrown back in by Liam Guthrie. Plenty of complaints perhaps from the crowd here, as maybe, just maybe, a foot could have gone over the edge of the boundary, but it seems the decision has been made, and Daz Ahmed falls agonisingly short of a second list day century. And well, that has had a profound impact. Well, the umpires are coming to have a discussion. Daz Ahmed is staying firm. Ed Middleton has come out to join, and Daz Ahmed has been sent off.
Well, I have to say, as we look at it down to our right, there's a marquee over there which is obscuring the boundary line anyway, but my impression was that that was completed fairly, and a great catch as well. Off the bat, it looked as though Ahmed had got enough. The cheers went up immediately from the crowd, thinking that Ahmed had hit it for 6. And were it not for a piece of outstanding work, relay fashion
Return catch caught by
on the
King off
boundary.
bowling of Leach for 48, made of 38 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes.
Generous reception for Ahmed. I suppose at the very least, from the Gloucestershire perspective, Eklund has found the boundary a couple of times just before Ahmed left, so it's not the case that there goes all the boundary hitting, but Ahmed was the one who cleared the rope on the full twice. And really a moment that so often, in terms of a piece of fielding that's executed like that, so often can define a match. Ed Middleton coming out there hoping that that isn't the case. He did play his part in the last match, finishing 9 not out from 18 deliveries, supporting Joe Phillips, but they'll need to score quicker earlier in this innings.
Middleton searching for a single. And well, he needs to get off strike as quick as possible for Gloucestershire, or even better, find a boundary.
And I think to start with, Lowe was the fielder at long leg, and I think even he thought that was going over his head to start with. And then they just so quickly get into that mode of, right, another fielder there, relay catch. It's just automatic.
Struck on the pad, well in front and given straight away. And well, there's a few balls in which this game has completely turned on its head. Eklund still remains out there on 49. He knows the task ahead. But Ed Middleton, who was the man there at the end for Gloucestershire on Sunday in that victory against Nottinghamshire, he departs for a 2-ball duck. And with plenty of time left in the game, 27 balls to be precise, 39 runs to win, and out comes Aman Rao to join Joe Eklund, 1 run short with second list day 50.
Aman Rao.
Well, Tom Leach had 1 wicket in his first 3 matches of this competition. As I said, he must not have been bowling badly because he'd have been going at 4.5 and over.
Bowled Leach without scoring.
But here he's played a massive part, was involved in that strangle period where Northamptonshire really built this run rate up and has now come on, and this over reads, wow, wicket dot wicket, and out comes the mighty figure of Aman Rao, who is certainly capable of clearing a boundary, but Gloucestershire's task getting that much harder with Middleton as the last more recognised batter dismissed.
Well forward comes Rao. And now it's a task to survive to the end of the over, it feels.
Well, McSweeney's brought 5 up as well. He's brought long on up just at the last minute where that ball went, which has produced a dot. It's just not allowing Rao to play straight and get a single. He's got to go square if he wants to get off strike. But the problem is if he does that, then Eklund's only got 1 ball to get back on strike now.
And he finds another fielder that's been brought inside the ring, this time at backward point. It's a brilliant change from McSweeney. He sensed the moment and hasn't given Aman Rao any chance of bringing Eklund back onto strike. It's one thing in particular that Leicestershire, who sit top of the table, have done brilliantly throughout this competition with their skipper, Stephen Eskenazi, always being on it, not leaving any kind of lazy decisions and leaving fielders out deep when a new batter arrives.
Now everybody drops back, allowing the single.
And they've taken it. And you can hear the reaction as Aman Rao keeps the strike. And I'm sure as a result of that, at the start of the next one, we might see plenty of fielders in. And well, that ends the over. 46 overs gone, 271 for 7, but the story is 38 to win from 24 balls.
This felt inevitable as well. Luke Proctor coming back. It's just a question of when. So you'd figure he'll have the last 2 overs from the college lawn end, which will mean he's only bowled 9.
Change of bowling and returning from the college lawn end, Luke Proctor.
Proctor's got 2 left. Leach has only got 1, so they'll have to find 1 more over from the chapel end. Certain amount of captaincy going on from off the field in terms of suggesting that Rao shouldn't take that single, but he has. Nearly 10 and over, 9.5 and over. It's a good Yorker. It's another great stop from McSweeney at short extra cover. Denied Eklund a 4 in the previous over from that end. Probably Ramesh would have got there from mid-off, but again, Rao trapped at the end Northamptonshire want him at. It's a nice looking shot, but fielders in off the edge of the 30-yard circle. The pressure builds on Rao. And it's a stunned silence at the moment around Cheltenham.
Well, each dot sort of brings up a slightly noisier murmur. And this next dot will, I'm sure, come with a little bit of a raised.
Straight to McSweeney, short extra cover. Just a few murmurs, everybody leaning forward in their seats, 3,000 people wrapped with attention. Another game that has come down to the wire here. With each passing dot, they get more and more anxious. Goes straight. Wants the single this time. Ramesh just dropping back a little bit. Give himself a bit more margin. They push long on back as well. So again, Eklund gets the strike, but he only gets it in a situation where he's sort of got to hit a 4 or a 6 and then has to hit a single. And anything less than that will really ramp up the requirement.
Yeah, they're in danger of approaching almost 10 runs and over if they fail to score a boundary before the end of this one.
Interesting that at the moment, they're going to push long off back, I was going to say. Surely they're not going to have 5 out for Eklund. Even if they would like to trap him on strike, it's not worth conceding a boundary to do that. Gets the Yorker in well enough, Proctor. It's 50 for Eklund. His first 50 for Gloucestershire.
56 balls, 5 fours, 1 6.
It will be a muted celebration. I think he wasn't going to celebrate it at all until Rao decided he wanted to come down for a conference anyway. He's given Gloucestershire a chance here, is Eklund, but now he needs that finishing flourish. And this, pretty much you'd think, a free swing for Aman Rao. Again, they'll take the single that Northamptonshire pretty much give them. Northamptonshire moving further into the ascendancy here with 3 overs to go and 35 required. It's going to take several meaty blows to do this now for the home side.
It's always tricky for a young batter who's in. Eklund on 50 now, second professional 50, first one since 2023. And you can imagine it must be challenging to take on that role as a relatively young player to keep the strike. Yes, he's batting with another young player in Aman Rao, but it does take quite a decision to say no to an extra run at this point in the game. Here's Leach, final over his spell. And Aman Rao clubs it over extra cover. Could there still be a chance for Gloucestershire? Eklund has a chat with his fellow batter. And well, there's a sign that Gloucestershire could be in this air.
Well, anybody that's got the leverage that Aman Rao has should be able to swing a cricket ball a fair way when he gets hold of it. And he has done so for the seconds. He's got to do so for the first team here.
McSweeney opts to keep the field up. This time over square leg. Fielder out at long leg is low, and a fumble brings about a second run. Brilliant reaction from the crowd. And well, with Rao causing a few fielders to be brought in, it's also going to bring that chance of the extra boundary. Here comes the discussion between Leach and McSweeney. Becomes quite a tricky balance now.
Yep, and they have got 11 minutes, as much as the tension is apparently unbearable for some. They have got 11 minutes to bowl 10 balls and start the last over. So it is absolutely right from Northamptonshire's side of things that they get everything in order.
Rao over mid-wicket. This is going to be a boundary. It's a 1 bounce 4. Rao finds his second boundary of the over.
That's such a tough shot as well for somebody who's as tall as Rao is. All along we've been mentioning that the bounce isn't easy to pick up shorter balls on. We haven't seen many pull shots at all, and the tallest man in the Gloucestershire side has just played a fantastic pull shot.
And as the field spreads, they could push for a second run here. Eklund wants it. No, he doesn't. Well, McSweeney coming across from mid-off has prevented the second run in a straight mid-wicket.
Absolutely the right call as well, despite the protestations, because I think a lot of people were just looking at the two fielders coming in off the boundary and thinking that a second run was possible, but McSweeney came out of absolutely nowhere from inside the ring.
Two balls now. Eklund has. If he could go boundary single, that would be perfect, but Aman Rao is showing some aggression of his own. Well, the bottom edge has gone into mid-wicket. This could be 2, and he's going to get 2. So Joe Eklund moves to 52. And this is a terrific over for Gloucestershire. "13 runs from it. It's the over they needed.
Yeah, but almost now with Rao finding the boundary twice. I think Eklund, I suppose there's a bit less pressure on him just to find a single here. He could think boundary.
Missed pull shot, and there it is, it goes through. And a jump over the advertisement board means that's an over that goes for 17. Dom Leach ending a brilliant spell, 10 overs, 3 for 59. But a final over that seriously affected them.
59.
So 2 overs left, and it's 18 to win.
So I suppose feel a bit for Van der Merwe, who's been pressed into action today with the gloves. McManus
Thank
has
you,
been
Charlie.
keeping in
Pleasure
this
to have you with us today.
competition. Indeed, yeah. It's been,
Charlie, who we, Charlie Harvey was with us for the women's game on
yes,
Sunday,
indeed.
Saturday. All the days merge into
Get
one.
there eventually. No,
18 off 2.
it's been fantastic to have Charlie with us today on a slightly innovating day, I think, for all in terms of the heat. Luke Proctor to bowl the penultimate over. Rao doesn't exactly know where that's gone, but get a single. Easy as it is to say, they need 2 boundaries off the last 2 overs, as long as they get something off everything else. But it is the sort of stage where Luke Proctor, he's been here before, bowling the penultimate over of a tight run chase. Just misses his length. Eklund, 1 bounce 4. Over mid-wicket it goes, into the hospitality tents. He picked his gap there. The only question was how many it was going to be, rather than whether it was going to be a boundary. Boundary 4 it is.
He's got a very strange foot. He's got 4 players behind the square, as and the keeper. 2 on the leg side. Sort of a fly slip and a deep backward point.
Another Yorker stabbed out to deep cover. A little bobble, but King is close enough. There's only a single.
Marshall Delanga padded up.
I had a little peer
I'm
down
sure
to
he
see if I
is.
could see, but I can't see him. Must be underneath that dugout tarpaulin, which is protecting the players from the sun's rays.
12 off 9.
Full toss is going to be stopped on the bounce, and they won't come back for a second run. Quick throw in from, I believe that is Guthrie down at long on. But so far, they're doing what they needed from this over. They've got the 4, and Northamptonshire have sort of got no choice but to push fielders back to the edge of the circle. So as long as it's not a swing and a miss or a ball hit back to the bowler, they should at least halve what they needed with 2 overs to go. Full toss, swung away for 6.
That's the inning 300 in the 49th over.
Joseph Eklund is second 6. Targeting that short boundary. Proctor going with a full toss, looking for the Yorker. And now 5 needed from 7.
It's been a really interesting innings from Eklund, hasn't it? Started well, appeared to get a bit bogged down when he and Ahmed were batting. He didn't have a lot of the strike, admittedly. He only made 7 when they put 50 together, 7 of the 50. And then he's been left to try and steer the innings to its conclusion.
Now it's bat on ball. The field comes in a bit. Yorker squeezed out down to long on. I think Eklund will be happy with the 1.
14 off the over.
Proctor, I suppose again it shows just how tough it is to run in and bowl 6 Yorkers. He missed 1 in the slot that went for 4. He missed 1 over pitching it. That went for 6 over a short boundary. Eklund knew just what to do with both those deliveries, because I think he knew that Proctor was only going to bowl Yorkers.
Well, Liam Guthrie's been given the last over. And it needed one blow on Sunday, and it kind of needs 1 blow now.
Yeah, it sort of had to be Guthrie, really. I mean, it would have to be spin otherwise, wouldn't it? Or potentially they could have gone back to Miller. They're going with their more frontline bowler.
Why wouldn't you bowl low?
I don't know, I suppose it's a lot to ask of a teenager, isn't it?
Guthrie to start the last over. Gloucestershire need 4. Eklund bunts it into the offside. There will be a run there.
It's probably a good job for Northamptonshire that Ramesh didn't get a hand on that, because he could have deflected it away from the mid-off fielder who stopped it.
So the field, they've got a long on out. A deep backward square out. Deep point. The orthodox mid-off. A short mid-wicket and a short extra. Second delivery, Guthrie ran the wicket. Eklund goes down the ground, that's it! Joseph Eklund, reputation enhanced by seeing Gloucestershire's victory by 3 wickets in the last over. An unbeaten half-century, having run out Joe Phillips. He held his nerve. Aman Rao held his too, with a couple of lusty blows, and Gloucestershire win back-to-back in the One Day Cup to finish their campaign with victories here at Cheltenham, this one by 3 wickets.
Well, again, we said it with time to spare on Sunday, and the same thing today, that we're going to find out a lot about certain young players with them being given the opportunity to prove themselves. And what we found out today was that you can throw quite a lot at Joseph Eklund, and he's had a fair amount thrown at him in his career. He's been released by Hampshire. He spent a year out without first-team cricket. He's come in, got his opportunity here, and in his last game of his One Day Cup contract, he has secured the win for his county and done it in quite some style as well. And the reception will be for him primarily, but also for some key blows for Aman Rao, and it's right that they walk off shoulder to shoulder.
Eklund raises his bat, and there's a big slap on the back from Marchant Dolonger for Aman Rao, who would appreciate that the young man has kept Eklund company to the end. Northamptonshire all out, 308 earlier today, having been put in. 79 from Nathan McSweeney, 75 from George Bartlett. 4 wickets for Daz Ahmed, 4 for 56, 2 for Middleton, 2 for Price, 1 each for Rao and Delanger. And then in the Gloucestershire innings, half centuries at the top for Bracey, 56, and Bancroft, 68. Daz Ahmed made 48 to add to his 4 wickets. And then Eckland seeing Gloucestershire over the line in the manner that Phillips did 48 hours ago, with an unbeaten 68 in his case, and Aman Rowe scoring 16 off 14 at the end to see Gloucestershire home with 4 balls to spare. 3 wickets for Leach, 3 for 59, Proctor 2 for 40, and Miller 1 for 37 on top of the run out. They love their 50 over cricket at Cheltenham, and for the second time in 48 hours, they've had a game with, in this case, over 600 runs and a finish in the last over.
Yeah, not too much more to add, really. One thing I will say, Gloucestershire at least have lifted themselves off the foot of the table. Somerset will be 9th and Gloucestershire will be above them with that win today. I'm also slightly reminded after the punishment that Gloucestershire have received at the hands of Northamptonshire this season of that quote from Vitas Gerulaitis when he finally defeated Jimmy Connors in 1980. Nobody beats Vitas Gerulaitis 17 times in a row.
It would have been 6.
It is, as our colleague from BBC Northampton is pointing out, it is 5-1, but it is a fine win for Gloucestershire today, and it continues the 100% record at Cheltenham and passes the baton back to the women who play on Sunday, a 10:30 start against Kent, so there's an opportunity for you to get down and enjoy some festival cricket on Sunday as Gloucestershire's women look to do what the men have done and make it 2 from 2 at Cheltenham.
Good to have your company today, Ed, as ever, and Charlie too. Thanks to James and to Holly on the cameras. I know Holly's got 3 jobs to do, one of which is to try and do the follow the ball tracker camera. But thanks to her for that. Thanks to James downstairs, and thanks to you for your company as well. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been another cracker at the college, and we'll see you on Sunday for the women's game at 10:30. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. It's Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your week. We'll see you soon.